this Russian.
Cyber or chipper? What do you call it?
No, cyber.
Fucking racist word, man.
All right, my bad. But the point is, I think they're Russian air defense systems. I think it was like an S-300. I don't know, maybe 3,000. But it was. I think they're Russian.
The sirens are going off again for you, Black Rabbi.
Getting on.
Here goes the point. Here goes the point, Amir. If I can address the point, really.
Sure.
Like, I hear what Reverend was saying, and what she's saying was solid, is that a lot of the weaponry that China has sold, or as a matter of fact, a lot of what China produces is not high grade quality shit, period. The people that are better than China at producing technology.
How do they produce their weaponry?
Why is he still talking over me, Amir?
Amir, you made a claim, so
no, you're nobody. You don't have anything against you, because I can tell by the way that you talk that you're just a talker. You don't know shit. You don't have access to shit.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let him explain, Edward, then I'll give you the mic to respond back.
Thank you. So it's true that China back engineers a lot of American and a lot of other advanced technology. I'm not saying that everything that they sell is fucked up, but the majority of the stuff that they sell to other nations and other people, especially in America, is usually fucked up. They have backdoor technologies. They have a lot of shit that will stream stuff to Beijing. So that what they're trying to do is get everybody hooked on their man-made products, right? So their products that are usually the cheaper version of some other shit, which is usually inferior. Okay. Now, if you're talking about Japan, Taiwan, and others, oh yeah, they do have better stuff. Some of it better than Americans. But in terms of technology, just because the technology stack looks pretty and it could do all these different things, there's two things about it. One, how does it hold up under warranty and OEM, right? And then are there backdoor telemetries that stream data back to Beijing, which is a security threat? They call it adversarial tech. Now, Amir, we haven't talked in a minute, but what I do is I work with the Chinese company that's selling drone technology to fucking Colombia right now. I'm the one bringing it over there. I have to do the tech stack. I have to look at all this and go through CFAS, DFC, and the whole United States government, State Department, and everything to make sure that the shit ain't sanctioned. Because every company that comes out of China is an SOE, a state-owned enterprise from China. I work in the industry. I know that everything that they're selling them isn't all the way good. And the one thing that got us on this road is the fact that we have American upgrades on their avionics for UAMs, unmanned drones. So what I'm saying to this, and I'm next door in Colombia, I'm landing it right here. What I'm saying to this, living next door in Colombia, that the motherfuckers did sell them some faulty ass systems that couldn't stand up against the American military. They were able to get bypassed fairly fucking easy because American technology and the war system is one of the most advanced in the entire world.
Thank you. Edward, do you have the time to respond?
Sure. Okay, so what he's doing is deflecting, because what we were speaking about was specifically Chinese military technology. First off, if you are transporting drones and there are military drones and you're speaking about it on here, then I guarantee you that's not what you're doing. Second, when it comes to military drone or military technology from China, China isn't back engineering, they're forward engineering. Their technology is integratable. They have technology that we don't have, and that has been showcased in Pakistan against India, against European Western technology. And the Pakistani technology, which is Chinese technology, wiped the floor with India. Okay. Now, when it comes to quality, most of the major companies out of China now are ISO compliant. So they meet or exceed international standards. You're not buying junk anymore from China. You can still find it, but they have moved to ensure that their manufacturing not only is more than other nations, that they dominate in manufacturing, but they also dominate in terms of quality. And you see this in their high-end electronics, high-end medical grade laser technologies. You see this in their 10 or 15 different car brands themselves that are way better designed, and more technology that we have not even seen here in the U.S. And these cars could do things that no American cars can do. So they're not taking our technology; they're inventing their own. When it comes to what I said to Reverend, when it comes to Chinese military technology, China was there in Venezuela, then pulled out when America came in. They were not married to Venezuela. They didn't get very much of their oil from Venezuela. And when it comes to the the air defense systems, whatever is needed, we saw the video after the war with Pakistan and India from China, showing a couple of engineers sitting behind, a glass window, a large glass window, and watching the fully automated assembly system of the manufacturing assembly line of the Chinese missiles, and they were doing a job better than the soldering that they were doing. They were putting these things together down to the 1,000th of a percent, 10 times better than any human being could do. No human could match the precision of the robotic automation that they were using, because it was robotic and including quality control. And these missiles were just coming off the line, boom, 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 one right after the other. While us here in America, we were making like one every 10 days. They were making them one every couple of minutes. So don't tell me that it was cheap technology. Their technology, it has been already proven in a war, and has been successful. And has
I'd like to respond before I leave, man, because it's okay. So I don't even know what the hell you do, sir. Maybe you just read a lot of news and shit online.
Supply chain management and accounting.
That's great. I deal in supply chain management too, global supply chain management.
I have a degree in it and accounting.
I don't give a fuck about your degree. You don't make as much money as I do. So
I probably make more. Go ahead. Go ahead, throw guy. Go ahead, throw guy with your imaginary.
But you know what? You being quiet right now is permission. You should shut the fuck up, because I didn't interrupt you.
Let's not do the personal attacks. Let's keep it civilized, and just Cypher address the points that he made. That's it.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, I have to set the preface, because nobody said that I am selling anything that's military, firstly. Secondly, because of my intimacy and proximity to the situation that I'm working on right now, in terms of the robotics, I do know that China has several outputs for drone technology, missile weaponry technology that uses, alongside humans, technology used in robotics. America has it too in Columbus, Ohio, and Canal Winchester. Okay, they're doing the exact same fucking thing, and you're seeing it on the war field right now. And that's not the only one. There are several robotic companies that are selling to manufacturers here in America, and they're not all from China. Taiwan is another tech stack operator out there. Japan is another one. China just mass produces. It doesn't mean that their tech stack quality stands up to America anything, because clearly we can penetrate anybody's weapon systems practically. So if we're sitting up here talking about, what they're building, they got it down, they have superior technology, dude, you sound like you want to go to the CCP. I can get you a ticket over there. If you want to go over there and do that, that's fine.
You don't make enough money.
Well, you know what? That's fine. I mean, you know your life, I know mine. You definitely don't know mine. But I could, the shit that you're talking, you're not in proximity. And being a wholesaler on Amazon is not wholesale supply chain any goddamn thing. Okay? What I'm saying is that their shit is defeatable. Their tech stack, their quality of products is widely known to be inferior to American, Japanese, even India has better products than China does.
Okay, you can stop right here. Come on, India now.
No, I'm not stopping.
Japan makes your products
right now. Bitch, why are you interrupting me?
Because you said
you don't have any self-control. That's because you don't have any self-control. Amir, let it be known, Amir. I gotta get off of here quickly, Amir. But Amir, I literally did not interrupt this faggot. I did not.
No, oh my God, let's not do personal attacks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying though, but you're letting it happen, so I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be an ass.
Just go and land your plane, and I guess then you.
Yeah, like keep him from doing that goofy shit, and then we could have been and done. At the end of the day, this motherfucker is a spectator. He's a nobody with no access to anything but a goddamn TV and a cell phone. Right? No, I mean, but hold up though. At the end of the day, let's talk about this. He's talking shit to me. You allow that?
No.
Okay, exactly. So I'm gonna land right here, then, bro. I'm gonna land right here. I'm being fair. I'm actually following your rules. This guy's not.
Okay.
Right? So here's the point. The points that I'm making is not just something that you could just motherfucking. It's not my opinion. I'm not sitting there saying that. Yes, China is a formidable adversary. I'm not saying to take them lightly. I am not saying that they're so far and superior. In a lot of ways, they are, but in a lot of ways, they're not. In fact, they don't have the exact same framework that we have for technological development and advancements that we have the capabilities of. We've outsourced a lot of that shit to them. They back engineered a lot of that shit, and then they sell it to us. And then we sell it to other motherfuckers too. But that shit stopped. The Don Road Doctrine is putting motherfuckers under notice to let them know, hey, this is our hemisphere. This is a domicile. We're back. We're not weak anymore. Hey, and this is fair for every fucking body, including the situation in Iran. The situation in Iran, motherfuckers don't know that China, Russia, and Iran was using Venezuela. You talking about they don't depend on them for oil. That's bullshit. On December 28th, 2025, they did an $18 billion deal with Venezuela for guess what? Oil. They were getting oil at $20 below barrel price versus OPEC. And Iran yes, Venezuela was selling the oil to China. China and Iran and Russia would refine it in either Belarus or in Iran. Okay, and they were using that mainly that type of gravity oil is used for diesel engines for shipping. Okay, now I'm not just saying this shit because I googled and researched some shit. I'm actually a part of the fucking shit. Some of this stuff directly and indirectly involves me and my companies, plural.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, I'm not talking from a standby. I'm not talking about from a spectator's point of view. I'm talking about shit that you can. I mean, it's not that he can't get the information. He hasn't researched. He hasn't gone to or followed the Secretary of State and intelligence briefings that are publicly known. Because it's known that what these motherfuckers was doing was working together to bypass American hegemony, to break. Basically, it's a national security risk to America to have proximity by buying up land and air, space, and shit like that, controlling critical minerals and controlling whole global supply chains. It would have China would have been able to crush America geopolitically and economically without firing a fucking missile. So Marco Rubio and these guys, they know exactly what they're doing. We shore up our backyard. That stuff's dead. You haven't heard anything else about it. No, I mean, all right, but Amir, I thought we was being fair. You let this motherfucking goofy ass motherfucker talk for 5 fucking minutes straight and then interrupt me. I didn't interrupt him.
I've been very quiet.
Man, you's a bitch.
Oh my God.
And India makes great electronics too. You started it with me. I didn't start this time. I didn't start anything this time.
Robert started with you, and then you got.
He's a broke boy. I don't know what kind of shit you're starting to tell him.
You got.
No, he said that to me first.
Shut up, whatever. You're black. I don't know what. Shut up. Stop talking.
I'm black.
Yeah.
What, you got a problem with me being black now?
No, but you said it to him.
I said black.
You didn't say black.
Yeah, I never said that. You're a liar.
Gavin, calm down, man. Calm
He's
down.
trying to start shit.
Yeah, he's just trying to start some shit. We got Mo here. Mo wants to jump in for a while. Mo, did you have a point?
No, I'm gonna pass. The guy who I wanted to reply is gone now. Yeah.
I don't know. China.
He's a blowhard.
So what I learned about China is, the stuff that comes into America, it's a good quality. It's called export quality. But the shit that China sells into like third world countries, it's a shitty stuff that they sell over there. But it's still, people are still
Yeah,
buying
not,
it, doing
not
whatever they can.
anymore, not so much because these third world countries are demanding first world quality. So that's been diminishing too. But either way, his point was about drones. He sells drones from Colombia to Venezuela or some shit, which doesn't make sense. I don't know. Actually, I don't even know what the point of that argument was, to be honest with you.
I think he's trying to say that we're overestimating China. I don't know. I was taking a shit, so I don't know.
You say, I think we were talking. Oh, it was because he said, okay, why don't Chinese, air defense systems or whatever work in Venezuela? And I'm like, that was.
You should ask Edward a lot more questions. I think we need more of this, back and forth. So somebody comes in and puts
Her
Edward
questions
in his
were
place.
valid. She did
Yes,
say, like,
somebody can put Edward in his place, because
that was fun. That was really fun. That was a lot of fun. But what I said was true, though. They were attacking. They did attack fishing boats. They were bombing fishing boats. They did do long-range strikes, very precise, just to make a corridor so that the Delta Force or whatever special operations could go in by foot, grab the guy and his wife, and then leave. So it wasn't an attack on the country. There was no chance to use air defense systems. There was no attack. It was a very limited one part of the city where they attacked, went in, got him, and left. Actually, the whole thing was under 30 minutes. The entire operation.
it was a quick in and out, like a Uber Eats delivery.
It was. I don't know what his problem was. I'm being honest about the fishing boats. Maybe he didn't like the fact that I said that they murdered, people on fishing boats, which is true.
I think Gav Winston is sitting in front of water. He's waiting for fishing boat. Gav, are you waiting for fishing boat in his PTR? He's literally sitting in front of water, bro, in front of his lake or something.
That sounds peaceful.
That's very peaceful.
What was your question? I don't even know what was their question.
She was asking about why didn't China help Venezuela?
You talk too much. That was not my question. You talk a lot. He asked me a direct question, and you
Look at this husband and wife.
Wait, why are you going after me? I was answering your question.
Why would you do that when I have a perfectly good working vocal cords? Why? Why would you feel the need to do
What are you
that?
talking about? You asked me the question, I answered it.
No, Amir just asked me a question. He said, Reverend. And then you spoke up. She
Okay.
said
I
this.
keep forgetting you're in love with Amir. I'm sorry. I won't get in the way again.
No,
Sorry.
no. Now see, you're deflecting. You're deflecting now. You did something wrong, and you're not owning up to it.
But it looks like a husband-wife with you, Edward. Husband-wife thing,
Y'all are deflecting now again. He was just
I'm not
wrong.
deflecting. I'm just asking you a question. Right? What was the actual
No,
question?
that husband and wife thing. That was really. He just needs to own up to it. He talks a lot, and he doesn't listen very much.
No.
Yes.
I'm fine. From now on, I'm not going to answer any. I'm not going to take the time to answer any of your questions.
Wow.
And your questions are dumb anyways. Be patient with you. This is what happens when you're patient with the mentally challenged. This is what happens. You don't get any respect. No thank you. No nothing. I'm just going to sit here and.
I've been happy to thank you, Edward.
I'm going to just sit here and. I'm just going to sit here and eat some
He thanks you all the time, Edward.
It's just the interruption, and I do. I greet him, but I'm like, you can't point out.
And you were sliding into our DMs as well. I remember you told
No,
me
he
how
was
to
not.
do it.
Stop
He
it.
did. He texted you.
You can't point out when he was wrong. He was like, good, just said, okay, my bad. And just went about it. He didn't have to go on this long diatribe. I'm cutting you off. I'm not
What
thinking
the
of
hell?
it.
Edward, you didn't slide into our DMs? He's like, oh my God. Anyways, yeah, you're right. I think maybe, I think we all go sort of like, sometimes he's very passionate about all of this stuff, the rockets, ballistic missiles, he's into it. Like, he's like, He wakes up talking about ballistic missile. He goes to sleep talking about ballistic missile. I think one day he's gonna invent a ballistic missile of his own, right, Edward? What is it gonna be called? Edward the Great Ballistic Missile.
Edward is the ballistic missile.
Edward.
What?
I said you wake up, thinking about ballistic missile. You go to sleep thinking about ballistic missile.
No.
One day you're gonna make Edward the Great Ballistic Missile.
Listen, I'm not into this stuff. It's just I read it and I retain it because it's technical. When it's technical, I can retain it easier.
Sure.
Can I chime in?
Yes, please chime in. Please.
And I want to kind of go a little bit on a tangent and make it about the main topic about Iran.
Oh, you're gonna go on a tangent as well? Oh my God!
Based on the conversation that you have, I think Iran topic becomes a tangent. You may ask why China didn't support Venezuela. You may say some whatever you would like to say, but I think I would like to come back to the main topic of this.
You have to come back? Where? Are you coming back from grocery store? Market?
I do.
What are you, market?
Yeah.
Walmart? What's
No. It's called Migros. Yeah.
Reverend left, the one that you're sliding into DMs with.
No. The problem is why China didn't help. Why this didn't do this and that. I would like to come back to the spirit of resistance that Iran is kind of exhibiting worldwide at the moment. I think it's a wrong question. As long as you second and outsource your defense to a foreign nation, you're gonna fail. Whether it is China or America. You see these missile attacks. Let me also correct everyone in this group. Iran is not attacking any Muslim country. We are hitting American bases that reside unfortunately, in some Arab states. That's number one. So, and then the message of the resistance over here is: do not second your sovereignty and defense to any country, whether it is a communist China or imperialist America. And we are exhibiting it worldwide. Edward, I don't know if it is an answer to you. If China helped or didn't help, I don't care if they helped Venezuela or not. I'm sad about the events going on in Venezuela too. But generally, if you are going to rely on a foreign power about your sovereignty, about your independence, you're gonna fail. And this is a message of resistance that Iran is broadcasting worldwide right now in front of your eyes for the last 5 days. That was it.
Nice.
Thank you, Mo. Appreciate it. Black Rabbi has been reading it, been trying to speak. Black Rabbi, you want to speak or you went to sleep? Are you snoring?
I'm here. I'm just listening.
What you been up to?
Just figuring out. There's a lot going on.
Are you thinking about packing up your bags? Look, Rabbi, I know deep down, right, there's some good left inside of you, right? I would say if I was you, right, walking in the streets of Israel, eating chips or chicken, whatever the hell you eat, and and fornicated with a chick or whatever, you can still pay her child support from America, and bring her to America, sponsor America, right? And she can live with you in America. And you could still preach people here. A lot of people need preaching. We could be standing at the light, and we could preach, bring people to Judaism. And what you need to do, you need to change the whole concept of spreading Judaism, because this has never happened. You need something new that you need to bring to the table. Bring them to the light. At the red light, I've seen a lot of Christian missionaries or whatever. They're on the loudspeaker. They're like Jesus Christ, and this, they're preaching. So you could preach about Judaism. Even though a lot of Jewish folks that would disagree with you, but you would bring out this new concept of spreading the word of God. And you could even set up a table over there. And guess what? You could even put a sign. Look, if you don't want to convert, there's a small fees. And the small fees, you could set up your own fees, and you could preach people. And, you could bring them to religion. Because these people, a lot of people are missing religion in their life. This is why they're suffering in America. A lot of people are suffering from depression and stress and whatnot. They don't have no God in their life.
So, Amir, just on that point.
I mean, look, we have Reverend here. She's atheist, right, Reverend? So we have a lot of folks here in America that are atheists. They don't believe in God. Maybe the way you preach, on the streets of Israel, maybe you can preach on the streets of Los Angeles.
I don't preach. I don't preach.
You can preach, bro. You can. What are you doing when you do Zoom classes? You're preaching.
It's not preaching, bro. Teaching.
What do you do? You teach,
We don't
preach.
No, we don't preach on the streets.
No, I know, but Jacob, I'm giving him a new idea. It's $1 million idea. This has never tried before. He can go like how the Christians preach, right? They go.
You don't think in all of the years we've been around as a people, someone said, "Hey, we should try that," and someone said, "Nah, not a good idea."
No, I don't think so. Black Rabbi would be the first one.
Trust me.
Come on, Jacob. We need some change for Black Rabbi. We got a lot of people that atheists.
He's doing his thing. Just let him do his thing. That's the way we.
I need him to come here and preach. Maybe I could use some preaching.
Just go down to the local kebab place and get some good food.
No, because Jacob, it's under attack as well, and his mom. He talked to his mom and whatever. I think he's thinking about what should I do? Should I try the Samsonite option? Samsonite makes pretty best backpacks or whatever.
I don't know what the Samsonite is.
The Samsonite, they have two options, Samson and Samsonite. I mean, the Samsonite option.
Oh, it's a joke. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, it makes pretty good backpacks or whatever. You can just pack up his shit and come back to Los Angeles. And I even said we could maybe, he wants to preach people in America and all over the world. He can open up a little store. Maybe I can find you a spot in Compton, maybe $500 a month, $1,000 a month. You can open up a little, study place.
You can't even buy a storefront for $500 a month.
No, I mean $1,000 a month. You can
that gets you nothing in Compton. No, are you nuts?
He can get a small 400 square footage. No, not Beverly Hills. 400 square footage, and he can preach Judaism to the folks in here in Compton.
Doesn't work that way.
We got a lot of people here that need God in their life. They're missing God. I think it's a new concept. I should try it.
Let him do his thing.
Amir, what is your thoughts on Qatar shooting down 2 Iranian jets today?
That was friendly fire. No, but did they shoot down American fighter jets as well? Was it Kuwait? Or was Kuwait?
That was Kuwait.
Qatar shooting down to, but you sure it was Qatar? Or was it because there's a U.S. military base over there?
Qatar.
They have their own points.
They shot down 2.
Did they really?
Look it up.
I'm gonna have to look this one up. Yeah, they shot down 2 Iranian fighter jets, right?
So, Amir, it's like our job to pull the Gulf countries into this war. We have to pull them in.
But did you hear about the Turkey getting hit? They were about to get hit with the Iranian ballistic missile, but it was shot down by NATO. Did you hear about Iran calling Turkey that it wasn't us, it was the Zionist entity that's trying to get us?
Put a link in the chat, please.
That's what somebody said to me earlier.
Okay, that's rumor. Put a link. Yeah, please.
Let me find it.
You deal with facts, not rumors.
I know. We'll put the link in the chat.
Please, yeah.
But Amir, we have to do that. We've empowered the Turks. They were bringing 100,000 Turks from Iraq into the conversation. They're being armed as we speak, and then the U.S. gets to pull out in the next 2 weeks. we should be asking was, why were... There was a Saudi cleric that came out and said, Israel, America abandoned Saudi, they showed favoritism to Israel, and this, blah, 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 we were left like vulnerable. So it makes me wonder, was that like a part of the whole thing that, you know, that the Gulf countries will have weak defense, then Iran will fire on them, and now they could go back to their people and be like, hey, we have to stop this threat, you guys. Iran has went rogue, and all the other Muslim countries are involved as well, and this has nothing to do with, you know, anything other than the fact that they're just a danger to your life, and we have to stop it. You think that was set up, Amir, or you think that was just like coincidence?
All right, so in other words, this rumor was accurate. Okay, where did that go? Come up, everybody, come up. Let me send you invite, Palestine. Anybody want to come up? You guys, let me turn off the hand raising. Hold on. Okay. Where did Yaakov go? I was about to give him a link. Oh my God. I have the link here. Times of Israel. Oh my God. Times of Israel says they deny firing missiles toward Turkey. I need to ping Yaakov in here. Let me text him on the back channel. But Edward, you went on silent. What happened? You okay? You eating, bro? You okay? Fasting? Whatever? Anyways, Black Rabbi.
Didn't they catch somebody like some agents, inside agents in the Gulf countries trying to place bombs or something?
Yeah, they did. Let me pull up that article. Because in this room, like Yaakov said, because, you know, he's a God-chosen person. He preached to me. He said, no, we need to go based on sources. I can't go based on rumors.
Rabbi, is that a good way to pull the Gulf?
Where did Yaakov go? I wanted to freaking rub it in his face.
What do you think, Rabbi? Is that a good way to pull the Gulf countries in? Do some false flag attacks, blame it on Iran. What do you think?
Cool way to do it.
It's what they're doing, right?
Yeah, but the Gulf countries want to get involved. They have to show the people.
No, they don't want to get involved.
Of course they do.
No, they told America not to bomb Iran.
They paid America to get rid of Iran. That's their only main threat.
Well, do you have any proof? No.
$21 trillion.
Well, okay, but so they paid it. So they gave that money because they wanted Iran to, America to bomb Iran. Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Okay, so could you show us some kind of proof instead of just saying shit?
When I read
the Gulf countries didn't want this war. They actually pushing America not to bomb.
No, that's the opposite. The Saudi prince was the one calling Trump the last month and urging him to go after Iran with Saudis.
How do you know that? Could you?
Public knowledge.
I'll believe you. You just like, can I read up?
Amir, am I telling the truth or am I not being honest?
Put a link, show us a link, or article, something.
What'd you say, Rabbi?
Did the Saudi prince, was he urging Trump to bomb Iran?
Yeah, there's an article from Washington Post. It was 4 calls. I think 4 calls he did. I didn't know about this until somebody told me, and then I had to go look it up. But that is crazy. You have Saudi Arabia, calling American government to do the attack with Israel. That's just crazy, bro.
What was the
That
article?
is crazy.
Where was that? What was the article?
Let me put it in the chat, bro. I was in a shock.
The fix is on, brother. The fix is on.
I'm back.
I thought something happened to you, Edward. You okay?
No, I think something happened.
I'm here to protect you, bro. I'm here to protect you, okay?
Yeah, really?
Also,
I'm here to protect you. You're my brother. You're my brother from another mother.
You should know the difference between the Turks and Kurds, because you said 100,000 Turks in Iraq.
Kurds from Gulf Coast, Kurds.
Yeah, those are Kurds, not Turks. Right? So I'm just trying to.
If you had 100,000 Turks in Iraq, there would be some issues.
Yeah, big time. Either way, the world's getting better.
That shelter?
Of course, let's wait and see. The world gonna get definitely, but
Did they paint your shelter a different shade of gray?
Palestine, I'm about to put the link in the chat, brother, right here.
Edward, I haven't been to the shelter.
So if you want to remove the paywall, archive.ph.
Why? Why haven't you gone to the shelter? I mean, you can't be that lazy.
No, I mean, I live like on a roof.
Hey, what's up, Mashtaba? What's up, everybody? What's up, Jindit? Jindit. That's how the people say Jindit. Hey, Sarah. She's Iranian. What's up with you, Mashtaba? How you doing?
Well, if you live on a roof, Black Rabbi, I believe you can fly.
Okay.
Mashtaba, do you believe in armed resistance?
Armed resistance, what does that mean?
Mashtaba, do you believe Iran has the right to resist or defend against a criminal Zionist entity called Israel?
Yeah.
Oh, your internet is weak. He's actually inside Iran. It's okay. You can write it in the chat, Mashtaba. I think if you listen from the audience, it uses less bandwidth. Or go to the side 3 buttons and put select. If you're using iPhone, select ready. On Android, it's automatic, because we're special.
That's not automatic. It's just
We don't have to worry about this feature. But on iPhone, Yaakov, I put the link in the chat. Times of Israel. Turkey, Iran denied.
Oh, working with the Kurds?
Iran denied shooting a ballistic missile to Turkey. And because Yaakov asked for evidence, I'm like, okay, I got to give you the source. I have to source up. I heard the rumor in the morning. We have to source up.
Yeah, Azerbaijan too.
And I can't believe it when some trustable people, they come in here, they tell me something, I look it up, and I end up finding sources. I can't believe
That's
it.
fine. No, I want to turn rumor into information.
Yeah, yep. But
did a missile actually fly towards Turkey? Because
it was taken out by NATO. That's what the American narrative is, according to CNN. I put a CNN article in the chat as well, but I removed the paywall so anybody can read it. If you scroll up, you'll be able to find the CNN, and it gives you the events that happened on day 6. I think we're going into day 7. We're about to go into day 7. What's the time over there? Let me see.
Day 7 already. Oh.
Is it day 7?
I don't know. Right now, I mean, like really early in the morning, maybe.
Not yet. So it's 10:25 p.m. over there. In the next hour to 2 hours, hour 30 minutes will be day 7. Yeah. Hey, what's up, everybody? I see some old faces in the audience. What's up, Jackie? Long time no talk. What's up, King? Oh man, I can't even communicate with you, bro. You kill my brain cells. Farhad, that's an Iranian. He claims to be Persian. I don't know. Yesterday, kept coming up and trolling the shit out of it. I'm like, bro, I have to move him down 3 times. What you been up to, Jackie? Long time no talk. Assalamu alaikum. So Iran denied that claim, but Iran did take one. So I was reading up. This was a couple of days, I think it was 2 days ago when what was it? Kuwait. But they shot down 3 planes. Iran took the blame for one of them. They said one of them we shot down one of those planes. There was a total of 3. But how do you do it in friendly fire? I don't get it. And these are American planes. How do you do that?
I'm sure there was a lot of electronic warfare going on in the area. Because there were Iranian drones and missiles.
That's what happened. I think they kind of messed it up there.
It affected everybody. Yeah.
But did you hear the recent one? I think Black Rabbi said Qatar shot down 2 Iranian fighter jets.
Qatar shot them down?
Yeah.
2 Iranian fighter jets? I
think they have any fighter jets left flying around.
Oh, they have the MiG-29s that they purchased recently, but they're not using them.
They're not flying around.
No. I don't think. Why would fighter jets be in Qatar to begin with? That doesn't make sense.
CNN is reporting it. Exclusive: Iranian bombers were 2 minutes from striking U.S. airbase.
Yeah, they could have been heading west from Iran, and it's a very short distance from Iran to Qatar.
They're on the border.
So
Yeah, like they're right next to each other.
There were Soho 24s. There were 2 of them. They were flying to bomb U.S. bases in Qatar. And Qatar, they warned them first, and they said, you're approaching. They did not respond, and they were flying very low to the sea level to not be detected by radars. And then I think Qatar Air Force hit them, the 2 Sohos.
Sohos?
Sukhoi.
Sukhoi. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Those are really old.
Yeah, they're from, I think, 70s and 80s, but Iran has some.
And what does CNN say?
Iran is getting rid of old stuff now.
It's okay to get rid of old stuff as long as you can replace them. Right?
I know.
It doesn't make sense. Why not just send a missile over? That doesn't make sense. What does CNN say? Amir, you said you have CNN.
I put the link in the chat. So I removed the paywall. It talks about Iranian bombers came within minutes of striking the largest military base housing U.S. troops in the Middle East before Qatari planes shot them down. 2 sources briefed on the operation told CNN. On Monday morning, Iran's Revolutionary Guard dispatched 2 Soviet-era Su-24 tactical bombers towards Al-Udeid Air Base, which typical houses 10,000 U.S. service members, and Ras Laffan, a key natural gas facility and a bedrock of the Qatari economy. The Iranian jet were 2 minutes away from their targets. One of the sources said a second source told CNN that the planes were visually identified and photographed carrying bombs and guided munitions. The Qatari issued a warning over radio, but received no response from the jets, which had switched to a flying altitude of 80 feet to evade radar detection. The second source says, due to the time constraints and based on the available evidence, the aircraft were classified as hostile. The second source added Qatar then dispatches warplanes and Qatari F-15 fighters. Fighter engaged the Iranian jet in aerial combat before downing them. The second source added, the Iranian planes crashed into Qatar's territorial waters. Qatari Foreign Minister spokesman Majid Al-Ansari told the briefing Tuesday that the search is underway for the crews. Iran has fired hundreds of missiles and unmanned drones towards Arab states along the Persian Gulf in retaliation for U.S. and Israeli airstrikes in the country. Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was killed in the first wave of attacks Saturday when strikes devastated his compound in Tehran.
That sounds like a really dumb thing for Iran to do.
And then we have a statement from U.S. General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, acknowledged the incident in a briefing on Wednesday without specifying the Iranian bomber's target. Qatari fighters, for the first time, have shot down 2 Iranian bombers en route to their location, he told the briefing at the Pentagon. This was the first time then.
There was another airplane shot down. There was I think a Yak 130 last night on. I don't know. They do dumb things. They try to engage
I don't think. No, they weren't engaging.
But they weren't engaging. Down. Like they took off and they got shot down. And I don't know why they took off.
I think that's a training fighter, like a training jet.
I think it can be used for both training and light attack.
Yeah, I can technically carry weapons on it, but even the weapons are used for training.
I mean, it would be a bad time to be training.
They should be training, yeah.
Well, there's no way you can. That was their training. I mean, I don't know. I just can't. They wouldn't launch a yak. It's not a fighter jet. It's a training jet. It's what they train the Su-35 pilots on.
Wait, Edward, that's all they have left.
That's not all they have left. They have orders for, and they have received MiG-29s, the updated version, and the Su-35s. The pilots are training in Russia on those.
Would you have these initially? Yeah, but I'm saying, why would you have that if you're training in the middle of a war?
I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't make sense.
The mightiest, greatest superpower in the world, and you see after 5 days, with all might and arrogance, they haven't reached to all the objectives that they have set. Yes, Iran uses yak, whatever, that is for training purposes, to defend its sovereignty and borders. So what? Yes, you know what? We're gonna use stones if we have to.
Well, Netanyahu said he'll use his
Palestinians that they are using stones. Whatever necessary, whatever we have, whatever the capacity is. So what? Yes, we are a country under sanction for last 47 years, and we don't have this mighty F-35. And you know what? You couldn't bring our will down, and we are still fighting. So what?
Keep up alive.
Well, it was Netanyahu said. It was Netanyahu that said, "We will fight with our fingernails if we have to." Didn't he say that, Black Rabbi?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he kept hope alive. But this yak vessel was not used for defense of anything. They were training on it, and they wouldn't have seen and did not see the F-35. There was no way in hell they would have seen it because it was stealth to begin with, and it was really, really far away.
High altitude too.
Yeah, it was very far away. Yeah. This was not a defensive. They were training. No, this thing with this to me is very, very strange. And then after being identified, they still wouldn't pull out and pull away. This is so strange to me. And you have the missiles and drones, and you already shut down the gas production. So why it doesn't make sense for them to go and hit it again when Qatar has completely shut it down, and it will take a month before they're up and running again. If they started today.
That doesn't make sense. They just hit. There's an enclave of Republic of Azerbaijan called the northwest of Iran, and they just hit their airport. And I don't know why.
I heard that might be that, and this is unconfirmed for me.
It wasn't us. They said it wasn't with someone.
Oh, did they?
It wasn't us. Well, they said. The foreign minister said it wasn't us, but who was it?
But then again, somebody hit Turkey too, and they said it wasn't them. I believe that only because Mossad was caught in Qatar and Saudi Arabia planting bombs. So yeah, I think they're getting so desperate.
Azerbaijan.
No.
It's just Azerbaijan is there.
Guys, I'm from Azerbaijan. Let me have some opinion on that. Islamic Republic, they are trying to survive. They are trying to burn the whole region. And they did attack Azerbaijan, Baku. They also attacked Turkey. Turkey did not respond at all because
Cyrus, that was debunked, by the way. They came out and they said, no, we did not attack Turkey or Azerbaijan.
Then where is that coming from? Come on, man.
So if
those who
Iran
want to expand
Iran said they're putting the blame on Israel, and Israel is trying. Israel and America are after Turkey, by the way. Even though it's a member of NATO, right? They work together. But do you know that even in relation to the Gaza border peace, they didn't allow Turkey to be part of the Gaza border peace? Because Erdogan says stuff against Israel all the time.
Yeah. But that's only propaganda.
I know, but they're trying to get
Turkey
that.
and Israel that the best import and export. That's only propaganda because
Yeah, but countries are not falling for the trap, and Israel is setting a trap for other countries to get involved.
anyhow,
They were trying to get, in my opinion, Turkey to attack Iran, and at the other side, Azerbaijan to attack Iran, and they
that's
failed.
exactly what they are trying to do. What Islamic government means peace. They are doing against their own religion. They are trying to blow up.
No, that's not what I said. I said
Oh my God.
Turkey,
That's my opinion.
Israel and the U.S., one or the other, attacked Turkey and then attacked Azerbaijan, thinking that both nations would then turn around and attack Iran because both Israel and the U.S. are running out of weapons to attack Iran with.
Can I also add my opinion, guys? You guys have a wonderful time. Please, Cyrus, talk, but don't leave because I want you to also have a wonderful.
I was gonna tell Edward, I would buy that argument with Turkey. I won't buy that argument with Azerbaijan because Azerbaijan is positioned that can attack Iran. Really, it's a small country with very limited resources. They needed a lot of help from Turkey to overcome Armenia, which is like a tiny country. They're not.
That is why the president of Azerbaijan went to Iranian embassy with food. What the hell are you guys doing? But
why would they attack them then? Why would Iran attack Azerbaijan?
They just want to create the chaos in there.
Okay, no, but it has to be a reason. Like, I just don't see that happen. I don't know. It sounds strange to me. If Azerbaijan can't do any damage, maybe to make Iran look bad, to the Azaris in Iran.
They're not taking the claim. They're saying that because Israel wants to get all of these countries involved, whether it's a small or big, it doesn't matter. And even the NATO member, the NATO shot it down. NATO shot down. NATO is claiming they shot down the Iranian ballistic missile, but we don't have the evidence. The NATO is basically owned by America.
That was for Turkey, though. That was not for Azerbaijan.
I think they denied both, though.
They denied both.
No, Iran. The government of Iran denied both, but the one that NATO claimed they shut down was the one that was allegedly was shot at Turkey. That was the one that.
Yeah. That's true.
Give me a minute. I'm at work, but I just wanted to make a couple comments before I go, and I
sure, go
for inviting me over.
Yeah, no
I just wanted to remind everyone, when we deal with Iran, you have to understand there are three parts involved. There's West, which is right now led by U.S. and of course Israel and European Parliament. Then there is the Iranian regime, and then the third party are the Iranian people with all their political organizations. Okay. Keep in mind, as you follow the news about the war and the war games, you have to understand that the biggest war is between the Iranian people and the Iranian regime. Okay? The Iranian regime resume, when it comes dealing with the Iranian people, there are over 150,000 documented political dissidents that have been executed by the Iranian regime. According to the Iranian officials, there are close to 300,000 political prisoners inside Iran. Okay? And the Iranian regimes have called for a regime change since 1981, when Khomeini ordered the very peaceful protests inside Tehran to be fired upon. And since then, they have executed minors, they have executed elder, and Iran has the #1 violator of human rights when it comes to its own people. This war is the result and the fruit of the appeasement policy that West has implemented for last 40-some years. Are they going to cause a lot of damages inside Iran? Yes. But we all know in order for West to topple the regime, they need boots on the ground. Iran is 4 times bigger than Iraq. We saw what happened in Iraq. You can imagine, even if they decide to bring boots on the ground, what would the result be? West must understand that the only force who wants, has the will, desire, and elements and the tools to topple this regime are the Iranian people. And the Iranian people have proven time after time that they have all the resources to do it. West needs to step aside and let this war between Iranian people and this regime come to a final point, which will result into a democratic republic in Iran, not the son of the Shah, not any part of the reformists, not anybody from outside. Iran is a very diverse country. There are Kurds, there are Baluchis, there are Turks, there are Arabs, there are Farsis or Aryanis, and these people will form a coalition republic, not a monarchy, republic for the future of Iran, and Iran will be a role model for the region, how to have a coalition republic type government that's going to work with all the regional countries and go from there. I respect your concern about everything that's going on. There's a lot of civilian casualties on Iran's side. It needs to stop. Whether U.S. understands it or not, that we don't know. Time will prove it. But I just beg you to please not forget the main war, the main conflict that has been in the picture for last some 40. Amir, thank you very much for giving me the time, brother. I appreciate it. Happy Ramadan.
Yeah, no problem.
That's a very optimistic.
Yeah, hang on a second. I did check the back channel. I can't open up the link. I don't have the thread account.
So quorum 4, I guess, landed on
Yeah, I think
Israel.
Bahrain wants to say something, and then I think you can.
Things. One is, I respect Matthew's view, but that's a very optimistic view that all different fractions and different ethnicities and different political parties are going to unite and form a coalition government. It might also be that there'll be a civil war, and everyone's going to try to get their own little piece, and that's the other side of that coin. And maybe it falls somewhere in the middle, right? One other thing I was going to say, going back to what we were talking about some of the actions that are kind of questionable, is that if I'm not mistaken, about 10 years ago, there was a talk of what would different parts of IRGC and different parts of Iranian military do if this war happened. And obviously they had figured the command and control and the lead teams and communications will be attacked first. And I remember one of the generals, and I don't remember which one it was, but it was an IRGC general, saying that we have different cells that they don't really need command and control to contact them or leadership. They kind of know what they need to do and they do their own thing in different parts of the country. So like there's cells that are kind of, whoever is that in charge will make decisions of what they need to do. And I think some of the questionable decisions that we see, some of it might be the work of Mossad and enemies or whatnot, or false operation, flag operation, stuff like that. But I think some of it are just genuinely local commanders that are cut off from the main. There's no way that command center in Tehran or a foreign ministry can contact everyone at this point. They just make kind of on spot, not great decisions, and I think that's a possibility too. That's it. That's just one.
But you heard about they're going to bomb the nuclear facility in Israel, right, Better?
They want to bomb the Mona.
Yes, yeah. It's a
bad call, but
They said if you go through the regime change, we will bomb it. So if that happens, I mean, there's a lot of
that's a lot of problems right there.
Yeah.
It's difficult. I mean, it's kind of like dealing with a person that's drowning, that just like everything it can grab. It's kind of. I think we're getting close. I don't think we're there. I think there's still some structure, but if this keeps going, I think we might get to that point that we're dealing with the entity that is willing to do anything and everything in order to survive.
But Baron, do you agree? I don't understand that. Why aren't you guys getting the fact that U.S. and Israel are trying to break Iran into smaller pieces, like smaller countries?
That's one possibility. There are arguments on both sides. Some say that there are foreign actors that they think Iran is just too big and too powerful no matter who's in charge, and they want it to be divided into smaller countries and weaker countries. But then there's also an argument that says they know that will create a lot of tension in Middle East, Central Asia, Caucasus, Southeast Asia, like a lot of places around. So
the only countries that I think causing the tension are the U.S. and Israel. Iran has nothing to do with causing tensions in the Middle East.
Well, that's their opinion.
No, brother. It's U.S. and Israel are the ones who are causing the tension.
Everyone causes tension in
Israel. Israel did not attack. I mean, Iran did not attack Israel. Israel was the one who attacked Iran.
Iran didn't. But you can't.
I agree with that sentiment. U.S. and Israel is the one.
Cyrus, I'll give you the mic. Let Baran finish, and then you can have the mic.
Thank you. Every player in Middle East, every country has its own interests, and towards that interest, sometimes they play a peacemaker, sometimes they create tension. Everyone does. Iran does, Saudi does, Israel obviously, Qatar does. They meddle in other countries for their own benefits. That has been the history of Middle East for the past at least 100 years. So I don't think you can say
they're trying to play the Muslims against each other on purpose.
Sure, that has happened.
They have this policy of divide and rule. Divide and rule.
Right. Divide and conquer, yeah.
Divide and conquer. Yeah, that's a British legacy of in Middle East and around the world.
Yep. But
also in Iran, in Iran there's the second largest Jewish population, which has infiltrated IRGC and other Iranian political and other even in this clubhouse there are so many people who are propagating against the Iranian regime, and
for your Iranian regime is not the most popular regime back home. So.
Brother, then why in '79 did they put Raza Shah out of power? And also, these are the people who first made Iraq fight with Iran. Did they not make Iraq fight with Iran in the first place? Used Saddam Hussein to fight Iran?
When Saddam Hussein to fight Iran?
Yeah, there was a war.
I know there was a war. I was there during that war. But who did you say forced Saddam Hussein to?
It was the U.S. It was the U.S. Okay. Yeah, and then what happened was that the U.S. got against Saddam Hussein and Iraq, and they invaded the country. And the boots on the ground, what this guy Mehdi is talking about. And then now, to this day, there are American soldiers who are when there were American soldiers in Iraq, they used to go and randomly in people's houses and used to disturb them. Just the way Israel disturbs Gazans and enter into their houses and disturbs their families and women and children.
Hello, everybody.
should be all your question.
Well, I have a scenario you guys need to ponder soon. If a stray rocket from Iran is shot down over Al-Aqsa Mosque and Al-Aqsa Mosque is incinerated, and the plan to rebuild the temple, and so on, what do you think is going to happen?
Question for me? I mean, that's, I don't know.
I think it was Cyrus.
Ask me a question about Iran.
No, I think it was Cyrus.
So if the Al-Aqsa Mosque is obliterated, I mean, you see rockets are being fired in Kazakhstan, I don't believe Iran fired rockets at Turkey, and NATO responded. I know the Israelis and the Americans want to engage Europe, and Europe is now fully engaged in this war. I know Italy is deploying some assets in the region. I know England has a few assets in the region that are fully engaged in the war. And if a rocket happens to just land on Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem and the mosque is destroyed, where the Jewish or the Jewish people believe where the temple was, and that's their plan for a very long time, to destroy the mosque and rebuild the temple. What do you think the ramification of that would be?
Pretty much like every other time Israel has pissed off Muslims, so it makes intifada maybe.
Jindip, I think the ramifications will you never know. Maybe the Muslim world will wake up finally. Maybe, I don't know. They're sleeping. I mean, I'm talking about the Sunni world will probably wake up because at this moment they're still sleeping. They get the free welfare from their GCC country leaders to shut them up.
Okay, imagine this rocket lands on Al-Kaaba in Mecca, and Al-Kaaba is destroyed. Do you think we will have the same kind of?
No, do you know that it did get destroyed before? I don't know if you know about I'm sure you know about it, right, Jinder? It was taken over by some crazy psychopath.
Yeah, a couple of times. So basically, if it gets destroyed and rebuilt, I don't think that's a big issue. But if something gets destroyed and actually something else is built on top of that, that's maybe a big problem. So
you don't think it would have a far-reaching effect in terms of this becoming a religious war in which the Islamic world?
Excuse me, Max, are you Iranian?
Yes. It's all interesting. Yeah.
No, I don't have any question. Are you in Iran?
No, I'm not in Iran. How come? Did I offend you in any way?
No, that's okay.
No one in Iran has internet, so anyone who see Iranian, you see in Clubhouse, they're all Iranian diaspora, and so all the opinions you hear are from diaspora.
Yeah, Farhan was claiming he's in Iran. He lives in America. Such an idiot.
All internet is shut down, unfortunately. I can't reach my family.
Yeah, Farhan, do you know the guy in the audience? For the past 2 weeks, he keeps coming in and claiming I'm in Iran. And
I'm pretty sure Farhan is in America.
Oh, he's definitely in America. And now we know that he's in America. Such a liar.
I think there was an incident where, not incident, basically, there was there were a bunch of engineers, who tried to hack some routers, and the parts of Iran got partially connected to internet the other day, but that got shut down pretty quickly. So we saw some friends come online and ask me what happened. I didn't do it, and so there are elements they were trying to bypass the filtering, and apparently they were successful for a brief period.
Max, there are I know one person who gets through. I speak with them sometimes on Telegram because they have this super fancy what are they called? VPN, I think. Yeah, that's what it is. A VPN. And they said they get through. It costs a lot of money.
I know what exactly that is. Basically, a few thousand people have started to run, and then some of them have turned this into a business, unfortunately, meaning that it's super risky to provide VPN through Starlink. You can't be traced. I know this because I know exactly how to trace. If there are many people connecting to one Starlink, you can easily find who's providing all that. They're doing this risky business, and then some of them are charging large sums of money for it. But I think they're just stupid because they're gonna get.
Yeah, if they get caught, they'll be in big trouble.
Yeah, I have Starlink in my phone, but it's just you use it.
There's also you can call out. A friend called me and they said, "How can you call? There's no internet." And he said, "You can actually buy packets from Iranian, like telecommunication system from Mukhabarat. You can buy, and it's 700, so just under in Oman, and you get to talk 500 minutes to outside of Iran, but it goes through the government-sponsored program, so you probably have to be careful with it."
This time around, the internet is not completely shut down.
No, it's not. So I booked my friend yesterday. That's how I know. I was like, how can you call out? And he's like, yeah, I got this package. Don't say anything that you shouldn't be saying. I was like, okay. How is everyone? Everything's good? Very well. Okay, be safe. Okay, bye-bye.
But I think there was I think it's pretty clear that U.S. and Israel want the Gulf states to participate, and they also wanted to get Azerbaijan involved. I think it's pretty common. Tucker had a report on this, but in terms of religious sites being struck, I think that's a far stretch. I don't see that happening. They already have too much on their plate. US and Israel have too much on their plate. I don't think they're gonna start something else on top of all that. But that may be an issue for future. I think that's certain elements within Israel are pretty obsessed with that idea, and I think that's gonna be coming down the line, but not today, not at this point.
Yep, but the big question is, let's say America does go through the regime change. I mean, how do you? I don't know. Do you guys have? I mean, how are you guys going to place? Let's say even if you place Reza Pahlavi, how are you going to place Reza Pahlavi in there? Where is he going to fly in? Is he going to come through parachute? Or are they going to drop him from up above?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm in a position, right? So I don't support him fully. The reason why I think I don't support him, honestly, no, I don't, because I think he's too naive. That's my reasoning.
But Max, if America, I know, but if America wants to, place him as a puppet,
they would do. We just fly in safely with Airbus A380 something.
And then he's going to be surrounded by the U.S. soldiers until he's placed in there.
No, actually, he is. This is the truth. Up until last year, no one was talking about it, but now he's pretty popular at the moment. Among diaspora, I think his popularity is, I don't know, 60-70%, I would say. But within Iran, the entire, everyone included, I think he's popular.
Who said that Reza Pahlavi was popular recently? It was popular from scratch. The revolution in 1979 was not ours.
I have
it was from the terrorist group.
The Shah was popular.
Less than 2 years ago.
So there's an English show, by the way.
Less than 2 years ago, there was an election, and if he was popular then, he would have called out to boycott the election. But no one was even talking about him in the last election, and then this guy positioned whoever he is, he got elected, and then 14 million voted for the other candidate. So at the time, this is not a bad thing. This doesn't. He is popular today. If wasn't last year. It wasn't 2 years ago. He was there, but no one was talking about it as much as there today. He just went up. Is it going to sustain? I don't know. But at the moment, yeah, he has good chance.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about.
Since the revolution was happening.
So why wasn't he?
A lot of documents to show and to release.
But why wasn't he influential anyway? All these elections, he had all these movements. Like, no one was talking about it. Green movement. I was out there in the street every day. It was 2008, and no one knew him. I didn't know him. I was a student right after. Right out of college, we were out there in the streets every day. I didn't know who's Reza Pahlavi. Honestly, I was a pretty smart student from the best university in the country, and I didn't know his name. We weren't calling his name.
Because Islamic Republic regime filtered and limited our internet.
So you just, then.
That is why.
So you just
now, when the people was killed by the regime, they limited internet again. They cut off the internet.
So you confirm my.
How do you expect that Reza Pahlavi was?
So you just confirm what I said, that we didn't know about it recently, like a year or two. I mean, whatever the reason, yeah, he was the regime or whoever.
Since I grew up, since I was born in Iran, all of my grandmother, grandfather, every time they called his name for every moment, and they said this person is the best survivor for our country to get rid of this regime.
Sure, it's your family, but I'm saying all Iranians to ask them 2 years ago, who's your leader? I'll say not even 5% would call him. But now he's popular. I'm not denying that. 2 years ago, he wasn't. 1 year from now, who knows?
If you see that you can see he's in the popular media, because the recently Islamic Republic regime not only doesn't pay attention to people benefits, but also they fund a terrorist group organization and they destroy gradually our country. That is why Reza Pahlavi take action against this regime. As a result, that you see recently very actively against opposing the regime.
Look, Sarah, I'm honestly, again, I hate IRGC and Islamic Republic probably more than you, but I don't see him as a good leader because I think he's not smart enough. Yesterday he gave an interview to Adolf Hitler. You saw that, right? Everyone saw. So it just shows that he himself and his team are just a bunch of retards. That's all. And they're killing the cause. That's what I'm saying. So for the cause, you need a smarter leader. That's all I'm saying. So if you like him, you like him.
Let me say something. Reza Pahlavi didn't claim to take a lead of our country. He said, I want to get the referendum to choose the best government system for our country. And even people select this person because this person is the biggest enemy of the Islamic Republic regime. And as his father was against and his grandfather was against of the mullahs, so people select him to choose the best system. Based on the people decision, they can select their leader. Not now. You cannot say there is a Pahlavi is our leader, supreme leader of our Iraq.
I loved his father and I loved his grandfather. Two great guys. But it doesn't mean that a great guy cannot have a retard son. That unfortunately happens. So I've watched every interview his father gave. He was way ahead of his time. He was a great man. He built Iran. His grandfather, fine. But it doesn't guarantee this guy literally gave it to Adolf Hitler yesterday.
It really doesn't matter what you think or what I think. As you said, many Iranians, they like him. So that's it. I mean, he has a good chance, and I'm pretty sure this is going to happen because the regime of mullahs are collapsing soon. They don't have much power left. And Reza Pahlavi has a great chance because people support him. That's the story. I mean, you
Iranians in Iran are not going to support him.
Sorry?
Iranians in Iran are never going to support him. I mean, his father was put out of power in the first place because of a reason.
Who's starting? Sorry.
Ordinary people didn't put out his from power. The terrorist action against of him, he stopped murder the people.
The Shah grew a party in Iran and he never even invited the locals. The Shah in the 70s threw a party in Iran and he never even invited the locals. He invited everyone in the world and there was so much money spent.
Look, if the guy...
Of course he didn't invite the locals. He doesn't like Iranian. And it's funny what you said, sorry. You said the Shah is standing up against the RGC. What is he exactly doing? The son of the Shah, Reza Pahlavi? What is he exactly doing? I don't understand. He's not doing anything. He can't even keep his wife. He just told the people to go out.
Look,
and
Farhad,
revolution, what did he do?
No, you said the Shah now, the Reza Pahlavi is standing against the RGC, but he's not actually standing for anyone. He's not doing anything. And Farhad, you said a lot of people. So a lot of people also.
Is it me
like,
or your
what's
line?
her name? The other one, Haida. So matter that people like.
You're breaking up.
Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Arad, can you tell us what state are you in? What American state? Are you in New York or California? If you're in California, pull up in Compton. Pull up in Compton.
Also,
yeah, I'm in Compton.
Excuse me, I have a laggy internet.
You're not in Iran. Are you in Iran, Sarah?
No.
Also in California.
I know.
I mean, look, I think things are happening rapidly. I think.
Also, Ahmed, there were attacks in Turkey and in Azerbaijan airport as well. And Iran did not claim those attacks. So the Israeli are doing this on purpose.
I'll tell you what
it is on the purpose. 100% I can tell you. They kill people. The last month, 40,000 people they killed.
He's talking about Israel. Sarah, he's talking about Israel doing the attack to get them involved. Not Iran, Israel.
Yes, Ahmed.
What their strategy is. Iran's strategy at the moment is to hit everyone in the Gulf and do not enter any more in the north. The reason is they want to keep the borders and the Caspian Sea open for trade. So they're gonna drag the war as long as they're gonna make this one a lengthy one. So they need to trade with Russia. They need to import grain, food, etc. So they're not gonna enter any war with Azerbaijan or.
Yeah, it makes no sense for them to hit Azerbaijan or Turkey. It is the Israeli who are doing this.
So they denied the attacks, and I think Azerbaijan is not going to enter anymore.
Also, they're trying to do another thing. They are funding Kurdistan in Iraq, and then they're telling the Iranian Kurd border so that they're funding them to open up a new front so that Iran can be formed into little and smaller countries.
I want you all to notice to a fact on the ground, which was surprising to me as well. So China is providing a great deal of support to Iran at the moment. You've heard about fog of war. They've literally cleared out all fog of war. This has never happened before. It was always US alone that had intelligence, satellite, they had everything. They had clear visibility and no one else did. So when Saddam Hussein was attacked, they couldn't see anywhere. They was just clueless. This time around, China, they didn't provide weapons, but they're providing full visibility to Iran. That's why you see them hitting $1 billion radar systems in the Gulf precisely, and with just drones worth 30,000. So it's pretty clear. Even this guy, the foreign minister, just gave an interview today. He said, yeah, China and Russia, to some extent, are helping out Iran's government. For the first, I never saw China going all in for Iran, but this time around, everyone knows like it can't be accidental. They're hitting the targets with pretty good accuracy, and all like very most valuable assets in the Gulf. All of them are done. Why this silence? No one's any opinions?
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking about some of the
Just
people
about
that.
and ask if y'all heard about that Marine is handbooked by the senator. Senator, shit, what was his name? The GOP senator. Because he yelled out in the courtroom, he said, nobody wants to fight for Israel. That's what I have put in the link. He yelled out, this is a Marine veteran. And this GOP senator, they tried to take him out the courtroom. They were grabbing him. They broke his hand. Because he
on the video. I seen the video.
You know,
oh, you saw it? You saw it, Amir?
Yeah, I saw the video yesterday.
Oh, why don't you put it up in Jumbotron so everybody else can see it?
Let me see.
See, fascinating.
Yeah, somebody texted me on Twitter. Let me see if I can.
Ahmed.
When that shit just
Reverend, do you know about the U.S. Secretary of Defense? Secretary of Defense.
What about?
So he took out a book called The American Crusade.
He banned it.
In this book, there are he has mentioned how much he hates Muslims and Islam, and he has also mentioned that he hates feminism and he hates secularism.
Ain't nothing new.
But this guy who is the Secretary of Defense in the United States.
We already know that. They are. Well, what would you say, Amir?
Who is this?
Nothing, I just said it's Pete Hexed, I think.
Yes, this guy, Secretary of Defense. He has a book called The American Crusade. And you can just chat GPT and tell chat GPT to give a summary of that book. Pete Hexet is the guy. He comes on television.
Somebody wrote America is turning into Israel.
Here's the link. It's from Twitter. Anybody can open it. You don't have to sign up for it. And check out this video. Yeah.
Hey guys.
Right? Did he eventually get arrested and put in jail?
Yeah, I think they did arrest him, but
Guys, how's our freedom of speech? We don't even do that in our country with people that we don't agree with. We ask them to politely, like, wow.
Yeah, but TJ, he was interrupting the meeting at the government level. You could do it outside, but inside the, there's rules and regulations.
No, listen. I get that point, but the response is a bit heavy-handed. Like, honestly, there is no explanation that will justify the way how they treated her.
Disappear people. I mean, I don't think you want to make that comparison. Really, if you disagree with whatever current regime is in power.
No, what I'm trying to say is, in other countries, civilized societies, like my own,
when someone says it disrupts a meeting or something like that, they are politely asked to keep quiet or they are politely asked to leave. The moment where you get physical is if that person becomes physical. They just went out physical right out of the bat. That is not how you do it, and yeah, it's just a bad look on this meeting.
Americans have unlike streets, unfortunately. I see instead of really having a revolutionary spirit like the ancestors did, they really just kind of get used to stuff. And the powers that be keep pushing it and see how far they will go until it becomes normalized. And so we live in fear now of our own government, our own criminal justice system.
Yeah, no, like free-handed manhandling is not normal. That is uncivilized behavior. It's ratchet ass, booty, stinking ass behavior. You don't treat people like that, regardless if you agree with their viewpoint or you don't.
Amir, you thought that the guy had it coming, like he deserved it because of his behavior?
No, not deserved it. I said there's rules and regulations when you go to these government offices, right?
Yeah, but
if you're gonna keep shouting, hold on a second, TJ, hold on, bro, hold on. If you're gonna keep shouting and you keep on interrupting, at one point they have to move you. I mean, same thing in the courthouse. They kick you out. They'll take you out.
Yeah, but this guy just said one statement. There are other ways of rectifying the situation. But that was...
Look, I don't know the context. The video I see, it doesn't have the context to it. I wanted to see what actually happened prior to this event. You know what I'm saying? There's a context to it. Because there are a lot of videos, what they do is they take it out of context. But I want to see what the context is and then go.
But I like what the guy did. He deliberately wore his uniform because the way how they're doing it, handling him, they were also desecrating the uniform by manhandling him like that. You see what I mean? It's a double entendre of disrespect.
Amir, is it true that the U.S. cannot hold elections if there's a war going on? Remember Trump was talking about that?
Yeah, there is this clause. He could do that. He could pull that. But we'll have to see what happens. I mean, and we have this dictator, Donald Trump. He needs to go. He needs to get impeached and get lost in the office. He doesn't deserve to be in the office.
You think that's why he did? You think that's why he started it? We are not officially at war. It takes Congress to legally declare an act that we are at war. And it has
doesn't see it as a war. It doesn't matter what Congress does. The whole
no. It does. I'm saying, if we're not legally at war, then the elections can go on, right, Amir? If Congress does not declare that we are at war, officially at war, then elections.
Congress is not going to approve it.
Congress, this guy gotta stop.
Yeah, hold on a second, TJ. Congress is not going to approve it.
Right, so then elections can go on.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so he's not really getting it what he thinks he's not getting that advantage out of it. Because I remember him asking that publicly.
Yo, so this war goes on, can't Trump still stay in office even though they have an election because of war power? He's kind of silly just being a Netanyahu.
Isn't Netanyahu the real president of America?
Yeah, what's up, saying
not officially, but he runs stuff.
He is, because the whole world is now realizing that this guy literally has America by the balls completely.
Bro, but why is it him, not the president of Israel? It's kind of weird. I wonder does it end with him if he goes to jail?
Their president is like a vice president type of thing.
I've never seen him, bro. I've never heard this guy's name. Well, no, I mean, actually, we try to ask the president to pardon him. Pardon Netanyahu. Trump asked the president to pardon him.
He is, Yeah, no, because the president is like a figurehead. It's very similar to Germany, where they also have a president, and then there's the chancellor. The chancellor is the one that actually has the power. Similar situation with their government. Yes, they have a president, but the definition of what they define as a president is not the same definition as ours. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so the president over there is symbolic, and president does have the ability to pardon him. But to pardon him, he would have to accept the guilt. And if he accepts the guilt, then he's going to have to go off the chair. He won't no longer be a leader. You know what I'm saying? And this is why they're stuck in the middle. Trump is, putting pressure on President of Israel. But President of Israel, in the past, it did happen. They did pardon a few people, officials, whatever, but after accepting the guilt. So he has to accept the guilt that he did do corruption inside Israel. And then they will probably pardon him, and then I don't think he'll be able to serve in the government anymore. He'll be gone.
Good riddance, bro. He's caused so many wars.
But it's not just him. It's the whole entity itself. It's a demonic piece of shit entity that's committing war crimes. You think Netanyahu is the only person? Netanyahu is the only person? No, it's not. It's not just him. It's a whole fucking demonic Zionist entity that's involved in committing crimes. You see Ben Gavir Smotrich going to settlements. You see that Daniela Weiss, even though she's not related to the government, she's in direct touch with Netanyahu. He does support the settlements, but he doesn't say it on TV. And, she said it on the Settler documentary. I don't know if you guys watched it. I'll put the link in the chat for the Settler documentary. You guys can watch it.
Thanks for the link. I strongly suggest people not to click on links that Amir is posting to them.
Okay, fine. Okay. You live in America, bro. Come here. It's not.
I'm here in America.
You lie.
He's a Mossad agent, bro. Every single time someone comes in,
you're like an IRGC member. You lied for the past 2 weeks. You're in Iran, right? But we find out that you're not in Iran. You're just a lying piece of shit, a scumbag, and a Zionist scumbag.
You are in America?
Yes, I'm in California.
Did you get your 7,000?
I'm not scared. I'm in California. Idiot, I'm in California.
We have free speech, buddy.
This will be arrested. Just wait.
Don't be arrested. Zionist scumbag.
Yes.
Go live inside Israel. Go. You're a Zionist.
Bro, they're gonna bomb your country. Go live in them.
You're a Zionist Persian Jew. Go live inside Israel. Go.
You support
Are you circumcised? They're gonna circumcise you.
You support enemy of America. You live in America.
When did I say I support the enemy? I support you. You're the enemy of America. You need to be exported. You need to be exported, not deported. They need to pack you in a box and export you to America.
Baby killers. You eat babies.
Hold up. We need to track you down so we can send the coordinates to the Iran military.
Baby killers. You eat babies.
We need to track you, but we're sending your location to the RGC and your little Mossad.
Hold on a second. I think Farhad wants to speak. Yes.
Farhad, you said you were discussing Reza Pahlavi earlier, and you said it doesn't matter. You said what matters is that the Iranian people like him. So a lot of people like Taylor Swift. A lot of people like Ariana Grande. Can they rule a country? I mean, I'm sure more people that like Ariana Grande.
Because there will be a democracy in Iran, right?
You're Mossad agent. Be quiet.
Is he the right candidate to run a strong country like Iran?
Can Trump run America?
No, he's actually a pretty tough jab at it. He's not eligible to. Look what he's done. Oh my god, he dragged us into another war. Oh my god. Is it optimal?
Who the fuck
That's the question. Is it optimal?
I'm talking to Fire, not you.
There's nothing wrong. No. You're a little Mossad agent. Relax, your little Mossad agent.
There's nothing wrong with cheeseburgers. Okay?
Okay. You have to try Juju Kebab.
I think Farhad needs to try Heart Attack burgers in Vegas. Farhad, when you go over there, and I hope you get a heart attack. You want to send me to the feds, right? I hope you get a heart attack.
Don't worry, Farhan. If you live in America, you're safe. They accept Zionists here. You're safe, but don't ever go back to Iran. They'll shoot you down, you little Mossad agent. They'll execute you. So be glad that you're in America. Really, you're in America, right? Be glad that you're here. Listen, attack my argument, buddy.
Are you being disrespectful to me? He's being respectful to you. Why are you being disrespectful? Why are you getting into emotions?
It's okay, bro. It's okay. The thing is, like, he's making himself look bad. Bro, I'm gonna turn you into the Iranian authorities, you little Mossad agent. You're gonna get captured. You little betrayer. You betrayed your whole entire nation.
What the fucking name this guy has?
You betrayed your nation. You're getting attacked and you're rooting for the opposition. You little traitor. I'm turning you in.
He's a traitor, bro. He's a traitor.
Damn, you are a fucking asshole. You are supporting Hezbollah. You're supporting terrorism.
No. I don't say money. You're supporting violence. There's a difference.
Farhad, you're supporting genocide.
I support every sovereign nation has their own border. No attacks.
Tribal language. We don't speak tribal language. Speak in English. Speak in English. You don't know how to speak English? Keep it in English. We're not in Raza Pahlavi's house, okay? We're not on Epstein or Raza Pahlavi's island. The Epstein island.
They were supporting apartheid before the 1979 revolution.
And we have pictures of Raza Pahlavi taking shots with the Epstein. Did you notice for that?
They tried to do something.
Do you want me to put it in there?
This is
Oh my God, you support a pedophile.
Not anymore. You are
He's like, I know horses.
We need to deport your ass stupid back to Iran.
You eat babies and test
Your room has been monitored. I promise you.
My room has been monitored.
He's
Oh my God.
Wait, are you proud of that?
This family is dead the night before he dead. You know that?
Are you using Pegasus? Are you using
You are in big trouble.
I'm so scared. Yeah, we have free speech in this country. We can say whatever we want. Why don't we have free speech? Why don't you go back to Iran if you have free speech?
Your brother, your Iranian brother, started cursing everybody out, giving me FBI threats. Is that the Iranian way? Is it the Raza Pahlavi way? A disgusting behavior, a terroristic way? Giving me threats that he's going to send FBI to my address? Do you understand English?
You left.
No, you left or what?
Yeah, he'll be back.
All right, Mossad agent down. Mossad agent down. Seriously,
this is definitely an Israeli way, you know? Israeli and look at Sarah. She's, God bless Israel, a disgusting state. The state that attacking your country and killing innocent civilians, that killed 168 girls in an elementary school. You supported, right, Sarah? You're no different than Zionist scumbags.
Look, Amir, I did some research. The Pahlavi dynasty supported apartheid South Africa. They were giving apartheid South Africa 90% of its petrol until the 1979 revolution, where then the current administration in Iran stopped oil exports to apartheid.
Yeah, it's a disgusting entity, Brad. What do you expect? This Raza Pahlavi, all these Shah, these are all pedophiles and some bullshitters. They're into all this, garbage shit. Nobody supports. I don't support IRGC. All these are the Shah, but these Shahs, bro, they one by one, they're mentally retarded.
Oh yeah. I don't think Reza Pahlavi would survive an hour in Tehran, let alone a minute. He
doesn't have a credentials. He was a baby when he came to America.
He may not survive leaving the airplane going to the terminal. That's how unpopular I think he is in Iran.
What's up, Shaz? How you doing today? What's up, man?
Also, why do they want to impose a leader that was only there when he was a teenager? That has little. He's a cuck. I believe there is no. We all know his wife is dating someone.
He's an American puppet. But Little is here. Little, what's your take on this? Little, do you think that the other?
I just showing. What is your question?
The question is, do you think that the Iran, Turkey is going to get involved in the fight?
Well, I don't think so. Why? Just there was a mistake. I don't think so. Because Turkey is part of NATO, and it's bad for them to join this fight. I don't think so. Even Azerbaijan. It looks like a decision management inside the Iran has some problems. They are not working properly. They are throwing missiles everywhere, and this is bad for them. I don't think so. I mean,
wait, who said this was like
Iran? Iran came out. Hang on. Iran said that they denied the claim. They rejected the claim. Iran rejected that they did not shoot the missile. And same thing with Azerbaijan. They did not do the attack. I think Israel is trying to set them up, and America is trying to set them up because nobody, I don't know if you guys seen the recent video. Reverend did bring this up. I put the link in the chat. If you scroll up, it's on Twitter. It was one of the, I think, commander of the U.S. Army or military. He was at the Congress meeting, whatever. He said, if nobody wants to fight on behalf of Israel, why are you fighting? They committed genocide, this and that. And he was very passionate. They pushed him around. They kicked him out of the office. They disrespected his uniform as well. He was wearing that uniform with a whole bunch of stars and shit.
Mami, I can add two stuff again. Sorry. First of all, other side is Israel. Turkey has problem with them. Never can do it. Another thing is Turkey's economy. The economy is really depends on tourism. It's not like these Arabic countries, they have petrol. So they don't want these kind of fights. Otherwise, they will go down easily.
Yeah. Well, Sarah is typing a lot of shit in the chat. Sarah, do you want to speak? Sarah, is this the Raza Pahlavi way to curse people out and to give them FBI threats?
Sarah's a goy. She's doing okay. Thank God. Let's just start disapproving her. So you're for Israel.
And I was speaking him. Bro, mute up. Sarah, is this the Iranian way? Just put it in the chat. Is this the right way from your Raza Pahlavi supporter to come and attack people and curse them out in Farsi, calling us Mother Jinde and Kuni, whatever, and then kept on tangent, and then on top of that, today I didn't curse him out. Idiot to start giving me FBI threats. He goes, FBI is coming over. And he said Khomeini when he died, he said it. That he's gonna, somebody's gonna be watching Amir's room. I'm like, what? I'm that famous? It's such an idiot, bro.
I don't know that Israel and Mossad watch your room or not, but this room is very popular because every people say their own opinion. That's why it's very popular and it's very lovely for people.
I know. I allow it all. I even allow terrorists on the stage, terrorists, criminals, thugs. I mean, look at Black Rabbi. He's a terrorist.
No. Black Rabbi is a pedophile defender. Now we know.
Bro, but I feel like you have to have an opposition on the stage to actually prove your point and make them look bad, if that makes sense.
So I do want to say this: Israel and America is trying to take all these countries into war for Israel. For Israel, which nobody agrees. Nobody wants to go to war on behalf of Israel. And you have these Pahlavi supporters. They really want. Yes, Lito.
I mean, the very hot discussion between Iranian since yesterday, no matter they are supporting the regime or not, they're from Pahlavi side. In favor of Kurdish part, the Kurdish militia and the Trump today confirmed, I'm okay if they want to interfere inside Iran because most of Iranian, no matter I said they thought, if they came in, if they come inside the country will be divided.
I actually have a comment. I have a comment. Sorry to interrupt you there. I have a comment on the Kurdish. The Kurds have been screwed over in Syria just recently. They allowed HTS to take over the northeastern part of the territory. They got screwed over by the Americans. Why would they now want to now go back to America, which just screwed them over?
Yeah, the answer is illogical. Yeah, the answer is that Trump wants the regime to fall. Whoever can help me, I appreciate it. And I think
yes, but what I'm trying to tell you with the Kurds, why would the Kurds trust Trump when they literally lost? They lost their territory in Syria. Why would they trust him?
Yeah, but I think what Little is saying, TJ, and hey, what's up, Lonzo, Mr. Welcome, guys, Moria. What Little is saying, I read up on this yesterday. I covered it as well. You have the Kurdish people; they're being trained. It's like a separatist group. It's being trained and given weapons and money, whatever, by the U.S. To go into Iran, right? Because it's right across, and they're located in Iraq. Right, they'll go in and they'll try to topple the regime from within, So it's very problematic, and I think Iranians are under this, delusion or whatever you want to call it, that they might, divide the land and turn one part of Iran into like a Kurdistan, right, or part of the Kurdistan, little.
But they already have the Kurdistan.
Hang on. Is that the narrative, little?
True, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, so that is the narrative, and that scares the people. But Chaz, what's your take on this? Hang on, TJ.
Wait,
TJ, hold on, bro, hold on. Chaz, what's your opinion on this?
Hello, everyone. Have a good night. Salam, Ishqam, Fayam.
I want to salam, Shahzad. Why you guys are not together?
Okay, salam to you as well, little.
Salam, little, yaxşısınız inşallah. Okay, so my take is that we are in a very tough position. Like at the same time, I think that the plan of separation of Iran has been started. Trump personally asked them to get by the ground, getting to Iran by land, and he will support them up there. But because
do you support it?
I mean, I'm not supporting any of the outcomes unless the free Iran. But there is so many outcomes that the percentage of free Iran is getting lower and lower, unfortunately.
But the problem is they're going to divide the land. Are you for dividing the land?
They're going to divide the land. Okay, so my take is like what I'm predicting, you can call me pessimist. It's just, in my head, is just math. Because when the outcomes is like when the danger gets, like when we have more threats coming towards Iran, you have less percentage of becoming actually free. So my take is that what will happen is that the Kurdish army will enter Iran. They will starting to fight. Depend on how successful they are, the American army will back off. They will back to their houses. They will never come back to the Middle East again. And this war continues without them. They will not bring freedom. They will just like bring war with them. So we will start to kill each other instead of the enemy. Yeah, it might end up to the separation. To be honest with you, I don't think the other ethnicities in Iran want the separation. I think that soon, because like yesterday, yeah, it was yesterday, we attacked Hatay in Turkey. Thank God it didn't explode. They kind of hit it in the air before it hit the ground. So that was good. The oligarch also did a chiklama explanation, said that, yeah, we didn't do it. It was a mistake. We don't intend to become enemy with our friends, friendly countries, you know, not like friends, with our allies. And so it was chill until yesterday. Today we hit Naftavan. And it's not good because then the Turkish embassy also called the Iranian ambassador to go to talk with him, but also Aliyev called the Iranian ambassador to talk with them. I don't know what will happen, but I think that if it was unintentional, then why is it keep happening? Then if it was a mistake, then why do you do the mistake twice in 2 different days? Like once you hit Turkey and then you hit Azerbaijan too. See, so
yeah, but they came out and they said Shaz they didn't do it. Iran said they didn't do it. NATO member, right? NATO said they shot down the missile that came to Turkey. And Iran said, no, we didn't do it. And same thing with Azerbaijan. They told Azerbaijan we didn't do it either. But I had somebody in here.
I also, sorry, I'm so sorry. Just let me also add this and then I will give you the mic. I also watched another video. It was from Dubai. I don't know if you watched it or not. There is this like bombs like exploding in the background. And he explained that if Iran shoots these missiles, they will head this way. Okay, so he said that let's say that the geopolitical situation of Dubai is somehow that if Iran hits us, for example, it will hit in the east. But if America and Israel hits us, it will hit in the place that you are seeing that they're hitting. So if the video, if what he is claiming is true, it means that Israel is trying to, start a fight between, is starting to like kind of make the Arab countries to also start attacking Iran. It's not really surprising if you also consider that a couple of days ago they bombed Iraq-Iran border to kind of make the Kurds to come to the border. So yeah, go on. I just wanted to mention this too.
Yeah. No, all I was saying was America is trying to do everything in Israel, and Israel, the American government has become Israel's bitch. Israel is trying to do everything they can, and Trump, to get other countries to get involved because America is running out of ammunition. The one that go in the defense, the THAAD system or whatever to shoot down anything that comes from Iran. And it cost, like those THAAD system, for every time it shoots down, it costs American taxpayers almost $12 million.
Quick question, Amir, if you remember, I told you the first start of this war in this group that how the Kurds will be ignited and were already getting ignited per reports. Now it's pretty obvious because Trump made that phone call, but CIA has been working with them for a very long time. Same way I mentioned Jaish-e-Adil, and you'll see from Afghanistan ISIS-type militia factions come up. They will be foreign fighters, most of them, and these foreign fighters will be funded by Saudi Arabia and these Arab countries to get boots. The US is not going to put boots on the ground, neither will Israel. They're going to use the same proxy methodology that they used in Libya and Syria. Libya, they didn't use it that much. They had internal warlords.
They did it in Iraq as well because ISIS came in thanks to America.
Yeah. So this is exactly the same game plan that they're going to use. Kurds, even at Masa Amini time, were ignited to start an uprising, which was quelled also in the north.
Yeah, hey, what's up, Lonzo? Did you want to chime in, brother?
Yeah, sorry. I'm really sorry, Lonzo, that I interrupted you. I wanted to say that I think the Civil War, even if the separation doesn't happen, the Civil War will definitely happen. Like, if the Kurds enter Iran and they start shooting, you cannot name it anything but a civil war. This is a point that I wanted to make.
Yeah, actually, I will say something. I think any Iranian that is okay with them losing territory to Israel or Kurdish forces is a fool. It's a brainwashed fool. You gotta
the word is traitor. The word is traitor, I think.
I mean, you know. So I mean, I'm trying to be nice. Like, how smart? What's the IQ level of these people, right? Like to say that this is a good thing. Like, even with Black Rabbi, Black Rabbi says that he believes. What's up, Black Rabbi? He believes that Iran should be divided by like I think three, like to turn into like three different countries. So what ultimately happens is you lose territory, guys. Your country will be smaller, right? Something undoubtedly would happen, maybe with these Kurdish forces, forcing Israel to take control of this new Turkish or not Turkish Kurdish site. Now Israel is literally going to get back to where we first started. So I mean, your foresight must be fucking horrible. It has to be horrible. That's literally what the game plan has always been, right? To from the Nile to the Euphrates, and I think maybe two of the countries that could stop it would be Iran or Turkey. And if I'm correct, there was like the previous ambassador to Israel just said that Turkey is the new Iran. So he's not even done like stealing land from Turkey yet, but they're already focused on Turkey. I mean, from Iran, but they're already about to start like making a case probably for the next 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years for Turkey being the next Iran. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much Mossad is paying y'all. It better be a lot of money because how much is your soul worth? How much is you being okay with the people dying worth?
Lonza, I think I kind of disagree with the first part of your comment, the topic that you talk about, how people can support that. So to answer that is that I can only talk from the Iranian people. I don't know what the Israelis thinking in their head, in their small head. I don't know. I don't care. But you have a government, to put it simple, is that you have a government that doesn't let you leave, doesn't let you, like, you put your child in the hospital because he has some heart problem, yeah? And then they call you and tell you that he come to take his corpse like 2 days later. You don't have it's no guarantee that you live the next day, you wake up the next day. If you say any slogan, like in the middle of the war, while this all happens, is a complete shutdown in the whole Iran. Like, none of us can call our families directly. They can only call us, but like, for example, my father is so old, he cannot risk to go out to buy credit to call me. So basically, the government shut down the whole internet, starting to shooting people if they slogan something, directly shooting at them, threatening them directly on national TV, that if you do that, we will kill you. Like, no joke. If somehow, anyhow, you support this war, you say anything against us, we will kill you. And so at the same time, you have a government that kills and you have an enemy that kills. It's just, and this pause that all of this politics affect what you're eating every day, what you're consuming every day. I think you guys, like some of you guys probably, don't have an image in your head of the financial problem. Like, it is something that it really affects you. It's, I don't know how poor is someone's is poor, like in your heads, but these people have to, and I'm not exaggerating, some of these people really have to buy their 30 eggs and a liter and a half of oil, and then pay it in months, so the economy is like,
yeah, I'm sure the sanctions.
and definitely no, it is not only so what I'm saying is not me saying this, it is the president of the country saying this.
All right, can I
No, the president of Iran, Dr. Pezeshkian. This is Pezeshkian in the middle of the war. No, the Pezeshkian, president of Islamic Republic.
Yeah, you know what she sounds like this clip right here. Every time I hear like a Iranian, it's almost like they work for a different country.
We Iranians were so grateful, and I can tell you that this has been one of the most amazing weekends, not just for me, but for Iranians in occupied Iran and around the world. Hearing the news of the death of Khamenei, that's like the equivalent of hearing the news of the death of Hitler. It's just something that we have been waiting for so long. And all I can say is, thank you so much. God bless America. I'm Israel High.
That's not fucked up. It's not fucked up.
Tell me, you know how to practice it. Let me hear you say, I'm Israel High. Go ahead.
No, but she doesn't support Israel or Reza Pahlavi.
But wait a second. Why do you assume that I support Israel? Like, why can you not take this in your soul? That someone can actually be. Yeah, and why can you not take it in your small brain? That someone can be against two people at the same time, Lonzo. I can be against two governments that kill children. Both of these countries, both of these governments, IRGC and Israel, both of them kill children, and I can be against both of them. Nobody tells me that, if you are against Israel, then you have to support IRGC. This is exactly what Pahlavi is saying. This is exactly what they say. That, if you are against war, that maybe Israel stops to attack us. As if, like, Bibi Netanyahu is like, he's throwing in the clubhouse to listen to people Lonzo, you have no idea. If you are not educated enough, Lonzo, if you are not educated enough, to know about a topic, do not speak.
Hang on, please, hang on. Look, Alonzo, so there are people that are centrist, people, like, they don't support either side, like Iranians, like, they don't support IRGC, and they don't support Reza Pahlavi. Shaz is one of them, she's stemmed with Palestinians. Rooster, I think, recently changed his position, he supports Reza Pahlavi, right? I was in a shock, I wanted to have that conversation with him, and I think all of a sudden he just came up. But before, his position was different, before this, the protests and whatnot. So there's like the different positions that relate to the Iranians, right? And I'm learning more and more every day when I talk to these people. And but it does bother me when they get Reza Pahlavi to what you call it? They're protesting to bring Reza Pahlavi back into Iran. That kind of, if you look into the definition of a traitor, because he's begging America or the world to come in and attack his country. You know what I'm saying? So Rooster, I don't know if you look into the definition. Look, no offense to you, I know you for a while. if you look into the definition of a traitor, what's your take on this? You know, Rooster.
Okay, first of all, I'm not really interested in the black guy telling shit.
Okay,
about
and you're
Rooster.
One book in his life.
Rooster.
Oh yeah, racist. Because you're a piece of shit.
Rooster, no racism, brother. No racism.
Okay. Okay, so if you keep the black guy quiet, I'll talk.
No. He's not racist. You said his name is Lonzo. Just stop being racist. Come on.
Okay. Quiet.
He's basically
Okay. No. Keep the black guy quiet. Okay.
Stop saying the black guy.
Yeah, bro. Could you move this racist piece of shit?
Okay.
Rooster, I'll give you last warning. If you say the B word again, I'll have to
want to hear about his fucking.
Okay, just say Lonzo. Just say Lonzo.
I'm not
That's
gonna
his
give
name.
I'm not gonna give him a name. Okay. So, what was your question? Why do I
The question is, did you look into the definition of a traitor?
Dude, it doesn't matter. Iran is under attack, and this attack is giving the people.
He's a proud traitor.
One chance to be free. If Pahlavi is the one.
I think you're getting a call.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you just went out. Can you repeat it?
So Iran is under attack, right? And this attack, for once, is giving us a chance to be free. I don't care if Pahlavi comes in. I don't care if Amir comes in. I don't care if Shahzad comes in. Anybody who comes and says, let's move this forward to overthrow.
So you don't really support Reza Pahlavi?
I support him because he's the only one out there. But if there's a second guy that's as good, it doesn't even have to be as good because I don't think he's that good. I just think he's the one that people are. His name is known. People are chanting his name. Still today, like 2 days before this war started, in university, the students were chanting his name because his name, the regime is allergic to his name because the regime, overthrow his father. It's like the most like. What's the opposite of good? Bad. What's the opposite of Islamic Republic? Is Pahlavi. Not that he's good, but it's just that he's like a symbol of like everything they've taught us.
Okay, let's go with your plan. Let's say they do plan Reza Pahlavi in there, right? Let's say America and Israel says Reza Pahlavi is the way to go. I know you wrote a book. I think it's 100 pages long, 80 pages long. In the book, he's claiming to be a transitional body, right? He wants to be just a transitional body. Now, here's the issue with the transitional body. So let's say if they do plant him in there to become transitional, and America says no, you're going to be the dictator, you're going to be the leader, you're not going to transition into anything. Would you be okay, the leader?
Amir,
running this?
America doesn't get to decide. Even Reza Pahlavi doesn't get to decide.
Trump came out today. I can provide you an article from Times of Israel. Trump said, just like we need to pick the leader for Venezuela, we need to pick a leader for Iran. He said he wants to pick the leader.
Pick it on your airplanes. I don't think he can do it. He can't do it from the air.
Trump
do it from the air.
Literally, they would invade the country. Let's say at the top of the regime, they will invade the country.
They're not going to put boots on the ground because Americans are going to die.
I'm not talking about right now. After, hold on a second, Steffi. Not right now. I'm saying after the top of the regime.
Yeah, they're not going to put boots on the ground.
They will set up a military base inside Iran, and that's my guess.
No, I don't think so.
Right? Do you know that Iraq is still under occupation? They're installing a military base by force. They've installed a military base by force.
Unfortunately, that bad experience is the reason they didn't do it here. Even though here, I think they would have been welcomed by people waving American flags as liberators, but they were not going to do it here because of the bad experience they had in Iraq, and that's fine. I think they're hitting our IRGC so much. This regime is falling. It's over. It's over. Like I talked to my friends inside of Iran because we're all nervous here. We're like, oh, the Kurds are coming. Oh, Trump said I'm going to do this. Oh, Pahlavi is a fascist. All this shit. I talked to people from Iran, the inside of Iran. They're like, these guys are done. I told my friend has 5 children. It's a girl who lives in northern Tehran, 5 children. I told her, get the fuck out. What are you doing here? She says, I'm not going to run away. They need to run away.
The Brooks are hearing the opposite, though, from other Iranians there, and also other reports from Iranian analysts that said, no, the Iranians, the IGCs have been preparing this for decades. They have so many backup after backup after backup plans, and the U.S. is going to be in for a long potentially $2 million reward. They're very prepared. But this one story from
I think like
can I just finish?
Let's finish it.
I'll be short. But Iranian analysts are saying this. Iranians in Iran, we're hearing on Clubhouse. You're also hearing from other reports from Gazetio and Al Jazeera and other RT, other outlets. We're hearing that actually they're very prepared for this war, and this is only the beginning.
Okay, well, if this is the beginning, if this is victory for Islamic Republic, let's keep going for a couple more weeks, see what's going to happen.
So I
don't know. You may be right. I don't know.
Okay, what do I get, John?
Steffi, hang on a second. I have maybe one or two more questions for Rooster. I'll give you the mic, buddy. Just hang on a second. Rooster, the big question is, do you condemn the attack they did on the school that killed over 160 children?
Okay. Of course, if the attack was conducted by the United States and Israel, of course they condemn it. But what I tell you is that out of 2,000 bombs, maybe more than that, dropped on Iran, one school was hit. First of all, I hold the Iranian regime responsible for failing to fucking defend the children of Iran. That's their job.
What the
fuck? They failed to defend.
This guy's a traitor.
They started a war. They provoked. Shut up, black guy.
This guy's a
traitor.
Rooster, come on. Please, nobody interrupt. I want to see what his position is on this. Go and finish it, Jeff. And please don't say you waste your stuff.
This is actually
just
good.
To clarify
something. I think I'm one of the voices on this app that get annihilated because I support certain groups of people. This is good.
No, I got you. I want him to finish. Go, Rooster. Shaz, please hang on. Let Rooster finish. Go, Rooster.
Okay.
Shaz, please. Go on, Rooster. About the, you said that the IRGC is responsible, or can you continue? Oh my God. Rooster, are you there?
Oh, sorry, I'm talking to myself. Okay. Because you muted me.
Okay. I muted everybody.
Okay. So of course I condemn an attack that killed children. That's basic. That's horrible. But I want you to see the context, the bigger picture of what happened. The school was inside of the area that was an IRGC base. They cut a corner of it, built a school in it. And while that happened, first of all, the fucking school should be closed. So I'm not blaming. Okay, the blame goes with whoever dropped that bomb on them, which is likely the United States or Israel, right? That's the most likely. That's the most likely party to drop that bomb.
It is confirmed. Sorry.
Shaz, can you please let him finish? Shaz, I don't want any interruptions. Go on, Rooster. I'll give you the mic afterwards.
So it was likely U.S. or Israel, and I condemn that part. But don't forget that this regime inserted themselves into a war between Israel and Palestine. That's not our war. At war with the world's biggest superpower, and then failed the children. Israeli children are in a fucking bunker, in a shelter, and they have sirens going on when there's an airstrike. What are we Iranians? I lived in Iran in the 80s. We had sirens when Iraq attacked Iran. How do we not have sirens in 2026? This regime is retarded.
So the follow-up question is, you do know that Israel is known to kill children, right? We have agreement on that?
Israel is known to kill children?
Yes, we have agreement on that, right?
Then I say that they suck at killing children because out of 2,000 bombs, they hit one school. They're not aiming.
No, hold on. In Gaza, they killed over 20,000 children, right? So they're known to kill children. I'm going based on the track record.
Right. You want to talk about Gaza? I want to talk about Iran. In Iran,
hold on.
In Iran, they're not killing civilians. I can report to you first-hand knowledge. They're not killing civilians.
Hang on, Rooster. You're not getting the point. I am going based off the track record of Israel killing children. Whatever place, it doesn't matter. Israel has a track record of killing children and sniping children. That's why
They are known to kill children, and this claim that I heard from a lot of different Iranians, some of them they deny it all the way. They're like, no, it's IRGC. I just don't get it. Why would you deny such a big claim? This is a very big claim. It's 168 little girls that were killed.
Okay. So I can report to you from the experience in Iran, they don't seem to be targeting civilians. I don't know about Gaza. I was not in Gaza, but I can tell you in Iran, they don't seem to be targeting civilians, children or adults.
80s.
No, I said I lived there in the 80s war. It's like making a comparison of two wars and how the regime is less technologically advanced in 2026 than they were in 1980s.
Hey, can I hear you say I'm Israel high?
You have never been there. Not even read the book.
I don't think I also supports Israel.
He's either that or brain dead.
I don't smoke pot. You smoke pot.
I don't smoke.
Yes, you do.
Okay. Yeah, you gotta stop with the racist shit, Rooster. Come on, man.
He's a racist piece of shit. Look.
So say something.
It's so hard to.
Hey, Rooster, your friends are anything like you over there?
Very quiet for such a long time.
Okay, Shaz, go on, Shaz.
Thank you very much. So,
do I get to go or do I gotta wait?
Steppy, brother, can you do my reading just for like maybe 30 seconds or 20 seconds? Shaz is gonna go and then you can go, brother.
Yes.
All due respect.
2 minutes. 30 seconds. She wants to
Okay, Shaz, I gave you 30 seconds. They just said, just make one statement because I gotta give it to Steppy. He's been waiting.
I love the excuse of just telling everyone that, look, I'm the woman, you don't have to talk to your sexist. So, is that the first thing, Rooster, so they actually confirmed that it was probably America, and it was actually 2 schools, and they were kind of far away from those bases. So there was this guy who was explaining, saying that, yeah, I've been in this military, I've been participated in these wars, I fought in these wars, and I'm telling you, if they hit those schools, then it was intentional. Second thing is that he is right about something. He said that they didn't save those children. I even heard this rumor that they told them to empty out the school and they didn't. So let's clear something right here, right now. We are talking about 2 governments, okay? Both Israel and Iranian, IRGC, they both kill children, okay? There is this Iranian girl. Last night, I think, she died in the attack in the Kuwait. There was what?
All right, I think it's time, Chaz. I gotta give it to Steppy.
10 seconds. You got 10 seconds.
Oh wow, Steppy's giving each other. He's got a big heart.
I'm just saying that keep this in your mind. Keep this in the back of your mind when you're explaining things to each other. That both of these governments, both of these things kill children. Then go on.
Okay, Steppy with the big heart going, Steppy. You see, much respect to you, brother. You see? Sean, you allowed her to speak.
Last 3 hours I've been trying to speak by breathing.
God, her up.
It's crazy. But no, my thing is, like, I don't think reciprocity will actually be involved at all. Because they used reciprocity as an excuse for this operation, in my opinion. They have to build a narrative that they have to feed to the American population of the reason. It's the perfect monologue asset of operation where Iran is. Look at where it's at. Look at you got commerce, shipping lanes right there that anytime Iran can under the regime could turn around and say nope, we're closing it or we're gonna cause constant issues. No, you also Iran is the in between zone between Europe, Asia, and so the value of the landmass is more prioritized than just the people of Iran. And the reason why I say that is because going forward, my opinion is there will not be a regime change. My opinion, they are going to dice it up and delegate it to the UN, between the UAE, America, Israel, maybe Turkey, maybe, and there'd be because you gotta look at this. Look at the verbiage that when they have these press conference, when they make comments about it's not going to be a forever war. This is not going to be a financial war, and they got to use key trigger verbiage to address that. Because if you look at the longevity of a campaign, they're taking the resources of Afghanistan, which was failed at doing democracy and a regime change. We have data to prove that. Why? Because they were trying to change a country and dominate it to a commerce and democracy that's best fit to the American agenda. And they failed at it. So what better way, in my opinion, is to divide it or to cut it up into manageable pieces. You'll be able to manage it with resources, able to delegate down to opposition and aggression, and you'll be able to control and have a way of able to communicate amongst each other. So I don't think going forward you're going to have reciprocity systems. You're not, because they're looking at the longevity. There you go. All that in a nutshell. Now we're going to wait another 3 hours to have another conversation.
Yeah. Harry, can I take a part in this conversation?
Yes, go.
Okay, as the last speaker said, that's very true. They use Reza Pahlavi as a cover up. They want to think, okay, people go on the street and then sending Mossad agents along him and then start pumping up the numbers, 40,000, 60,000, in order to have an excuse to attack Iran. And they started that attack. The first and quick attack, military operation failed, like they did to Venezuela, right? And then another plan is right now on the table. They want to arm courts. They want to arm separatists around Iran. All those groups, like people from south of Iran, north, and then northwest, towards some part of towards Pantorch. And then they want to invade Iran, take the part, separate this, because they want weak Iran. They don't want any rivals in the region. That's the plan from Israel. That's the plan of the greater Israel.
It's also regime talking points. Regime talking points.
Would you not cut me off when I talk? Didn't your mother tell you that when someone is talking?
I just cut off regime talking points.
Shut the fuck up. Just mute up your mic when I talk, bitch.
It's okay. Hold on a second, guys.
Shut the fuck up.
Hold on. In this room, I allow all parties. I even allow terrorists on the stage. I allow crazy psychopaths. Everybody allowed. Yes, go on. I muted everybody. Go on. Please, nobody come up to my.
5 minutes. I didn't interrupt anyone.
I know. Just go on, brother. Go.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate your moderation. Look, here's the thing. And then they're arming courts. They want to send the separatists inside Iran. Because what? Because greater Islam it's been their agenda for a long time. They don't want any rivals in the region. They want to get rid of all the rivals in the region, right? That's what's happening right now. They want Iran weak. And they're using the Pahlavis, that puppet, as a cover-up. They say, okay, you guys are going to get democracy. What a beautiful democracy in Libya and Syria. And what a beautiful democracy in Iraq, Afghanistan. We all love that. They don't want to send Pahlavis. You guys got played. They want to now arm in court, sending to Iran, killing your fellow Iranians. And if your heart goes for those people peacefully protesting on the street of Tehran and got killed,
also my heart goes for him, feels bad and goes for him, because I feel like they were supposed to get killed, but they got played. They got on the street in order to have a democracy. Now their country, the separatists is coming to our country, because that was a part of the big plan, and that was from the Israel standpoint, and you got all played, and now you're realizing that's what's happening. They recently Trump, like 2 hours ago, put a statement out there. I said, now we are arming courts. That's a plan. Day by day is happening. And if you guys thinking that, oh, Reza Pahlavi is going to come to the country and one day we're going to have a nice, beautiful democracy. Oh my God, you guys should be so dumb, not following the entire world, what's happening in the entire world for the last five years. So you guys
I'm totally agree with you. Mehdan, I'm totally agree with you. But also have this in mind. I totally agree with you. I agree with every word you said. I'm also against the war. I'm also against the people who celebrating while people bury their loved ones. Okay? I'm also against that. But to be clear, just don't focus your hatred over the people who are fed up with this government. They have nothing to do with this war. Like, even after the 12 days war, we were still living under the shadow of the war. We knew that it is very close. We were even expecting it in the beginning of the protests. I don't know if you remember, but we were already expecting war by the time that before the protests happened, isn't it? We already expected it.
Yes, but let me tell you this. That was a part of big plan. The Iranian people...
I am totally agree with you with this as well. Yes. I think that it was a plan to separate Iran from children.
Let's not shout right at the brother. He just got out. He needs to drink some water. Are you fasting?
Why do you shout?
Yes. You fasting? You're in America, brother? You're in America?
No, I'm not in America. I'm in the UN fasting.
No,
okay.
But the thing is, add something to what she said.
Iranian people. They're using Iranian people. There are so many traitors in the Iranian people.
Yes. And
guess what? They're going to use the Iranians, the Arabs, the Baluchis to kill each other. They're not going to.
Let me also explain.
They can't even send troops to Iran. Iran is a huge country, and it's not as easy as Iraq. It's a different country. Yes,
but I'm 100%
what they're going to do is use the people, the Kurds, the Persians, the Arabs, Baluchis, kill each other, everyone.
And that was
rid of people.
And there's,
unfortunately, a lot of people think that they will be freed after this war, but no one's going to be freed. We're all going to be weak. We're all going to lose millions of people, just like we saw what happened in Syria and Iraq and Libya. Yeah. Don't tell me Iran is any different. No, it's actually going to be worse. Just wait and see.
Exactly. Look what happened to Iraq. Like, let me talk, please. I have 1 minute to land my plane, and then you can talk.
Yeah, please allow him. Don't let him crash land his plane. He needs to land, safely.
I don't want to do another
in a safely time zone,
He's a pilot.
He's in Amir's house airport. He needs to land.
If he's a pilot, ask him to not talk because he will distract.
Okay, nice.
You funny, bro. Go on,
another 1 minute, and I'll be done after that. I promise I'm going to mute myself, so let everyone start talking. But one thing that I want to say, because look what happened to Iraq. They said mass destructive weapons they have. Did they find anything? No. 1 million Iraqi people got killed and 10 million got displaced. The same scenario from Israel dragging America into another war, saying Iran has nuclear bomb. For the last 20 years, saying the same scenario. Iran 2 weeks away from a nuclear bomb. When does that come? Like two weeks away? And did they find anything? They keep Ayatollah, the top leader of Iran. And then, right now, if we had any nuclear bomb, we would launch over them. But we don't have anything. So the same scenario as they did to Iran. You guys want to kill the Iranian and get killed 1 million of them and 20 million of them place? Please, guys, behind, support your current This is a war, and after that we can talk about it, how we can just have a report or topple the regime ourselves. This is our right, not American Israeli right.
Excuse me, you're not the only Iranian in this room. I don't think by shouting.
Ali Reza, wait for your turn, bro. I'll give you the mic in a bit. Yeah, Merad, are you done, brother? Have you landed your plane yet? Yeah? Did you pick up your luggage yet? Pick up your luggage, okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, Shaz, hang on a second.
Okay, wait a second.
Little wants to go really quick, Shaz.
Okay, so we were leaving already.
I'm giving my time to Shahzad.
By saying on the shaft doesn't make it right?
Teşekkür ederim Littleciğim.
Oh my God, you're so nice, little. You're very little.
Are you single, Shahzad?
What?
Yeah.
Okay, single?
Yeah, my cat. She's a cat lady.
Don't distract me.
Guys, hold on. I have to shoot. He's beautiful.
He's very beautiful.
Okay, Mehrad. We were living under the shadow of the war before the protests happened. 12 days war. We were all I am still stand behind my Iran and all of these forces and all of this. I'm not support IRGC. I'm not supporting my government. I'm supporting Iran, and it is my red line. Yeah, Iran the way it is with its borders. So that's why I was also telling the other guy, Nima, that if the war happens between Iran and another force, I will also go there to fight because I think the borders matter. This is what makes Iran Iran. Okay, let's agree on this. Then, and I think both sides using the people to manipulate them the way they want. So the Americans, for example, manipulated the people to use them as to basically, like we saw, they hit the two schools and people starting to bring excuses like, nah, it was not America, it was like IRGC, but it was, do you understand what I'm saying? So this is how they're manipulating them, but at the same time, they don't play a part. None of us play any part in this war. We are just we can only express that we are against war and we are not supporting IRGC because I am not supporting IRGC. I think you are supporting IRGC and you are such a cunning.
Shahzad, you address me. Can I respond in 20 seconds only? 20 seconds.
20 seconds? I'm counting.
20 seconds, just counting. 9, 8. Okay, here's the thing. When you say we don't take any audience, recently, please, look, you're distracting me, bro. Look, when you say we don't take any part, recently Donald Trump, in the way to justify that the attack was justified, put a post that Iranians are happy and dancing because they got bombed. When my parents live in Iran and they don't want to get bombed by another country. That's my whole point. So if you go on the street and protest and you say, oh, you're happy you're getting bombed, that's wrong. You're not happy getting bombed by another country.
You are not happy. Don't talk for me and my family, my friends, okay?
So your family happy getting bombed, right?
Yeah, we are all very happy dancing over ass off, man. You don't know.
Mine are too.
We dance till you die, man.
So I hope everybody's supporting this.
We dance till you die, man.
Yesterday, my brother told President are very happy for this war.
I hope you dance till you die out of
I'm telling you, I hope your parents get killed by Iranians.
Okay. No. Hang on. We're not doing that. Come on, Mara. And let's not do it from either side. Let's keep it civilized.
I said we will dance. We will dance.
Those people are all of them, they're Chinese, they're enjoying getting fucked by the Americans. Sorry, everyone, for my French.
Still, I'm not insulting anybody.
Thank you for really good, bro.
We will keep dancing.
We appreciate America and the USA for strike on the IRGS to destroy this regime.
What about the 186 children? 186 looking girls. What about the
Bisharaf,
Sarah?
bitches.
You're happy for that? You're
Let's give it to new people now. Bisharaf, bro, is dishonorable, it's disrespectful. Let's not call anybody Bisharaf.
People were kicked by this regime.
Are you hang on now?
Exactly, boys.
Look, I muted everybody. I want to do one person at a time. Please, sorry if I have muted everybody. I want to give it to, we have new people that haven't spoken. Moria, did you want to say something?
Hey, Amir. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on and analyze a little bit what Mihrad said. He said, like, all get united and under a regime and support Khamenei regime until we defeat Israel and United States. And then the protesters can go to Khamenei regime and tell them, hey, we want to get off out of the government and you have to be cool with us. Which is when they tried, like you said in a human rights report, they killed 7,000 of them.
Yeah, 7,000.
So, right. So, how is that logical? I'm from Iraq, and when I was living under Saddam Hussein's era, I would say, most of Iraqis, we were happy when they took Saddam Hussein down. He was controlling the country for 35 years, and he killed 2 of my uncles. So, do you guys think I have the right to be happy when they took down Saddam Hussein? They was pumping the shit out of my country. And I looked the civil war that happened, which is, I hate to see the division between the Iranian people now. I hope they keep it like with argument and debate, and that's it. It doesn't look like they're gonna hold it like that for a very long. I hope they can be smarter than this, because it looks like it is coming, but they should be smarter and they should keep talking without taking any actions. So Iran, that's why. Hold on. So I need Mihrad to respond to me. Just give me 1 second. Let me finish it.
Yeah,
So do you want me?
I have a question.
I got you. Let me finish it.
You can ask a question afterwards. And let Mihrad respond, because I actually want to add something in there as well. Mihrad, before you go, just like 10 seconds, right? Moria, the biggest problem I have, you just see what happened, right? People that are, saying somebody in the middle, or people that think, like a little bit along the lines of IRGC, right away they put people put titles over their head. You're IRGC. You see what I'm saying? Right. And that's a big problem I have amongst the Iranians. Same thing on the Palestinian side. Same thing on the Iraqi side. I'm sure.
By the way, just to see the brutality of this regime right here. When they threatened to bomb Daimona, a nuclear or whatever you call it,
their facility,
that give you a message that they don't give a shit about the Palestinian people. They don't
kill the Palestinian as well. Yeah.
Exactly right. And not only Palestinian, probably people in Egypt, people in Jordan, people in Syria, all the surrounded area. They don't give a shit about that. So don't ever expect anything less from them. Also, for all people who hate, by the way, I don't support Reza Pahlavi. I hate Israel as much as I hate Khamenei. They both kill people and innocent people. The damage Iran did to Iraq is not less the damage the United States did to Iraq. So don't you ever think that even if Reza Pahlavi is not going to run the country, America is not going to allow anyone to run the country if it's not their puppet. The whole thing happened because they want someone as a puppet to run Iran and to be their ally. It's mostly geographical. They want more land, they want more allies. It's mostly between Russia and the United States more than Iran and the United States now, who control more land. So even if there's a lot of
respond to
I want my question is, do you want the Iranian people all united under regime Khamenei to defeat Israel and the United States, and they're gonna go peacefully talk with Khamenei regime, and they're gonna like, yeah, okay, we're gonna leave the government for you guys? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Thank you, man.
Respond, brother. Little 1 second. Little 1 second. Mihrad, respond, brother. 30 seconds, and then Little you're gonna go after.
It's gonna take a little bit more than 30 seconds.
Okay, 40 seconds. 40 seconds.
How come the Bisharaf gets more time than everybody else?
Okay, I'll give you 40 seconds as well.
Why are you doing it?
Rooster, you gotta stop using the term. That's a freaking disrespectful term, man.
But he's the one, man. I asked Marat to respond for me, you guys.
Okay. Marat is gonna respond 30-40 seconds, and then I'll make sure to give you guys the equal time.
Amir, maybe we should send some of them down because.
Sorry, I muted everybody as well.
Yeah, maybe we should send some
Come
of
on,
them
man,
down.
stop with the be shut up thing now.
They keep on interrupting, Marat. If you guys have any counter argument, please give it to me like they're not like the last speaker did. By saying
Just go and respond, Marat. Go and respond.
Just doesn't make it right that you have a right to say, yeah, counter argument, please be civilized.
I'm gonna just respond to Muria. Forget about the other people. Respond to Muria. I'm gonna give it to Little afterwards.
Good point he made about the democracy in Iran. Can we do it and can we talk about the regime also?
No. The question he said that if you side with the regime right now to go after America and Israel, can the people walk up to Khomeini and ask him that we want the government to change and Khomeini will accept it? Is that possible?
I'll respond to it. That's a great point he made. Listen, does that justify to get bomb over our head if we
answer the question?
We're not talking about justification. We're not talking about justification. The question is simple. You can just answer that question.
I'm responding. Okay, here's the thing. People, if they go peacefully protest on the street, like they did, and the current administration, they let them for the first few days doing it. They've been hearing them. But this situation happened because of the sanctions over Iran, and economically, everybody's suffering.
I understand. We're not
answering the questions, man.
Hold on a second. Ali, please mute. Ali, you're not the moderator, bro. Mute up. Okay, the idiot keeps coming up the fucking mic. I'll move you down now. The question is simple, Marat. Question is simple. You made a claim. There was a big claim you made, and Muria was asking you about that claim you made. That if these people that support Raza Pahlavi, not Pahlavi, whatever, centrists, if they were to side with the regime right now to go after Israel and America, and let's say Israel and America is out of the picture, is no longer involved. Then you have, and if the Iranians were to approach, what's his name, Khomeini's regime, that look, we don't like your regime, we want to end it, we want to, turn it to secular democracy. Would he come up the chair with his, son or whatever that is in place right now? Would he be like, okay, would he be nice enough to come up the chair and be like, okay, we can have secular democracy and I won't rule over Iran anymore?
If you don't interrupt me, I'm not responding uninterrupted.
Yeah, but you have to respond to the question that are being asked, not you can't be all over the place.
Because there's a lot of factors, multi-factors to it, so I'm responding to it. Let me tell you, democracy and reform doesn't happen overnight. Look at another country that you are bowing to. It's Saudi Arabia. His dad was not letting anyone doing anything, especially women. Right now, Ben Salman in place, and they are giving them their reform is in place, and they are giving more democracy. This is Middle East. This is not West. That you can overnight come out and say everybody is put around like 80 million Shia Twitter saying, okay, now you can just go and have a club and have it. You can drink on the street. This is not happening overnight. Reform takes time. And also, on top of that, when you impose sanctions over Iran, people are suffering. That was about democracy. I respond to your question. But then you impose sanctions over Iran. That makes people more pissed off about the country and government. They think that the government is incompetent. In reality, the sanctions was imposed by another country in order to piss off the people. Plus, on top of that, not having fully democracy as they should have it. But it takes time because you're in the fucking Middle East. You're not in the U.S. Overnight, Khomeini can give a fatwa and say, okay, now everybody can go on the street, start dancing and having a club. That's
Again, Marat, you're not able to answer the question. The question is very simple. But you can't answer the question. And you're all over the place. You're beating around the bush. That's the problem.
This is generational. Democracy doesn't come to your country.
I hear you. Democracy, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take time.
My time.
What But will he be able to be like, okay, I'm gonna go down. I won't be ruling over Iranian kingdom anymore. You guys can select whoever you want to select, have elections, and people can come in and elect whichever leader. And that was the whole question about this. This was a question that was asked by Muria. It's a very good question. But all you're doing is beating around the bush. Mara, all you're doing is shouting, and you're all around the bush. You can't answer the straight question.
I'm saying that's the reality of Iran.
Nobody's saying it's going to happen overnight. It's going to take time. But will he be nice enough to, be like, okay, can I go off the chair? I'm going to allow somebody else to rule, and he'll just become a religious leader, and people that follow him.
The same question from Saudis like Ben Salman. That can you ask to say no?
My friend, can you talk about Khamenei, please? Just talk about Khamenei. Talk about Khamenei, please. Talk about Khamenei, bro.
That's the problem, Mahat. You can't answer the question, bro.
His answer is no. Let me talk.
Because you said
you've been talking. I need to give it to new person, Mahat.
Box me into a question. Let me.
Mahat, it's not a box. It's not a box. It's a simple question. You can't answer it, bro. Respectfully, I'm gonna give it to Little now. There's no point where I'm gonna have to pass on this question. And Faya, you can ask the question. Okay, can I give it to Little really quick, Faya? Then you can go.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, go on, Little. Please try to be little, okay, with the time.
Yeah. No, I have actually a question for Mora. I have two questions. This is my first one. But you...
No. I told everybody nobody's gonna call Bishop up anymore. If somebody does that, I'll have to move them down. Please, it's Little.
The guy who wishes people to die. Oh my God! Please, guys. You know what? Yesterday I was reading TRT Farsi, which is Hakam Fidan was talking about the Iran. He said, when we call these Arab chiefs to come to Istanbul, we asked them to do something to make Trump happy in negotiation. He said yes, but when he went back to the Tehran, they changed their mind. They could do something, first of all. Second one, it's almost 47 years. These reformists in Iran, they're trying to do something, but they couldn't. Most of them, Hashemi was died, and I don't know how long, it's maybe 40 years. Khamenei started to create an obstacle for the democracy, they know. But my question is for Moria. Moria, considering all these happened to your country from since 2003, today, are you happy or not? If let me ask it clearly, if it's you want to go back between 2003 or after that, which one you like?
Well, I'm definitely against Saddam Hussein regime, so definitely I don't want to go back to before 2003. I should understand too, what's happening in Iraq right now is not only about the United States. By the way, the United States started what happened in Iraq. But I have a proxies right now in Iraq supported by the IRGC. They want to put me in a war that I don't want to be part of, and a lot of my people are getting killed. Nobody declares war on Iraq, but Iraq is participating in the war right now, and Israel is pumping Iraq. Why? Because we got people in Iraq that have loyalty to Iran more than Iraq. You see that? So, yeah, I don't want to go to before 2003, but I'm not happy with what's happening right now.
So this is Fire. Yeah, Fire. Just one thing. Are you okay with the under occupation? Oh, actually, Fire, you can ask him.
My question was actually very similar to Little's. I was going to ask Moria. The same question. Do you wish that Saddam was still alive and maybe reformed instead of what happened in 2003 and the Civil War and everything happened until now? I mean, we're not free, are we? In Iraq, we're not.
Yeah, we're not free at all because we're controlled by another country as well. We're not smart enough to control ourselves. So, yeah, I blame us as well.
Yeah, and what happened to us? The Iraqis now were, as a society, what happened to us before? I mean, what happened to us after the 2003? If you compare the Iraqis to before and after, It's horrible. So, would you wish, like, would you think of if Saddam was still there, we would have a chance to ask him to reform?
Saddam Hussein is never different from Khamenei, and there's no way to change Saddam Hussein and take him down. There was no way. He was controlled. Can I talk? So there was no way. He was so in power. He was suppressing everyone. He was executing everyone saying any word against him. And we were starving because of the sanction. And he was dumb enough not to ally with the United States. And he had that mentality, I'm going to beat them. We're going to go into war with them. And we're going to win. And you know where they found him, right? So, yeah. Sometimes it's smart to join them if you cannot beat them.
I have a question for whoever's supporting Pahlavi. Can I ask?
Hang on a second, little. Moria, the question I wanted to ask you was under which era was better, under Saddam Hussein or under American occupation?
They both are the worst. Each one of them got their own issues, and the only victims are the innocent Iraqi people in that. So what happened is, United States invaded Iraq in 2003, and they withdrew all their forces in 2012, and then they came back in 2014 because of ISIS. With all of that, Iran were supporting a lot of proxies in Iraq with guns and with authority just to get money, just to get some more money to provide for their nuclear program, probably, or for the regime to stay alive. So, yeah, I cannot go back to Iraq and celebrate the Khamenei death, which is, and my constitution says that I have the right to do, but I'm not able to do that because I will get shot. By who? By the Iranian proxies in Iraq. In 2019, we had the same exact protest that happened in Iran, and we met with live bullets, snipers. The government says they killed only 1,200, but I guarantee you at least 5,000 died, and more than 30,000 were wounded, and it was very brutal. So it was not new. The same excuses Iran used for killing the protest, I've heard it in 2019 in Iraq already. We had the same protest to change the government. We wanted Iran out. We wanted United States out, and we just wanted Iraq, and that's it. But we got shot and we got killed. That would happen. Same way that happened in Iraq. So I don't support Saddam Hussein. His era was shit, and what happened after him was shit as well. No one is better than him. Yep.
Thank you for the share. Appreciate it, Moria. And Little, do you have a question? So there's a Razab supporters, right, in the room?
Yeah. So I think Andy Rizal was supporter. Is he here or?
I support him as the leader for the change.
I support Razab.
Yes, Sarah is the one that supports as well.
Okay, that's good. So, first of all, as Maury shared his experience with us, Maury, thank you so much. This is another reason Iran, Islamic regime, really destroying most of our neighbor country, especially Iraq, Lebanon, Yemen. Anyways, I think if the Islamic regime go, we will have peace in most of the countries. My question is, yesterday, the day before, we hear the news, Khamenei, after his death, his son, his name is Mushtaba Khamenei, was nominated as a leader. I saw these guys, they were pissed off because they don't want it, they have a leader, and even I don't want it. And so, for me, when I'm, as an Iranian, I'm looking at these guys, I see there is a government and they are using this like a king. His son will become our leader. But these guys supportive of the Reza Pahlavi, they are using the same terms. Like his son, instead of having democracy, republic stuff, they are doing the same. What is the difference between these two? For you guys to say, oh, we want Pahlavi to be in power, But for them, they want Mustafa Khomeini to be in power. Me as an Iranian, I want something to be selected, to have an election, to have a time limit for whoever wants to govern our country. This is my point.
I answered your question. We are supporting him for a transition period. What comes from the box through the elections is after. If it's a democratic country, if it's kingdom, we don't know. For now, we are supporting him as a leader of the transition.
How about yourself? You don't want him to become a king, or you want him? Which part you are choosing, republic or the kingdom?
We need to see what's in the constitutions in both scenarios, then we can decide. I don't know.
The most things that every Iranian has to pay attention in constitution. The only thing we need is that Islamic should be separate from the constitution, because whatever we suffer from in our country is coming from Islamic structure that they imposed in our country.
My point.
Okay. Can I respond to this very quick? Because as an Iranian, I remain the right to respond to this, because they already saying.
Dude, we did not call you to respond to us. I do not.
Who are you? Are you the moderator?
Marat, he was asking the Reza Pahlavi supporters, do you not support Reza Pahlavi? He was asking them more questions.
And Amir, Marat spoke more than everybody.
Yeah, so the big question is, how do you get to, how do you place him as a transition? Is he going to do it? Are you guys going to place him? How is he going to get inside him? And because I know, yesterday somebody was in here told me it's like a spider web, right? A web of all the IRGC members and whatnot, and it's too many of them, right? And if one gets toppled or one gets killed, right, the other one gets replaced. And it's very easy. It's just like with Nasrallah in Lebanon, right? It's like a spider web, right? One dies, another one gets replaced. Another one dies, and the third one gets replaced. Yes, Ali Reza. What's your solution? How would all this?
I think at the same time there are defects, Edwin. Do you deny that defects from the system? And contacting the outside is a collaboration right now. We like it or not, it's a collaboration between the opposition, United States, and Israel. There are some things we as a people know, and some things we don't know behind the picture. What we trust is the oppositions over elites are honest to us. That's it. We have to trust and do our best. And we know the history of our country. We are not ignorant.
Adi, let me ask you this.
Yes.
How many times has America toppled the regime or did regime change? Do you know how many times?
More than my hairs on my head.
It's more than 80 times. Now, America, right? I know you want to place, Reza Pahlavi in there, the transitional body, whatever.
Okay, let me put it like this, as simple as this. We don't want to be under Russian administration. We want to be under American administration.
That's fine.
Is that a problem?
No, hear me out. I wasn't going to the Russia direction. I was asking a different question. So let's say, America and, everybody saying they told you something else. And then when he becomes a transitional leader, America tells this transitional leader to stay in place as a king. Would you be okay with that?
I said something more than that. I said we have no choice here, right? I'm American. And let's say we make the worst select option, America. Do we deserve to die for our choice on the streets? Admin?
Yeah, but you do agree that under King, a lot of people got arrested as well, secret police, right?
Yes, but go and study the history and compare.
I know, but Salah did, torture, kill people.
In any country in the world, can you tell me CIA, Mossad, I don't know, Emirat, can you tell me that this is not happening? But into which degree, admin? There should be some limits. There should be procedures. There should be ethics. There should be policy. This is madness. What these people doing is madness.
Well, I mean,
if they were rational, we had no problem. We were not here.
But there was no freedom. You know that, like, for example, we had only two parties. Don't open your mic. I love him and I respect him. I prefer him more than his mullahs. But there is a speech from him says, if you don't want to be part of this party, you can leave country. There was two parties only. There was no freedom. Most of these activists, they were in jail. He was a dictator. You can read or listen to the interviews he had with Ariana Faloci. She asked him why you are not giving democracy to the Iran.
Yeah, don't say that he was a dictator. They don't like him. Now you're with our
Master, don't open. We're talking. He says because the Iranian people are not educated, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, but you guys are nice kingdom followers. But normally, they want Reza Pahlavi to be a king. But you say when it comes to the democracy, so, no, we will have the election. But if you read his notebook, Amir said, in his notebook, he became a king. He is defining all these three, separation power, I don't know, the legitimacy, what is those trees? All of them by him. The group he is responsible to govern country was by him. The group he is responsible to do election by him. Everything is by him. We were scaring. There will be, if you give power to him, you can say whatever we want as an Iranian should be a group of people. They have to be part of transfer. One from Turkish side, one from Kurdish side, one from Balut, one from south, one from north, one from I don't know, Bala, one from even religious people should be. We know the religion in our country fucked up the country, but still they have right to defend their own rights. We should have everybody for the transfer, but here only is a Pahlavi, even knowing that he has a lot of problem with Kurdish people. Me as a Turk, Shahzad can talk as a Turk. We don't support Reza Pahlavi.
Yes, but don't accuse him not saying those things. I think me and you, we have different understanding about that book. What you're saying is not in that book. Okay?
And you also need to
I always make you, but you
I also need to comment.
You cannot take things in your
Christy knows the fire.
Good job, I'll put you in the queue in a second. We're not going to change the topic right now, okay? So we have Chi, that he wants to speak, and then we can go back to this, go to Key. Key, you can have the mic afterwards, and then we can go back to this back and forth. Chi, you want to speak?
Yeah, of course, yes.
No, Chi, C-H-I.
Okay.
Yeah, greetings to everybody. I have been listening to every person's making on comment and key statement on what should be and what shouldn't. But the one question I want to ask is, every person wants freedom, nobody wants war. But the instigator of this war, let me ask a question. Which country in this world has America ever liberated? None. It's all about regime change, go here, bomb here. It's all about oil and interest. All this, we don't want the Islamic regime in Iran. It's all about oil. You know, I've been waiting for somebody to talk about.
Can you say you
It's irrelevant at the moment.
I know it's irrelevant, but just allow me to finish. Can you
just allow it, and then we will go back to the old discussion in a bit. Just go on.
So I've been waiting for somebody to give a brief history. I know the Iranians have their own their own trauma and everything they have undergo under the Islamic regime. But I've been waiting for somebody to talk about what brought the Islamic regime, how the Islamic regime liberated Iran from the Americans' puppet who ruled the country for 26 years. I've not really, heard anybody talk about what people in Shah's regime suffered and what led to the revolution and everything, how the coup happened. I mean, like, do you guys enjoy the suffering? Like, enjoy the suffering of being under a foreign government, milking your resources where you guys don't have a say? Okay, fine, let's say the Islamic regime are not treating the Iranians well. And after that, let's say this war ends tomorrow and the Islamic regime said, okay, we are bringing democracy to Iran. And every person is given the right to vote. Are you guys going to tell me that you're going to bring in an American interest person to come and rule your country, hand over your oil, where you don't have any access to your resources because you love America so much? Even the Americans don't even love their government, but you love the Americans so much that you want to give them access to your country. I think if you guys really want liberation in your country, you guys have a way to fight for it. Not inviting an outsider to come and make rules.
With all respect, Admin, he's talking out of his place. He cannot come and tell you.
What do you mean? He has a point. He's making a
No,
point.
he doesn't have a point.
What do you mean?
Ali, are you going to let me speak or are you going to take the mic?
Because
Ali, go on and speak.
Ali, this is all Americans' tax dollars being used to attack Iran. So every American out there should have a voice and opinion. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
American and anybody that's involved.
I'm sorry, I'm good.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, every American, because we have, even I'm an American, I'm not Iranian, right? The tax dollars are being used, and Reza Pahlavi asked the American government to attack Iran. And right now, American government is running out of money, and they're about to get more money to use to give it to Israel and to use it for themselves to attack Iran. And Iran, is involved in attacking other places. It's being used. American tax dollars are being used. So every American should have an opinion on this. It's not just an internal affair problem anymore.
That's respectful, Admin.
So what I'm trying to say here is, if the Iranian wants to solve their problem, it should be the Iranians. I don't think Israel or US should have mouth in what concerns the Iranian in their country. So I don't see the reason why any person will stay in the United States of America and tell the US government, go and bomb my country so that you can bring me and put in the seat so that I can give you access to the oil. Who does that? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It doesn't make sense. The same people you want to come into your country, topple a legitimate government, put in their puppets, he grant them access to the oil for years. So like, sometimes I feel for the suffering of what some people are going over there. But let's talk about the sanctions. Let's talk about the sufferings. We should not be up saying they bring the Shah to come and rule. Israel wants to be the power in the whole of Middle East. For 25 years, Benjamin Netanyahu has been parroting that Iran is 1 week away from having nuclear weapons. But we all know that the only person who put fatwa on the reason why Iran has no nuclear weapon today is the supreme leader. Because believe me, now he's no longer there. Believe me, Iran is going to build it and nobody's going to do anything. Nobody do shit.
Fuck up. Like, who are these people? Where are you from?
Nobody's going to do shit.
Oh, shut up. Mute up, Baruch, sir. Because you know, like, he's at 28 years.
Hey, we shut up so I can't chill. We shut up. Like,
Stop. Everyone has the right to have opinion. And so now, one second.
You guys allow me to finish.
Yes.
You guys allow me to finish. Even if I'm saying rubbish, no.
Abby,
I have the right to end. I have the right to
If you can land in the next 30 seconds, somebody's going to respond to you.
No. Ask Shasta to answer him.
Okay, sure. So, Chi, go and land your plane.
he's kissing the
You know, it's not your turn.
So let me laugh. All I'm saying is, let me just make it simple. All I'm saying is, if Iranians really want to take out the regime, the Islamic regime out, they should go back to their country, especially those who are in the United States of America. who claim they love Iran so much. Don't be in the US and be parroting about changing the region. Go back to your country.
My answer to you is
you understand. Fight for it. Do not stay in America and say you want somebody to come and
Who is stopping president if you live in a
brother, listen to me. Leave United States of America.
We ask for help. We
fight
have
the
to
country.
I mean, Reza, I told you this, bro, respectfully. We have people here that have the opinion. So, hold on a second. Hold on. Who's going to respond to Chief?
I can respond to Chief.
Okay, can I respond after Rooster?
Shaz, but you gotta keep it respectful, Rooster. I can't, please be respectful.
No,
American respect matters.
Okay, I only say stuff to Mara when he opens his mic. Okay, so honestly, it's not a worthy response because he doesn't know anything about Iran, and I'm really grateful for all these people here who are not Iranian, who are telling us what's bad for us and what's good for us because they have no knowledge of what's going on the ground. Nobody here, at least I don't want to speak for Shahzad and Rizal, but nobody is delusional. Nobody thinks that Trump and Bibi love us and they want to free us and they want to give us democracy. We don't think that. All we think is that because there's a war, there's a unique opportunity for us to overthrow our government, and we're going to take it. And you guys can key and Lorenzo can cry about it and say Israel bad, America bad. We don't care. We just know that we have a historic opportunity because we tried. We tried peacefully. We tried through reforms. We tried through peaceful protests, and they killed us. And we were not able to overthrow this regime without help. But whether we ask for help or not, it doesn't matter. This war was going to happen because the Islamic regime provoked it for 47 years. But now we have a unique opportunity to take this moment and overthrow the regime. And that's it. Nobody thinks that Trump was planning to free Iran since he was a little kid. That was his dream. We know that was not his dream. That was not his plan. You
but
see,
we're going to take this opportunity.
Now you
free ourselves.
Not interrupt anyone, right? You talk 2 minutes.
You just hold on a second, Mara. Let him finish.
You keep repeating it.
Mara, let him finish, bro. Oh my God! Stop cursing at each other. Stop cursing at each other. Rooster was speaking. Nobody come up the mic. Have you landed your plane, Rooster?
I just want to say one more thing. Maybe it's like lost in translation. When we say bisharaf, it's not a curse word. It's actually like it's people who have no dignity and no honor, and they
Yeah, that is disrespectful, by the way.
They kill their brothers and sisters. We call them bisharaf.
You call someone as bisharaf because it doesn't fit your
It is disrespectful.
Help me for 1 second in defense of myself, personal issue. I said my parents are happy. You said your parents should die. I didn't wish this with you.
You said you want to get bombed.
Fuck you, I'm talking.
You said it yourself.
Fuck off.
You was scared
Hold on. Did you, Ali Reza, did you say that you want to get bombed in Iran? Did you say that?
Yes.
He said
I didn't say that. I said my parents are happy about that. He said I
So if your parents happy, I hope they get bombed.
See? You have to shut up. You have to shut up.
Okay, we're not going to get anywhere with this pissing match. But Chi, I do want to say what's up with you, Mazi. Hang on.
What's up?
Yeah, hang on a second. Hang on, little. Shaz wanted to go really quick. And wanted to welcome Mazi. Mazi, what's up with you? Are you going to be here or you just drive by?
No, I'm on a break from work. I'll be back later, but I'm on a job right now.
Okay, no problem. So, Shaz, do you want to say something to Chi about what he said?
She's on the phone. She cannot talk. But let me
she's on the phone. Okay.
If someone is speaking
hold on, Mara, please, bro. I know you're passionate. I'll give you the mic in a bit, bro. Because this room is not a one-sided room, man. Calm down. Chi, by the way, you should look into the coup that happened in 1953 with Dr. Mossadegh. All right, after nationalizing the oil, because the grandfather Reza Pahlavi was actually, allowing the British to steal the oil. You should look into that one fact, and then maybe watch a documentary, brother, on YouTube about this Iranian history, and you'll probably get the hang of it, because there is some things that I'm very, very, skeptical about this whole Reza Pahlavi thing, and this And no offense to any Raza Pahlavi supporters. I mean, I know this might bother you, but I'm sure a lot of people agree that the father Raza Pahlavi did steal Iranian people's oil money, right? And
2 seconds. No, I disagree with you there. I disagree with you there. And let's forget about the past. Currently, our oil goes very cheap to China, and the regime, in exchange, receives ballistic missiles fuel. How does that favor Iranian people?
No, I'm asking you about did the father of Shah, Raza Pahlavi's father?
The president. You refer us to the past.
No, I'm asking you. Did he steal Iranian?
No, he did not. He did not.
So there's sources of
bringing an evidence that he stole money from the country.
Okay, so I think Washington Post mentioned $1 billion. Yes,
Ami, can I have a second to talk to Chief?
Yes, go on.
Okay, Chief, you understand your concept. So you are saying, instead of yourself, you are letting America to help you. Unfortunately, the government, this regime, did not give us another choice. Unfortunately, for example, I can give you one. Samson explained actually today in the TV, a national TV, one of the IRG's general was threatening people. He was talking to the parents. If your kids come to the street, and they shout like, I don't know this, blah blah. They are at the Israeli side, and we are allowed to kill them on the street. We don't have another choice. Even see what happened. It's almost 1 week, right? This is the like you can say the hardest war United States had since last 50 years. Did you see like a lot of Iranians came to the street out of the country to say stop the war? They don't have it because unfortunately this is not something I can say I'm happy about that. But yesterday I was talking about the reformists. They have a hard time to find Iranian to come to the street say stop the war because Iranian unfortunately majority of them supporting this war. Because the government did not give us another choice. They have a solution between wars and the worst. This is what we always repeat.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I please?
Yes, Maharaj, I'll give you, what do you need, 1 minute? Go on.
1 minute and a half. First of all, I just want to say, I'm sorry if I hurt any feelings. I do apologize if I said someone else's like pants getting down. What you get what you reach for. It was hypothetical. On the bond that they dropping on your
Dude, don't get personal. I don't want to get in talk with you. Don't talk about me. Don't refer to me. Don't.
Yeah, forget about what you said.
I didn't even say your name.
Do not.
I didn't even say
Do
your
not
name.
say anything.
I didn't even say your name. You respect. See now.
Okay,
I do not account for
now you're cutting me out.
He's not mentioning your name, by the way, Ali. He's just saying it in general. We did have people in here. Yeah, we did have people in here. Raza Pahlavi, like staunch supporters. They do they were happy after the Khomeini death, which I understand, but not the family. The family got killed as well, the kid and whatnot. Yes, sir, Maharat.
Thank you. So it's very moronic about someone that says, okay, my city is gonna get bombarded, but my family is gonna be safe. On the bomb, it doesn't say, oh, that's someone's family. Okay, let me make a detour and going this way and maybe drop this way. No. There's a lot of casualties. In the morning, Iran stated that 1,280 civilians, like civilians. And then 167 beautiful kids, young kids, killed in the school. And when you say, okay, let us get bombed because we want a democracy.
Can I answer that, Admin? Can I answer that, Admin?
No, I have.
No, I stopped you because you're lying. I stopped you because you're lying.
What do you mean? You cannot assist me on time.
Okay, Ali, I'll give you the mic right after he's done.
50,000 people
That's
in
my
2
turn.
days. And how many people have done 5 days and they have been lying?
My response, but face the reality.
No, don't blood wash, don't lie. I do not allow you to blood wash and lie.
Okay, hang on a second.
Get your facts correct. You killed 50,000 people in 2 days. And now you're telling me bringing children died in this fight.
Okay, looks like we're not going to get anywhere. Look, at the end of the day, you're going to have to agree to disagree. Even I have disagreement with these numbers. Go on, Mara. Please, Ali, don't come with the mic. I'll give you the mic. You can respond afterwards. And Reza, I see your mic here flashing. I'll give you the mic after Ali. So go on. You got about 30 more seconds, Mehrat.
Thank you very much. So learn how to have a civilized conversation, not cutting off.
I do not talk with the terrorists.
You see that?
Ali, please stay muted. Mehrat, go on. Mehrat, just focus on the thing. Stop shouting, man. Just focus on what you're going to say.
Yeah. So basically, that's called hypocrisy. When you say someone that we want to get bombed, but I don't want to get bombed on my apartment, on my family's place. That's hypocrisy. That means you don't care about.
I didn't say that because you said if you say that I need your parents to die. So do not twist my words in front of me, terrorist.
Okay, now I'm terrorist. First I'll be shut up now.
Yeah, Bishop is a terrorist.
Okay. Please, nobody come off the mic. Let him Mehrat, forget about this incident, bro, with you and Ali. Just get to your point, man. Just hurry up, man.
No, they do that hominem. I never done it.
Yeah, but you're addressing him indirectly. Just don't even address it. Just talk about in general terms. In general terms, Reza Pahlavi supporters, yes, they want to see their country bombed. You can say these type of things. I don't know where you're getting with this.
I said this idea that are getting bombed over our head, but my parents should be saying that that's not working.
Okay, well, you keep bringing parents into the picture, bro. Just leave it. Khalas. All right, you're done, right?
No, these guys didn't let me talk. But I let them talk. I'll talk after them.
Okay. I want to give it to.
Let me tell you this, and I'll if you have any counter argument, do it. Ad hominem and personal attack not working.
Okay, that's fine. We have Reza here. Reza wants to speak. I think he's a staunch Reza Pahlavi supporter. Are you Reza Pahlavi supporters, Reza?
No, I'm not, because what I'm about to say.
Oh my God!
Well,
you change your name again.
What I'm about to, please allow me to be brief.
Yeah, go on.
What I am about to say will do something magical for your room. What I'm about to say will unify all
what are you
the
saying?
supporters. Just let me finish.
What is it?
Well, just let me finish. It's going to unify the supporters of.
Please don't interrupt.
Okay. There's only one thing in the world that the supporters of the IRGC and the supporters of Reza agree on. And that one thing is that Iran should not be dismembered. It should not be broken up into ethnic enclaves. Both of them agree on that. Now, what I'm going to advocate.
There should be no regime change.
Why are you interrupting?
Don't come out the mic, please.
Let me finish. I'm always very brief. What I am advocating is for the good of America, Iran should be dismembered into 5 ethnic enclaves. And I don't want to be interrupted. I'll be very brief. There should be 10 million broken off for a Kurdish state, 10 million annexed by Pakistan, and 10 million annexed by Azerbaijan. The remainder of Iran should be much, much smaller. And the reason Iran should be smaller for the future is a smaller Iran is much less likely to threaten the safety of Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and the UAE. And it is in the best interest of the world to have a smaller Iran. I'm done speaking.
Thank you, Reza. You change your name within 10
So who's not?
Reza is having a very good dealer.
Who wants to respond?
Yeah, he's definitely smoking that shit. No, he wants to have a regime change in Iran. The U.S. cannot influence Iran. They're trying to cause a regime change, and he's basically advocating.
The Kurdish are coming over, right? They're going to come over, and that's what a lot of Iranians are against, right? both sides, right? People that support Reza Pahlavi.
That's exactly correct.
Kurdish could not separated from Iraq. Kurdish could not separated from Syria. That's also a current fact. I'm not lying.
Will they just colonize it, like because they want a homeland?
No, you are making me this affair of separation. I'm telling you, I have 2 cases. You did not. I'm not getting into details. Do not try to,
Isn't this similar to the declaration when they put the Jews after the Holocaust into Palestine and they had to take the land? So the same thing as the Kurdish having to go to another land to seek their homeland. It's not their land, and they might be killed in the process of doing so.
Give me hypothesis. If you have a fact, I will respect.
This is a fact. It's a regime change. You're trying to cause a regime change within the actual government and the actual we're on to change.
I didn't hear you well.
Maybe you just didn't understand it.
I think you are ignorant. If you can.
The big question I have for you guys, people that support Reza Pahlavi, is a big question for you. Is do you guys support the attack on Iranian warship that ended up killing 80 Iranians near, I think, Sri Lanka?
Dude, it's a war. They are in a war. It's a battleship. What did you expect?
So, do you think it's good or bad?
It's a war. There is no good and bad.
No. Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing? Killing people should be a bad thing. Killing people should be a bad thing, especially if they're civilians. Do you agree killing civilians is a bad thing? That's my question to you. Do you think killing civilians is a bad thing?
No, man. It's a battleship. I'm on the other side. Of course, I'm happy. That battleship is supporting IRGC and Islamic.
So you're happy that people died? That's what you just said.
No, they are soldiers, and they are soldiers. They are soldiers, dude. Their job is soldier and civilian is 2 different things. Don't.
But Tehran's getting bombed and there's civilians there.
Others I would have said it. What? You are mixing ethics here. They are soldiers. It's a battleship. If they would not have shoot them, and if they were detected,
who shot first?
And the submarine was not.
Could you just answer who shot first?
No. Would you have the same feeling? No. There's 2 battleships. If they would have attacked a civilian passenger Iranian ship, yes, I would have been furious, angry at them. But no, this is a battleship. Excuse me.
So they attacked Iranians, and you're happy?
Yes, they are not Iranians. They are blood brainwashed IRGC soldiers. They are not Iranians. I repeat.
What's your identity?
It's ironic that they're.
Who are you to integrate my identity? Are you a police?
It is ironic.
Why is it so judgmental?
And just a second.
Are you a police? Are you a police? Are you an IRGC agent?
Guys, can I speak just a sec, please? Okay, so it's ironic how those Reza Pahlavi supporters, they're calling for democracy, and they say we want to throw the IRGC and bring Reza Pahlavi and have elections. Yet they want to eliminate anyone who supports IRGC and want people who support Reza Pahlavi.
Faya, we went through this before. For 26 years, through reforms, through elections, Musa, Artami, so many movements in Iran.
There was a war that they tried to change the regime in the past, and they failed. So the Iranians united and wanted an Islamic state where there will be no terrorism in their state. They withdrew her type of support. When they did that, this war is going to happen. It's already happened. I mean, it can be worse. You're trying to come again and try a regime change. It's not going to work because it'll be bad for the country.
No, you're not.
The country will start selling off its oil and giving us not colonized by not the people inside. the people inside chose their leadership. They wanted to stay the same. We should not be interfering with their governmental. They want to form their Congress.
But
we are there now. Israel attacked first.
Ali, if we talk about the facts, right? I don't think there's a majority of people, Iranians, they support Raza Pahlavi even as a transitional body. What do you think should
You can say that there is, but it doesn't matter.
No. We're going to go based on facts. The facts are there isn't, I don't have any type of survey or whatever. Even according to Gaman, the whole survey said 31%. My question to you, if the majority of Iranians do not want him in there at all, where do you go from here?
We have to comply with the majority, man. It's not, what do you think what the Iranians want? The other guy told you very well what's the situation. That's the thing. Because you think we just beat blind eye like these religious fanatics, IRGC.
No, I'm not. I don't support IRGC.
It's not over God, man.
No, I didn't. No. I don't support IRGC or the other side.
If he doesn't get elected, it's finished for him. He is not elected. We have to respect that.
No. I'm saying, let's say if the majority of Iranians on the ground, they do not want to see him inside it. Okay, let's say they take after America Tajid, okay, topples the regime, topples the IRGC regime, and and there's an election inside, and they collect survey whatever. And the survey says we don't want him in there at all, not even as a transitional body. What would you do then?
I will respect that they are living there. I have left the country for 10 years now. So if the people inside want that, me personally, I respect that. I cannot talk for all other people. But me personally, I will respect that.
Okay, all right. So in other words, so you're flexible on that. Okay, that's good. I mean, but then do you want to see your country bombed? I mean, to topple the regime?
This is about definition. I am seeing my country getting help, getting free from an occupied regime. So an ally is helping me, helping my people of my country. Laugh. This is my opinion. You come and he asked me a question, I answered him. Then you can come and judge. I'm not insulting anyone. I'm answering his question. I said, that's from our perspective. We are not getting bombed. We are already in the war. We receive more help. As I said 2 months ago, in the first 2 days of regime crackdown, more than 30,000 people died. How many people have died in 5 days of full-scale war?
Who's attacking them to make them die, though? Israel attacked. Israel's attacking. The U.S. has bases that they're attacking to. So Israel's attacking them.
And why are you not talking about Iran getting involved in the center of negotiation? Like, I'm not here to talk about that one.
Okay, bro. If you don't mind, bro. If you don't mind, bro, I'm gonna answer this guy. Well, I don't know what's your name, by the way. It's Chi, isn't it?
Chi, yeah.
Okay, nice to meet you, guy.
You're going to answer me. Do it respectfully and respectfully.
I mean, they did say that Israel attacked first, and then they withdrew from the negotiation and attacked them. Well, they didn't ever officially withdraw attack. So if Israel said that they were going to attack first, and the U.S. had, which means that the U.S. will drag them out of the negotiation to attack. So it's a peace deal.
Which I mean, they're mixed statements. Okay, Marco Rubio said that Israel is the one that did the attack. But then Trump came out and Trump said we were in on it, on the attack. So we can't really even trust the American government when it comes down to these statements. You know what I'm saying? Because Trump is literally a puppet of Israel. So you can't really, and America did give green light. I don't know if you guys read the news about 2 weeks ago. Netanyahu was in America to convince Trump that we are going to. He was here to convince Trump that we should attack Iran. Trump said, no, we're in talking stages, not right now. And when he came back and they put a picture of him and whatever in the Times of Israel, he wasn't happy with Trump. 2 days later, all of a sudden the White House said, okay, we're going to give you a green light. You can attack if the deal doesn't work out with the IFGC. And then all of a sudden, there's an Oman FM, a foreign minister. He said, IRGC agreed to the terms and conditions that was set up by America. I would trust, the Foreign Minister of Oman very highly versus American or Israeli government or IRGC. So then, the Oman is a third party. They accepted it, and all of a sudden you see Israel doing the attack. You see what I'm saying? So it just doesn't make sense. This whole freaking narrative, it was never about the what you call nuclear. It was always about the regime change.
Can I answer short to that? It was 12 years of
They wanted to shut down. I would agree, but you also have to add. They also shut down.
Somebody was speaking, bro. You just come off the mic and out of nowhere.
So 10 years of negotiation proved to them these people, they don't want to negotiate. So the last year of negotiation was just a decoy, because 12 years they tried and they couldn't come to an agreement. Bad, they will write. That's the reality. Both sides, 10 years negotiated, couldn't come to an agreement, right or wrong. So the last time they knew, both sides also they knew they were gonna go to the war.
It was everything obvious, bro. Yeah, I want to really, guys, ask you, please do not misinterpret the situation in Iran, because everyone's just trying to say they attacked you guys or bombing your land. So first of all, we all knew what's going on in our country. Okay, no one's getting happy for being bombed in this own land. But the fact is,
supporters are.
No, hold on a second. I'm gonna ask.
We said that in the definition, I believe.
Yeah, well, this is the kind of.
I have people come in. I have different type of Raza Pahlavi. Ali, I have different type of Raza Pahlavi supporters. They're happy.
Okay, I'm gonna answer you, bro.
Perspective. You cannot make it as simple as that. Say their perspective, and then you can say that yes, in our perspective, we are happy. But what is our perspective? Please do not.
That's what I said. That's what I said. The Raza Pahlavi supporters are happy that their country is getting attacked and they're going to get rid of IRGC.
You're not being happy being attacked, bro. They're happy because this is a rescue operation, okay?
What rescue operation?
This is a rescue operation from the brutal regime in Iran, bro.
Iranian people.
You guys never talking about 36,000 people got slaughtered on the streets, bro. But you're just always talking about being bombing.
Please, we don't want to fight over it, okay?
I know, but rescue operation for what? It's like they're trying to rescue a person. No, I know, but it's just a rescue operation. Like
this is a rescue operation, brother. You have never lived in Iran. You know, bro. Rescue the nation. Doesn't matter where I'm living, bro. My family's living in Iran.
It's a liberation operation asked by Iranian people.
Liberation or rescue, whatever you name it. Just I'm agreeing, and it was 100%.
So it's okay to attack just because you want to be rescued.
Yeah, why not? Because they're killing us with
I don't even use the term rescue. You just want to topple the regime. It's not rescue. You just want to topple the regime.
Because you don't know, again, you don't know the history of the inside.
I don't know the history. I don't know about Dr. Mustafa.
So yeah, because you don't know history, you just keep judging from out of nowhere.
I don't know Raza Pahlavi, how he hasn't been over there in 40 years. He doesn't have any credentials to serve as a leader or transitional body. But then you guys come up here at the protest, all you guys doing is waving this radio flag. What are you talking about, man?
With respect. You can say
I'm talking with respect as well. I'm just giving you the facts.
These are not the facts, bro. You clearly haven't
read anything. Was it a fact? What happened, Dr. Musaddaq? Was it a fact?
Amir, I don't want to discuss.
Yeah, was it a fact? Was it
you?
Ali, I'm not. We're having this conversation.
Amir, it's not a fact.
Okay, so Dr. Musaddaq was involved. They didn't do a coup. They didn't do a coup in 1953, right?
It was a coup, but it's not like that.
He nationalized the oil.
Bro, this is not the way we need to talk. Okay, you need to let them talk. You don't let them talk. Let them talk, man.
Let who talk? You're saying them. Ali's not them. He's the one. Unless he's got different pronoun.
Ali, you don't know my country better than me. So, do you want to know the facts behind the coup or not?
Listen to him.
Yeah, I already know the facts. I said he came in. He was democratically elected. And he nationalized the oil.
It was not like that, but anyway.
It was not like that. What is it? What is your history? Revisionist history now.
Listen, I mean,
if you say America should not go to the war because it's taxpayer money, it's all right. It's your right to support this war or not. But it's not your right to come and discuss the internal politics of Iran.
Internal politics? You guys want America to kill your people. It's not internal anymore.
It's not internal. This is internal. On that part, it is internal. You cannot say, as an American, I do not support this war.
I don't support the killing of anybody. It's internal. You want America to hold on. You want America to get into your internal matters to topple the regime. That's the internal matter. You should be the one to do it instead of living in America. You're breaking America, right, to get into the internal affairs of Iran, and then yet you want to come up here and preach me. Like you think hold on. Just because you're Iranian, there's people out there that actually learn the history about Iran. In foreign state, you have a problem with that. Oh, just because I'm not Iranian, I can't talk about the history. Just because I wasn't in the fucking oven, I can't talk about the fucking Holocaust, yeah? Fucking idiot, guys. These people are just delulu. Yeah, keep having this attitude towards Americans. Watch Americans not support you at all. Stop begging America for the support. Stop begging America. Fucking beggars. We love America. Fucking beggars as fuck. 80% of Americans do not support the attack on Iran. But yet you have the balls to beg America to do the attack and get into internal affairs of Iran. You guys are just dumbasses, fucking delulus. You can't believe it. No, your history. Your revisionist history. Dr. Mossadegh wasn't toppled, right, by the British. He nationalized the oil. What idiots, man. Seriously.
Yeah, but what care about the Iran's oil going to Russia and China?
I should care about the oil. I do care about it.
You said you're talking about oil. I said, why don't you care about the oil going so cheap to China?
Okay. Can you please tell us? I'm gonna see how smart this guy is now. There's a lot of Hillary supporters that low IQ, really fucking low IQ.
Smart person in this room.
Low IQ. Okay, can you please tell us why they have to sell the oil at the cheaper rate?
Not good. I don't care about the why. I say why you are not angry. Why Iran's oil goes so cheap to China?
I'm asking you. I just asked you. Okay, I'm asking you a question.
You didn't ask my question first.
The only way I can answer the question. Okay, I'll answer your question. It's all thanks to the American regime putting sanctions on your country.
Yeah, but why don't you care about that? Why don't you go? Your government take away the sanctions.
Okay. Do you think Ali Reza? Number one, I think. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm being respectful to you. Hold on. Number one, you defend your country by getting your country bombed. This is how you defend it. You wanna get your country bombed.
You're not happy, Ali, because the RGC is killing your people, but you're happy that America is here to kill your people.
America is not killing my people.
Yes, they are.
700 people died in Iran.
I am Iranian. I'm saying that America is not killing my people.
That's number one. Number two, you're not happy because Iran is selling oil to China for cheap price. But you think
they are talking about 50 years ago, oil was going to Europe. I'm saying, but currently, same thing.
It wasn't. Hold on a second. It was getting stolen. British was stealing the oil.
Yeah,
British was a thief.
French too. French
They're all about the thief.
Don't teach me my history.
You wanna put it off for the British. Again, even in relation to the 79 revolution. Hold on. Even the 79, the West
Don't teach my history. I'm not going to listen to you.
But yet you wanna put it off for the West again to top your retreat. Yes, I am.
Yeah,
That's an idiot.
Yeah, I am idiot. Thank you very much.
Ali, you think America, when they come, they're going to buy oil with a higher price?
Faya, do you think my auntie you're talking to a child? We already answered these questions half an hour ago. We already answered these questions. No, man, I don't want to repeat myself.
Can you guys make Aliraj the president of Syria so that we can hear something? You guys should just make him the president now so that he can do with the country as he.
I never said that.
I think you want to jump in. Let's get
You're so stuck like a conspiracy theory on oil. Okay, take all you want.
Okay. It's not about the oil. You all go and jump in.
Okay, I just wanted to make a comment.
You call mine? Oh, sorry. No. Hang on, Kay. Go on, you.
Yeah, about this. Who wants Americans to bomb Iran? I think there are just people who think that the IRGC attacks are worse than the attacks in USA.
What did you say? The IRGC what?
They are more afraid of IRGC and their attacks than they are afraid of the US attacks.
Okay, so
the military and politicians.
The little girls that were killed, they're more scared of those attacks. They're more scared of IRGC than America coming in or Israel coming in and killing 100 and what was it, 73 or 63?
I don't know what happened with the girls, but anyway, many people are not that much, against bombing the nuclear facilities.
It's not many people. It's only on this. It's your anecdotal experience only on this app because there's a lot of Raza Pahlavi supporters. They justify the attacks. They even denied yesterday. A bunch of them came through the room. They denied there's no girls died.
How many people has died in these 5 days? You tell me. Educate.
Yes.
So
how many? Educate me, please. How many people died in these 5 days?
How many people died? It's over 500.
How many people died last month in 2 days by IRGC?
The 2 days. So Iran government, I'm gonna answer the way I'm gonna answer it. Okay.
The government.
Okay. Mute up. Thank you. According to bro. Stay muted. According to Iran government, it's 3,000. According to this human rights organization that's based out of the U.S., it's 7,000. According to the Iran International, it's about 36,000. And I'll go with the 7,000 because that right there, it's believable. 36,000, unbelievable because 7,000 have names for it.
Okay, let's say 7,000. I'm not going to argue that.
And it's an American organization, by the way. It's not Iran run by IRGC.
But I won't argue. Okay.
Okay.
How many of them underage?
You see something in you? Yes, Kay, do you want to speak?
How many of those 7,000 were underage?
Hold on a second. I'm not saying it, I'm just saying what people of Iran think. That's what I believe they think. And I agree with you. First of all, that 7,000 is 7,000 verified. It's not 7,000. It's way more than that. They could verify 7,000 of God knows how many.
Right.
7,000 verified. That's
they're investigating 11 more thousand, Kay.
Yeah. So no, we cannot say it's 7,000 period. It's 7,000 verified so far.
I don't want to argue. I said let's say the minimum. You agree.
Okay. So I'm not disagreeing. I'm backing you up actually.
It's fine, man. So thank you. But
hold on a second. So the way that people of Iran see it is they say, let's stop at 7,000. They say they killed 7,000 of us. Now 700 are being killed, but most of them are IRGC that people hate. Some of them are people. So that seems like a good deal. I have an enemy. That enemy kills 7,000 of my people. That's deal number one. Deal number two, 700, but 500 of it is from IRGC. 200 is from the people. That sounds like a good deal.
No, I can answer you that argument. Imagine tomorrow we want to go back in the streets with empty hands.
in that rate to the 7,000, how many people will lose now? But if in
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm backing you up. I'm not against you, Eliezer. You understand that?
Okay, no, I didn't understand that. Sorry.
So I'm saying that instead of 7,000 of people getting killed and almost none of the IRGC or very few of IRGC, if somebody is bombing and mostly kill IRGC and in between some people get killed, it is still good because we hate IRGC. That's what people. That's the reasoning behind it.
It's like a sacrifice, but nobody
yes
for everyone.
So if it's let's say if it's 6,000 IRGC and 1,000 civilians is justified.
I don't live in Iran, but I think people in Iran would like it.
People in Iran would like it. So you're speaking on behalf of Iranians as well.
Let's say I have an enemy that I'm fighting. Okay? If to fight my enemy, I kill 6,000 of my enemy, and in return I have to sacrifice 1,000 of my soldiers, that's a good deal. Right?
But these are not soldiers, they're civilians.
If we don't manage to lose the regime, we lost the war.
That is some crazy shit, man. Seriously.
It is sad. But if we win and can take back the country, I think they all will be sacrificed and heroes. That's in his history, man. It's not about justifying in that sense. All life matters. But
let's change the gear for a second. Israelis killed lots of innocent civilians in Gaza, right? We all know that.
70,000, yes.
70,000. If you ask a person from Gaza that Iran can bomb a compound, that there are 10,000 Israelis and 1 Palestinians, if we drop that bomb, all of them will be killed. Should we bomb?
We have rules and engagement.
No.
The Palestinians, they shoot. The Palestinians,
they have rules. No, they have rules of engagement.
No. Forget about the rules. I'm not. Eliezer, hold on a second. I'm saying, if you ask a person who has lived in Gaza, okay, Iran can bomb this compound, and in this compound we have 10,000 Israeli soldiers and 1,000 Palestinian civilians. If we bomb it, all of them will be killed. Would you like it? And I believe lots of them would say yes.
No, they would not, because see, this is where you get it wrong. There's literally forget just the international law. Even according to Islamic paradigm, we have rules of engagement. I don't know if you know about it. Okay, from the Muslim paradigm, there's rules of engagement saying we can't attack rabbi, we can't attack innocent children, innocent men, innocent women, elderly, doctors. But you can't do that. That's what I'm saying.
No, you can't do that. Of course you can't. I agree with you. Eliezer, hold on a second. You can't do that. I know. I agree with you. You can't do that. It's against the rules of engagement. I'm with you in that. I'm saying if that happens, if Iran bombs a compound that has 10,000 Israeli soldiers and 1,000 Palestinian civilians, women and children, would they be happy about it or would they be sad about it?
After their bomb, I don't know. Person to person will depend. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Lots of them would be happy about it because they hate Israeli soldiers a lot.
I don't know. I'm talking about they would be worried about the innocent people that lost lives. You see what I'm saying? The innocent people that weren't part of the idea. That's the whole concern. Look, if it was combatant, if it's idea, then yes, it could be justified. But I'm talking about innocent civilian. You brought up the situation about 1,000 that are civilians.
Were innocent when they died.
That's what I'm telling you. It's not justified. Then it won't be justified. If it's 1,000, then it can't be justified. If it's combatant, it's a different story. You understand the difference between combatant, somebody that's a combatant?
I already said.
Let's play this mind game.
About the battleship. So now you fall off in your own trap.
I didn't go nowhere. I wouldn't say it's justified. Like you guys always say, justified.
No, I said the battleship is justified, was a combat ship. I said it exactly as you, but they were saying I am hypocrite because they speak Persian, they're Iran. I was like, no, this is a battleship and it's a wartime.
Crazy. Okay, so are you saying this is a school attack on school? It was justified.
Ali, did you see what happened in the school? Did you see the Ali, did you see the pictures people inside the Iran sent?
Ali,
inside the schools and inside the schools and mosques. Did you see those reports too and pictures and movies that people took?
I've been holding.
I'll look at it. In a bit. If you can put the link in the chat, Ali Reza, go on, Reverend.
Oh yeah. Christy Noem, the Department of Homeland Security. She got fired. She was fired like a few hours ago. They let it be known. I was trying to, update everybody like 2 hours.
Why did they fire her?
Cause she's a moron. Probably because they didn't say specifically, but they just said her tenure has been turbulent, and it has to do with the Americans who got killed, like the lady, and it was like 2 or 3 Americans who were killed by ICE agents. Remember?
Yeah.
Woman was shot in the face, and that other guy. But they putting somebody in, this white man in. I forget his name. You could look it up. But they already got her replacement and everything. She's out of here. Did you have a crush on her, Amir? Did you like her?
No. Oh my God! Why would I have a crush on these random people, man?
No, she's not a random person. She's in the spotlight. But you asked her.
Are you the jealous type?
Yes, I am. That's why I'm like, yes, that's why I'm
very transparent, by the way.
Oh my God.
That's your type of me.
Amir, what's your type?
What's my type? No comments. No comments. I'll leave it at that.
Come on, it's better than
I'm sure someone wants to know.
I'm good. Thank you. I'm very old.
I know, Amir, but you can still have a type.
Everything has gone down the toilet because I'm very old. That's why.
You keep doing it.
Feelings are gone. All the feelings are gone.
You're not married, Amir? You're not married?
I heard he's in love and he's going to get engaged.
Were you ever married before?
What'd you say?
Were you ever married before?
I can't tell you any of my because somebody is recording the room. I can't tell you any personal stuff. There's always somebody recording in this room.
Oh, Norm?
Amir, can you take a little
John Kitover. Yes, Kate.
Okay, so are you saying that little Amir has gone to permanent vacation?
My God, what the hell, bro?
Forever and ever.
I'm gonna use that joke by the way. Thanks.
Reverend seems to like the joke.
Oh my God, that's crazy, man.
Amir, is it true that you're engaged or about to get engaged?
No comments.
Okay. Are you in love, Amir?
No comments again, because we have somebody that's streaming the room.
Man, that's a big yes, man. With that,
That
shyness is a big
Someone wants to know if you're available.
Paranoid, Amir. There's nobody recording.
Yeah, I'm not available, by the way, Reverend. I'm sorry. I'm booked.
I never asked. I didn't ask.
I'm just letting you know.
I'm asking on behalf of someone who is...
What she wants to know. She's trying to shoot a shot.
Yeah, someone is interested and I'm asking on their behalf.
Can you...
Who's interested?
There's somebody named Anonymous in here.
Oh, yeah, anonymous person.
It's two.
Where's the anonymous? Where's it?
It's 2 of them. One is in the bottom in the audience, and one is a house member. So you got 2 of them down there.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
One is currently on stage.
You saying they're recording you?
Yeah, the John Kitover with the flower picture. That's John Kitover.
John Kitover, you listening to us? Make yourself known.
Hey, what's up, Benny Goy found love of his life yesterday. Would you like to come up? Let's come on up. We're talking about how some of these Iranian folks. I can't believe it, justifying the killing. Yeah, I can't believe it, man. It rubs you the wrong way when you look at the children that were killed, and then you have sometimes on your account. What do you get? What are you talking about?
No, I get it. These people are disgusting. I mean, who advocates for the bombing of his own country?
I don't know, man.
Right?
Hi, Benny Goy.
Yeah, Kay, you sound like a sane person. You don't accept this, right, Kay? Bombing your own people or your own country?
Yeah, you don't sound like a Bahraini, do you?
I didn't mention it clearly. I'm not just I'm saying that's how they
He's in the matrix for me. Can y'all hear him?
Somebody is like so poor and is still
Okay, your internet is horrible. And as Amir always says, stop stealing the neighbor's Wi-Fi.
Hey Amir, I want you to check out this guy named Hamza on YouTube. He's a podcaster, a streamer, and he's really good. He's a Palestinian.
Is he a friend?
Hamza.
Is he
no. Maybe to you he might be. I don't watch for his content.
Does he wear glasses?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know him.
He's really, when he gets a hold of these Israelis who are just they're fucking nuclear, man. They're insane. This one, he had a driver on yesterday. He was, he asked him if he was ever served in the IDF, and he was like, I said, did you kill any Palestinian children? And he was like, no, unfortunately. He's like, if I was just a driver, but if I was a driver today, I wish I would run over every Palestinian baby with my truck. And I
literally said that?
Yes.
He literally said that? Oh,
yeah,
God.
I can find the link. Put it.
But let me make something clear, Amir. I didn't say that I justify the killing. I hate it. What I said was, this is what I think people in Iran believe. That's how they justify it.
Yeah, I don't think majority of them think like that, right?
No, I don't know. Maybe I'm hanging out with the wrong people, but No, I don't mean you. The people I know and I talk to, they're so fed up. So they say we don't have a problem with it. That's why you don't hear I check lots of videos coming out from Iran, and I don't see that many people that are condemning these attacks. Most of the people in Iran actually supporting it, knowing that lots of civilians will be killed as well.
And Amir, I have lost family members in Iran-Iraq war, so we are very patriotic as well.
And my condolences to you, bro, and your family. My whole problem, Ali, is look, I've seen so many children getting killed, right, in Palestine and whatnot, and in Lebanon and other places, right? And then you have some people from your side, from your camp, the Reza Pahlavi camp. They come in and out every day, right, for the past I don't know how many days. And they, some of them they denied completely. No, it's not happened. It didn't happen. Nobody killed 60 children. It rubs you the wrong way. This is your
story. We are tired that every time we want to say.
I understand, but it's two different. Ali, it's two different things.
You get tied to the Palestinian issue. We are suffering. We're tired.
Hold on. It's two separate things here. You have look. You want to topple the regime. I agree. Okay, that's your thing. But I'm saying at the same time, you can condemn and accept the fact that yes, what Israel did to your Iranian kids in that bomb,
they did not. We asked them to come.
goodness.
It's not an invasion. It's not.
So if you ask them to kill your children, your Iranian children
sadly, it's every war brings casualty. I answer to that. Even if we go on the street, they will kill us. So if the military comes to help us, it's better. We have less deaths.
Nobody's coming to help you stop taking yourself.
We have different opinions, but we cannot.
Ali, do you understand? Do you understand what the logic behind it is?
No, you don't understand my logic.
Hold on. You're asking American government. Yeah, hear me out, Ali. The opinion, you base it upon the facts or whatever sources you have. My question to you is, you just said, that you wanted the American government to do the attack. And in return, that's justified. That's what you mean, right? About the children.
We are already because we are already in a war. We are occupied by a regime. We are already in a war with the regime. They are already killing us. If our allies come to help us, and if we have civil casualties, it's very sad. It's like nobody can say put any price to a life. But it's not about they are our enemy. No, it's our ally fighting by our side.
True. Oh my God, Ali, listen. Do you believe that?
Listen, I don't. If you are from Hezbollah, I don't want to talk to you.
I'm not from Hezbollah. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because I hate Hezbollah. Yesterday I was.
No, I hate Hezbollah.
I hate
Hezbollah. I hate Hezbollah.
Listen to me. I will explain why. Yesterday, I was attacked on the street by two Iraqis because I was happy.
He's not Iraqi. Bro, I'm not Iraqi. I don't like Hezbollah. I don't like the IRGC.
And he doesn't like Saddam either. You like Saddam?
Saddam is not that bad. Yeah. I mean, he did bad things, but overall, I mean, whatever. Listen, Ali. Do you think that the American Israeli is at this point, Israel just controls America's foreign policy in the region? Do you think that their foreign policy includes the establishment of a safe, productive,
it doesn't bring
prosperous?
It doesn't bring shit. We already
Dude, you didn't let me finish my question.
To get rid of the regime.
Dude, you didn't finish my question. You didn't let me finish my question.
Because I have already answered this question, man. Even not in
What's the question? What's the question?
It won't bring democracy. It won't bring freedom. It won't bring nothing. What it will help us to get rid of Islamic radicals.
Okay, and then what happens?
It's none of your concern.
No, it is my concern. No, it's literally my concern because that's what we're. No. Listen, man. What happens in Iran does not happen in isolation. It affects the whole region. It is literally my concern. It is my concern. Why are you talking, dude, Ali? Why are you talking to foreigners on this stage, on this app, on the internet, and telling them, "Oh, it's not your concern what happens to my country, but you have to support me." No, it is my concern.
If the United States guy asks me, says my elites, my opposition,
I'm not American.
Yeah.
I'm not American.
Then go ask your government what they are doing.
I'm not American, Ali. I'm not American.
You are an Iraqi, yeah? You're still my neighbor.
No, I'm not Iraqi. Why does it matter? Why? It doesn't matter where I'm from, actually. Why? Because I'm from the region. Okay, because I'm from the region, and what happens in Iran will impact the whole region.
Who will choose is our right. It's not your right.
I'm not telling you what's your right or what's not. I'm not telling you what to choose or what's not to choose.
I'm not going to answer that.
Dude, I'm not telling you what to choose. I'm not telling you what is not in your right. What I'm asking you, right, and you are up here on a public stage, on the internet, debating with people from all across the world what's happening in your country. So you can't tell me that if I ask a question about the future of your country as a direct result of what America and Israel is doing now is not my concern. No, it is literally my concern. It is literally the topic of this conversation. If you do not want to have this conversation with non-Iranians, then I suggest you click the button on the top right corner of the screen that says leave and get the flying fuck out of here.
I will
opportunity.
So I'm gonna ask you again. So I'm gonna ask you again for the end
Oh my god, that was so good. Oh my god. Ali, he put you in place for real, man. That was so good.
No, man, he changed his question. He wanted to.
Because he works for the Ali, he works for the government. You have to be careful. He can make a change.
For last 1 hour, we have answered these questions 1,000 times.
No, you didn't answer my question.
I have answered.
So
answered this question.
you get rid of the IRGC. What's next?
A normal life, a normal country like any other country. What
Do you believe so?
We will bring it.
Of course, it's spreading the human rights in the first place in the world.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, having rights the first.
Dude, I'm not gonna sit here and talk to you about 5,000 year old history. I'm talking about what's happening right now. What's gonna happen now?
Because you are suspicious that we can do it, yeah.
Yes, I am suspicious. Not because, listen, I'm suspicious. Not because of my lack of faith in this.
So you prefer the Islamic
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm asking you to think critically. I'm asking you to think critically. If America and Israel are spearheading,
No, you answered my question.
you're not answering my questions, man. You're not answering my question. Can you mute this dumb whore?
And no
Some like retarded fucking, I don't know.
Oh my god. So right, you are.
No. I'm laughing. Hold on a second. I'm laughing at Benny going because he's been crushing out.
Man, you ask them a question, they say, oh, I don't want to answer, you're a foreigner. I just want you to support me, give me your tax dollars, send your troops, send your money, send everything that you have. You have to support me, but it has nothing to do with you.
You're not.
Get out of my face. You want to march in my street and ask my government to support you, and then you want to tell me I don't have anything to do with this?
Ali, please, hold on a second, please, Ali. Ali, it's a conversation between the two of you, and please answer his questions. You know the history.
No, I've already answered these questions many times.
You didn't answer shit. It's the first time I talked to you.
I don't need to answer to you. I'm already.
See, you don't need to answer to me. All you want from me, my tax dollars, my military, my intelligence, my money. You want everything from me, but you don't want to answer. You don't want to be accountable? Who are you, Trump? Go
ahead. Answer it one-on-one.
Okay. So as you have agreed with me, and please, Madman, stay quiet.
Yes, please.
I was something else.
Please stay quiet, Boss. Boss, please stay quiet. It's between Ali Reza and Benny Goy, please.
So, Ali Reza, you have agreed with me that this is an American-Israeli intelligence agencies are spearheading the regime change in Iran. And you have agreed with me, I think, that they don't have necessarily the best of intentions for Iran.
I do till this part, yes.
Beautiful. What do you think is going to happen if the IRGC were to collapse to Iran? Knowing full well that the Americans and the Israelis are the ones that are spearheading the regime change and are going to be the ones that control what could potentially happen into the future. What do you think they want for your country?
The answer is that right now my country is streamed by Russians. I prefer Americans.
Okay, what do you think the Americans are going to do? Knowing full well that they're being controlled by the Israelis.
Anything, we need to try. We have been 50 years run by Russians and Chinese. Let us be 50 years under Americans. Let's see what happens.
Okay, what do you think they're going to do?
I don't know. Let's see what happens.
You don't think possibly they're going to, support separatists like the Kurds that they're doing right now?
No, I don't.
You don't think possibly?
I don't believe
they are actually literally doing right now.
No.
Is supporting separatists and telling them.
They did it in Syria and did it in Iraq. It didn't happen.
Are you serious?
No, they are not separated from the country.
They are not separate. They are like USA.
And they have practically separated. Listen,
No, they are not
the northern.
separated. No.
Listen, the northern region in Kurdistan
They are not
has become.
separated. They are like USA. They are federal states under the.
They're nothing like the USA. No, it's nothing like the USA.
Yes.
No, they have their own military. They have their own. They have a high degree of autonomy.
It's a different story, but this is it's not like
Bro, the Peshmerga has their own military.
They are not separated.
They
are not separated, and you see in the negotiations, it's a long negotiations going on. They want even the Americans want the Kurdish in Syria join the states. The American wants the Kurdish in Iraq join the states. That's why they want
No, they don't.
out because Iranians, the IRGC is the one who's not letting it.
What? No. It's actually
no. Don't tell me no.
No, that's not true.
That's true.
But the Americans were the one, dude. The Americans.
Don't patronize me, okay?
The Americans ruled over Iraq for 20 years. It was during this 20-year period.
We have different history. We have different.
What do you mean we have different? Did America invade in 2003 or not? Did America? Okay, let's go through the history. Let's go through the history. Did America invade in 2003? Mazma, shut the flying fuck up before I musmus you.
I don't want to talk Iraq because
okay. So
there's an Iraqi person comes here like Mori and talk
you don't have to be Iraqi to talk about Iraq.
Because I have no
idea. Then why are you making claims?
I'm making claims about my country, not your country.
Okay, let's talk about your country. Trump right now is saying that he wants to send in the Kurdish, right, into Iran to fight against IRGC.
That you think they're gonna separate is over understanding.
That's what he's saying.
No, he's not. They're not gonna separate. He didn't say that.
That's what he is saying.
He didn't say that.
What do you think sending Turkish, the Kurdish militia?
Different than what he said. What I think is different. What you think is different.
I'm not talking about what you think. I'm talking about what he said.
No, he didn't say that.
He did. You wanted to pull out the
say that.
Amir, I'm driving right now. Can you please pull this out?
Yeah, what do you want me to pull up?
He said
about Trump saying that he wants to send in the Kurds.
He didn't say he's
sure. If I pull it, okay, Ali, if I pull up the statement and let's say Benigo is correct, how much are you willing to lose? How much money you got in your savings account? Even though it's against the religion.
No, man.
How much you got?
This separation for 26 years that they're gonna separate you. They're
gonna
separate you.
Yes, and they have tried several times.
Stories of separation.
All right, let me put it back.
You cannot make fear enough us. Oh, they're gonna separate you. Not gonna separate us.
Dude, that's literally the game plan.
That's what you think, and what I think is different.
That's what I know.
No, you don't know.
Not it's gonna be Ali.
You don't know future.
It's Syria. In Syria, the same thing.
We don't know.
In Syria, they did the same thing.
So we have
in Syria, they did the same thing. That was the game plan. Now, whether it's going to be successful or not, right, depends on the situation. I'm not saying that it's necessarily going to happen. I'm going to say that the Americans and the Israelis are going to try to make it happen, just like they are still trying to make it happen in Syria, just like they have tried to make it happen in Iraq. And, you know, the Kurds have a high degree of autonomy, borderline independence in Iraq. Just like the Kurds in Syria, just like the Druze in Syria, potentially even the Alawites if they have their opportunity. Yes, they have tried to split up these nations before. They have funded separatists before, and they have shown the intention to fund separatists already. The Kurds being the first ones, the Baluch being next, the Azeris potentially, the Arabs definitely.
It's a probability, you say. Okay, we shall see. Time will say. It's a probability.
Can you concede, Ali, that you were wrong?
It's a time matter.
Do you think?
We will see which one of us is true. It's a time
Do you think you can break a glass or something and say that you?
No, I mean, you said it's between me and him. Then don't jump now. If you say.
I put the link in the chat. Link in the chat.
Ali, listen. Even if it's not successful, yeah, Ali, listen. Oh, wow. Listen, what I'm trying to say is that even if it's not successful, right? Even if they attempt these separatist movements and they fail, that will still cause a lot of problems for Iran. It will still set back the socioeconomic development of the nation for at least 10 to 15 years, as is happening right now in Syria. That's their game plan.
100%. They just, some of these people, man, they're delulu. I mean, look at Mazmaz. He's confused as hell. Mazmaz, you want to...
I mean, she sounds like chicken musmos, you know?
God, bro. Stop being freaking dirty. What the hell are you on?
You know, we have a Mazmaz is a chips brand, and it has the like, salty.
Mazmaz, so my question...
So I choosing to know that I can be hot, but in the same time I can be angry and attack you.
Yeah,
There's
you can
no-
be angry. Honestly, I don't even understand what you're saying.
I don't either. I got some updated information about what you asked about Christine.
Honestly, I can't really understand what you're saying, but that's not important.
Yeah, you can hang on a second, Reverend.
Because you don't want to
She's talking about nonsense on there.
That's right. Please let them hash it out. Benny Boy is on a roll right now.
Don't keep your eyes blind at times instead of me with that suffering when you don't understand my suffering.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I don't understand your song.
Of course you don't understand because you are
Okay, Mazmaz.
Musmos, please be quiet.
Alright, let's
talk about this. Christine, she got fired because she spent $200 million on ads for herself. That's why fired her. Yeah, she tried to deny it.
No, but do you believe that that's the real reason why, or that's just the excuse that they gave?
$200 million, that's a lot of bread to be going on yourself. Yeah.
Sure, fair enough, but do you think that that's the real reason, or is that the excuse they gave?
What would be the other reason? I mean, what would be in the other
I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but I'm always skeptical
Yeah, I
when
think that's it.
high-level people are fired, and then they give some reason like that. I never believe that the reason is what they gave when high-level people get fired.
Yep. War, did you want to speak? War, we haven't heard you speak. Do you want to speak? You want to say something, War?
I cannot right now, but I can later. There's a lot of
traffic. War mother. I thought it was a lady. Anyways. All right.
Hey, can I ask Benjoy a few questions if you guys like?
Sure. Go on.
Benjoy, you said you hate Hezbollah, right?
Yeah.
Are you happy that Israel is bombing Hezbollah?
Yeah, listen, so when Hassan Nasrallah was killed by the Israelis,
you were happy?
Because I also hate the Israelis. So I was happy that he died, I just wasn't happy about who killed him. I think the Syrians have every right to kill that father.
Right.
And I feel the same way about Khamenei. I think I'm happy he died, but I think it was the right of the Iranians to kill that father.
Right. And you're not even able to form a militia or armed force to confront Hezbollah right now. The only way to take them down is either by Israel bombing them or the Iranian regime collapse.
At this point or back then?
Like right now.
No, right now the Syrian army can take them out. The Syrian army has been strengthened and the Hezbollah has been weakened. Right now, the Syrian army is more than capable of going and eliminating.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if they really want to do that.
I'm not sure if they want to, and it would cause a problem with the Lebanese army as well. But they are capable of doing it, yes.
So I think that's the same concept of some Iranian are happy that Israel is bombing them because it's coming from that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So when the IRGC or Khamenei is their enemy, they're okay with Israel to bomb them.
No, I get that.
But when you asked, just give me 1 second. When you asked Ali, what's what is going to happen? What I think is after Khamenei regime collapse, Hezbollah will collapse as well, and you can imagine what's going to happen in Lebanon when Hezbollah collapse.
Hezbollah is irrelevant.
Because that's the only relation that Lebanese have with Iran, right? Like they don't have any relations with them besides.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant at this point. Hezbollah is no longer relevant, right? What I'm saying is what's going to happen to Iran after the IRGC collapses, or if the IRGC collapses, or if
because the reason why I said that because it's my concern. I'm in the region, it affects me. So I think the only effect that will be on you is Hezbollah.
No.
I'm trying to learn from you. I'm listening to you. What else?
So you have all the Shia in the region, right? Not necessarily just Hezbollah, just the Shia themselves. They are right now very fucking pissed off. So you see what they're doing in Bahrain, what they're doing in Iraq. That's gonna be a launch, like a Shia jihad, in a sense, right? Against, and that's gonna cause a lot of conflict in the region. In addition to that, you're gonna have refugees flowing out of Iran, going to Iraq, going to Turkey, potentially Syria, potentially Lebanon, all over the region.
That's true. That can be very true. Right.
And in addition, the Straits of Hormuz, right? As long as they stay closed, or insurance companies don't want to insure the tankers, that's going to cause a lot of problems for the region as well. It's going to skyrocket oil prices, which is good for some of the monarchies that sell the oil, but the people who need the oil, that's going to be a big problem for them.
But what do you think is better for America? To make Iran just like the Gulf countries, their allies, or to see them in chaos and killing each other? What do you think is better for the United States?
Well, it depends on who in the United States, right? I don't think American foreign policy in the Middle East is actually being dictated by Americans. I think it's being dictated by Israelis.
I don't disagree.
And that's why I think that the Israelis don't want to see a powerful Iran, period. Because they're always have in the back of their mind that if Iran ever becomes powerful, even if they are allies with us, even if they are a puppet, they can grow enough to establish sovereignty and maybe one day oppose us. So I think Israel wants to see a fragmented Iran.
Has Iran ever had, power, like sovereign power on its own? And when it did that threaten the U.S.? And if so, how?
To a certain extent, yeah. Iran got quite powerful under the Shah in the 70s, especially after the Shah abolished effectively the parliament.
But it's not a Muslim country, is it, right? It's just because of where they're located. Because China has power, right? China is very powerful. The U.S. is not. They're not bombing China, right? They're not trying to get everybody underneath, like India.
No, I'm talking about the Middle East specifically.
So the U.S. has a problem with Iran gaining power because of its geographic location, and really that's it.
Yes, and its proximity to Israel. That's why we're talking about how American foreign policy in the region is being dictated by Israel. And that everything that they're doing being done in
they hate Israel. Like, what has happened between Iran and Israel that made them bitter enemies? Israel is not even an Arab country, right?
Obviously not.
Okay.
So, just in plain terms, Israel wants to position itself to be the regional hegemon, right? And in order to do so, they have to take down all potential competition. That would be Iran, that would be Turkey, and that would be Saudi Arabia.
And that's the only reason. Now, Turkey is actually a Muslim country, but it's not Arab.
These are all Muslim countries.
No, Israel is not.
No, I know. All other countries in the region are technically Muslim countries.
But Turkey is not Muslim. Turkey's Muslim, but it's not Arabic. It's not Arab.
Correct. It's not Arab, it's Muslim. But it doesn't matter. Even if it's a Christian nation. They don't want any other powerful nations in the region. They want to be the regional hegemon. And in order to do so, they have to take down a lot of these countries. The countries with the most potential for...
Just because other people want to gain power, want to protect themselves? And
yes.
Okay, you said Turkey and...
Iran, and then to a lesser extent, Saudi Arabia and Egypt.
But are they fucking with Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, potentially, yes. I mean, there are allegations that Mossad agents were arrested in Saudi Arabia that were planning to bomb something. There are allegations that the Ras Tanura facility, the oil facility, was bombed by Israel because Iran is denying having done this, and Iran's been pretty honest about what they have and have not bombed so far.
I'm sorry. Why are you giving the wrong information?
What did I say that was wrong?
Iran attacked the Saudi Arabia like a few days ago.
There are allegations that it was not them because they're saying that they didn't do it.
They did it. I'm an Iranian. We are starting a war with all over the world.
Yeah. So they are saying that one was not them, right?
No. We attacked Saudi Arabia. We attacked Oman. We attacked UAE. We attacked Azerbaijan.
Oman was a mistake. So okay, this is actually a good thing. Oman, they said that we did this and that was a mistake, but we're not going to do this again because Oman was not was only done once, and they admitted that they did it, and they admitted that it was a mistake. And
Saudi Arabia, we did to Saudi Arabia.
So Saudi Arabia, there have been several attacks on Saudi Arabia, which Iran has no problem.
We attacked Dubai and UAE.
Yes, that's correct. So there have been several attacks.
It's our power, you know.
Rahman, listen to me very carefully. There have been several attacks on Saudi Arabia, which Iran has admitted to doing. In the case specifically of the Ras Tanura facility, this specific incident, they have denied doing it.
Yeah, okay.
Right? And Iran
we have denied it. We have denied it because of the political reason. But we did it.
I don't know, man.
And we have
that much political leverage.
We have political leverage left in Iran, man. All over the world. We are a Muslim nation.
Yeah, there's not a lot of political leverage left in Iran's pocket. So I don't understand why.
What's a Muslim nation?
Oh God.
Muslim nation, for example, Iran is a Shia country, okay?
That was very rude to say that.
Okay? And Israel gonna fuck Khamenei, himself, his son, and they gonna destroy this motherfucker regime who kills the kids, and fuck Hamas, fuck Gaza, fuck all lefties, fuck who the motherfuckers who support this regime, okay? This is the Muslim country. Muslim countries are the killers. Muslim countries are the killers.
Calm your nipples down. Calm your nipples down, Rahman. Calm your you can't say about the Gaza. Idiot.
Muslim country killed 40,000 people in...
Screw your Reza Pahlavi. Go suck his dick. Go suck his Reza Pahlavi's dick. Go.
I'm going to do it with a pleasure. When we got the country, you
go suck Reza Pahlavi's dick.
You just said it with pleasure. You just said it. We're gonna take back our country from this murder regime, from this murder Muslim.
You troll. You gotta mute them.
You are a fucking troll.
No, they're saying that in the chat that you're a troll.
You're a Reza Pahlavi dick sucker.
With the pleasure, he's our king. We love
with pleasure. Oh my God,
and
this guy really does.
We kick all Muslims.
Okay, just mute up. It's somebody. The mic is on somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay, mute up. Please, mute up.
Daddy, Amir,
you can come and take mother.
Move him. Okay. We'll kick him. You won't shut up.
You're just an idiot.
Hey, Amir, did Iran do something specific to Israel? Recently, other than just being sovereign and
Israel is trying everything in their power to hide everything. The reason why, because it's they're even during that 12. That's what I was telling somebody earlier. During the 12-day war, I don't know if you guys remember with Iran and Israel.
I remember.
There was a journalist. I forgot his name. He was from Gray Zone. They arrested him because what he did, he took pictures of the stuff that got destroyed because of Iran missiles or whatever, and he recorded that. He made a video. He took pictures. They arrested him. I think he was locked up for about a couple of weeks, I think. And then finally they were let out. He had to go to his U.S. embassy and try to put pressure. He wasn't even a Palestinian. He's just a white American from America, And they let him out. And there's even a whistleblower from BBC. She was told as well not to, report any of this stuff during wartime. Try to keep it to the minimum, and it has to go through IDF, for approval before he gets released out to the public.
So
they don't want to.
You keep on removing Iranians just to push your own narrative. You just keep on removing Iranians from your room just to push your own narrative.
When did I move Iranian?
You just removed Rahman.
Rahman doesn't shut up. What do I do, Alex? How do I control it?
So there are other people who don't shut up.
I can bring them up. I can bring him, but if he's ready to listen and shut up, I don't mind.
I can summarize it for you, Andy. The way it's working out is U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. Iran attacks all the other Muslim countries. People in U.S. are protesting to stop U.S. attacks. Iranians are protesting to continue the U.S. attacks.
But Iran is not attacking.
Iranian supreme leader dies. All these Muslims are
why would you attack innocent countries around you? Why not attack the country that attacked you?
Are celebrating. They are. This narrative is differing from.
You see what I'm saying? Wouldn't it make sense? Wouldn't it make sense for Iran?
Let me answer this question for you, Reverend. Alex, can you tell me one country that Iran has attacked that does not have U.S. military assets and has not used those military assets to attack Iran from that country?
Yeah, don't want even you can.
Which one? Every single country that Iran has attacked has U.S. military assets and has used those military assets in one way or another in order to attack Iran.
That Iran attacked. First, they did not let U.S. use the assets from their country.
Yes, they did.
Second,
Alex, why are you lying? Why are you lying? Why are you giving out misinformation?
Yeah, so they actively campaigned to stop the U.S. attacking Iran. Oman was, for example, the main middleman. Qatar heavily campaigned against Iranian wishes, Iranian nation.
Correct, Alex. That is the one country. Alex, you have answered my question correctly. That is the one country. That is the one country, Alex, which was attacked one time.
You have all imagination about what will happen.
How about Saudi, Alex? How about Saudi, Alex?
Alex, that is the one country that was attacked one time, and Iran apologized for it.
Whether they attack them or not is irrelevant because look how many bases are actually surrounding Iran. So Iran is actually rechanging the map, and it's going to make all of these countries think differently about how it allows U.S. bases. Iran has redrawn the map.
Iran is going to defeat U.S. now. So I know the government support.
Is Alex from Iran?
Yes.
I'm a government supporter. No, I'm a person who actually just sees what's going on the ground. We're fighting a country for a foreign nation. And you're embarrassing, Alex. You're embarrassing yourself.
And I know who you are. We know. We at this point.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. You're Iranian. What's your point? What's your point?
Alex, he's a celebrity, by the way. Please respect him, okay? He's an actor. He's an actor, right?
He's a celebrity. He's a celebrity.
He's a celebrity. No, not for Iranian government. He's a celebrity in America.
I don't even know.
Okay, can I say something, please, quickly, please?
Yes.
My name is Sorab, and I'm from Isfahan, Iran. At any moment, I can disconnect. Just please. I'm sorry about my English. It's not very perfect, and apologize about my accent as well. God bless America. God bless Israel, and God bless Iran. God bless any country they looking. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Be quiet. No,
I'm exactly in after you in Iran. I'm exactly from Islam.
You're done.
Okay.
Now you know I'm back.
This regime needs to be changed. This regime needs to be changed.
Sorab, there's no internet, bro. How the hell are you getting internet?
There is the internet. I'm from Isfahan, and
So you
this
have a Islamic
regime
account.
needs to be changed. We need to America attacking the Islamic Republic. We need this regime last 47 years destroyed the Middle East.
You are what they call a khayin.
You see what they did in the Syria. You see what they did in Afghanistan. They used the Fatimiyun. They used the Hezbollah. They put all the terrorists whole in the Middle East. Thanks Trump. He first step killed the Qasem Soleimani.
But you know what Trump said about Reza Pahlavi? He said he's not a good candidate.
Mahmoud guy is not even Iranian. He's the Egyptian guy. You guys are on a different path from Iranian.
What's your point? What's your point if I'm Egyptian or not?
The point is, you have no idea what you're on, and you keep on making these.
I actually know quite well about their capabilities, and yeah.
You're Egyptian.
What's your point, my man?
It doesn't matter. Alex, it doesn't matter. You know why? Alex, look, it doesn't matter. You know why? I bring up. I talk about.
I told you the narrative
Alex,
doesn't.
hear me out, Alex. Hear me out.
Good, you IMDb me. You Google search me, Alex. Are you working for the intelligence? What's your point? What's your point? And where are you from?
Well, I tried to Google search your name. I got 1,000 different results.
And where are you from? You're happy that your country is getting bombed by a foreign nation? That makes
Maybe
you.
from Hezbollah or from Hamas. None of those, except those. All the human can understand sufferings of the other.
Absolutely, 100%. Thank you.
Even Egypt was what was it? Morsi, right? Wasn't he toppled, right, Mahmoud?
He was.
Yeah, and I think the West wanted to plant a puppet in there, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, so Alex, these are live examples. Iraq, Egypt.
Explain that.
No, but what I was saying to you is, I don't have to be in the.
Let's just take a look. Let's just take a look at the one cause of every single country that's been destabilized. Who's the main country?
We're not in fight with Israel.
Sure.
You are.
You're right. What? Yeah, us, Libya,
I know.
Lebanon,
How many countries in
Palestine. Yeah,
Iranians
because.
are not in a fight with Israel.
Okay, let me help you to understand a little bit better. If there's one person in a neighborhood that's starting the problems with everybody in that neighborhood, is that person the problem or is everybody else the problem?
We see it.
Okay, because you are a khayin.
Just learn to speak Farsi with it.
Okay, teach it. All right, so tell me how to say traitor in Farsi.
Hold on, Alex and Amir. Mahmoud is an honorary Iranian. We have adopted him. Thank you.
Well, honorary is different with being Egyptian and trying to make this false.
Wow. Did you change the diapers, Fuzzy?
What is that? When did this happen? I'm Iranian. I can't have an opinion.
I'm just kidding, bro.
The Iranian nation.
I mean, you guys should be proud of, against the biggest military power.
No,
we have the biggest military powers.
Hey, did everybody hear about what happened in the Indian Ocean? That the
What happened?
Iranian ship was hit, and
Yes, 80 people were killed. 80 people near Sri Lanka.
Yeah, and you know what happened? India lured them in. This is what happened.
Hang on a second. So it happened near Sri Lanka, which ended up killing 80 Iranians that were in that ship.
Yeah, but they're blaming India for it.
Yeah, because they were holding naval. I'm gonna say what happened. They were holding naval drills. And it was exercises that the Iranians sent their navy as part of these exercises, and then America did a sneak attack. They shouldn't have happened. They weren't involved in the fighting over there.
Yeah,
you were doing naval drills with India.
And the Iranians are okay with it.
Man, I'm out.
They're calling India like the traitor nation or nation of betrayal. Something like that. Yeah.
No, but India is playing a role. Modi, that leader, that disgusting animal, he was actually in Israel trying to bow down to Netanyahu. So he's an animal. And he likes to oppress and suppress minorities in India. And he's a Islamophobic cunt. And he hates Christians, hates everybody except for. And do you know this whole Hindutva RSS movement was inspired buy the Nati.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the RSS Hindutva that idiot supports.
And Israel shouldn't then.
They should. Netanyahu loves all the anti-Semitic people, even the Christians. The Christian wants to butcher them, slaughter them, or convert them to Christianity. But he loves them. What do you expect?
You see, that's your issue.
Yeah, I thought the American Christians.
You have this thing with Israel, and you keep on bringing Iran into it. We're not part of that. Just basically let us out.
Alex, the whole Middle East is going in flames. Look, this room is not about it's connected to Iran. Because hold on, the whole Middle East is going in flames. Bro, do you understand the whole Middle East is going in flames?
Well, look, as far as I'm only concerned, it's about Iran. They're the bad actor, and it's going to change too.
Liz, are you from Iran?
I keep on telling you, we will never fit your narrative.
Are you living in Iran or you're living?
I see us Indian.
I mean, like this actor, so Mr. Mahmoud or whatever.
Alex, are you living inside Iran or outside?
Israel. He puts Iran in the middle of it.
You know what? Once all it takes is for the AIPAC to lose power, right? They need to lose power, need to lose money. I don't know how, but that is what is going to stop Israel from having such control over it. Would you say that?
So Mahmoud, I understand you're a celebrity. There was no offense to you, but I'm telling you, your perspective doesn't match us. We have a different perspective, and you guys always try to bring your own perspective and put Iran in between that.
He's an American as well, by the way.
Yeah, American. But I presume his.
Yeah, okay, but Alex Raza Pahlavi and the supporters are begging America to do the attack.
It's not that.
My tax dollar. Alex. Innocent civilian lives are at risk.
Yeah, we are willing to pay the price.
Yeah. But you have your crowd. That's the Pahlavi.
Did you just say you're willing to pay the price?
It's not Pahlavi. You keep on.
Really, you're willing to pay the price?
Yeah, he doesn't want to sacrifice his family members.
But the whole issue is the will of a nation, not a person.
Is anybody speaking?
Let me check out this man. What's guy's sort of like credits? I don't know.
Don't worry about his credits. You said you're willing to pay the price.
Yeah.
Who are you to say that about?
It's not. When I say we, it's not myself personally. The nation.
No, they're not willing to pay the price.
Oh, of course, because they're supporting us. The United States from the war.
No, don't label me, bro. I'm telling you can't speak for people wanting to die on the ground.
No,
you sound crazy.
Look,
you sound crazy.
The news is coming out. You see, the people's opinions is coming out. Whether it's white Starlink or get a VPN or whatever, the news is coming out. People are telling us what's happening on the ground and what is the reaction of the people. So it doesn't matter.
That's not what I feel.
Keep on denying.
That's not my feed.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, you can keep on denying it. It's like the same thing that.
I'm telling you, it's not my feed. That's not
right. Because that's like when we had the 40,000 massacre. All these people denied it. So what?
I didn't deny it.
I cannot see at this point. No one can go to Iran and make an accurate survey from Gallup and bring it to you.
So in the meantime, you want people to just die. You're willing to pay that price. In the meantime,
you can go on different sources. Every single news from Iran, people are supporting.
That's not true.
And by the way, it's not a pretty war. It's pretty devastating war.
Yeah, but your president,
perfect.
Your friend Trump says it's not a war.
What's the price?
Well, just saying that we're willing to pay the price sounds nuts. It's very, very, very
Very insensitive and spoke upon place of privilege. I can't believe you said
Man,
that.
there's place of privilege. We're all in the same damn boat.
I would never say my people.
It's not because it's not an easy decision. We had to choose between being killed by this barbaric government, killing us by hundreds of thousands, and willing to take 1,000 or 2,000 or maybe 3,000 casualties, and we're doing it. Yeah, as I said, the problem with Iranians, they don't fit into the regional narrative. I mean, I see where you guys are coming from, whether you're Egyptian, Syrian, or Palestinian. You all guys have your own grievances, and you all have your issues. But really, for one moment, just step back and say, like, maybe they're not part of it. Maybe they have a different.
Yeah, man, I'm not concerned with the agenda that Iranians have for themselves. I'm concerned for the agenda that America.
Yeah, but your stories are kind of fertile imagination.
And by the way, Bangui
are not running to the border. They're not even leaving their cities. As a matter of fact, we're all kind of looking forward when they can come back and try to invest in that damn country, which is being destroyed as we speak.
Iranian exceptionalism, like it's mind-boggling. Honestly, you really think you're like a special breed of people? It's truly disgusting. You're worse than
we've shown that we are different.
No, you haven't actually. You've shown that you're exactly the same.
Went and started to ask Israel and US for help. None of you guys would ever do that.
Alex.
What are you talking about?
Alex, hold on.
The Alawites did that like 6 months ago.
Alex, the Iranian people want the same thing the Gazans want. Food, water, shelter, freedom, liberation.
Exactly. But we're willing to approach it differently. These people have a major grievance with Israel. And I maybe even rightly so. But the whole point is, we're not part of that conflict. And they keep on dragging us into it.
They're not dragging you into it. They're saying, look what they did to us. Do you want the same things to happen to you guys? That's what they're saying.
They keep on no one says the fact that Israel is about 2,000 miles away from Iran. That the Iranians really have no fight with Israel like you guys have.
It's the nature of the beast, Alex. It's the nature of the beast. If they did that to Palestinians, what do you think they're going to do to us if they wanted to? If they could.
Narrative of the beast and stuff.
A snake is a snake, bro.
This Iranians that you have this imaginary enemy which we don't have. It's not going to work anymore. This has been the narrative of the Iranian government, and it has really cost the nation dearly. What are the reasons that people are pissed off to get out of that narrative?
I guess there are plenty of snakes. That's it.
And I kept on trying to say that family. So once Iranians get free and stuff, don't consider that as a danger to your being or your cause. Your cause is, you have a cause, you have a legitimate grievances, and people will sympathize with you at the human level. And once again, I emphasize the word human level because at the government level, no future Iranian government is going to pick a damn fight with Israel. We actually are probably going to be allies with them. But that is because that's the national interest of Iran. That does not mean that we are kind of ignoring the suffering of the Palestinians or the human toll in Palestine for that conflict. That falls under the Iranian NGOs. I'm pretty sure that the NGOs have a better view of it. At the moment, no. At the moment, Iranians, this whole fight with Israel is costing Iranians. 47 years of hostility with Iranians has ruined a country. Sorry, 47 years hostility with Israel. But is that really hard for you guys to understand? Is it difficult?
Iranians have nothing against us. We kind of enjoy their company when it goes. I mean, look at when Iranians go to Dubai and stuff. There are 400,000 Iranians in Dubai. We have nothing against us. We like to have their company. We like to be friends with them. With the Iraqis who actually invaded us.
Alex, was the West involved in your 79 revolution?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
I said, was the West in, during your 79 revolution?
Yeah, they kind of, the Western world, see, the Iranian Revolution of 79 was really kind of, I mean, it ended up with the Islamic government, but the kind of fundamentals is what was the leftist view in Iran and the so-called anti-imperialism and stuff. It was a thing.
Alex, did all the family members, right, did they steal something from Iran before they left?
No, Jimmy Carter. That's one of the things that Jimmy Carter, Iranians all hate Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter backed Khomeini because in his stupid leftist utopia, he thought that it's time for Iran to change from monarchy to a presidential, and the man he fucking chose for that was this idiot which completely destroyed the country. That's one of the reasons Iranians particularly hate Jimmy Carter. You ask every single Iranian, they consider Jimmy Carter not only one of the worst presidents, one of the worst people who ever had to deal with Iran. He ruined this country.
There's a buyer there. Buyer, did you not speak?
Yeah, Bernetta. I just had some comments that I was concerned about, but I had wanted to speak about the difference, but I think that was resolved because there was this assumption earlier by the other guests, the difference between, because my brother is Muslim and my family is, but I'm not, and to make a distinction between the Arab Muslim and Islamic. But I think that was clarified.
Okay, cool.
You see, Emily, the other thing is this Muslim dance you guys have. You always think there's some kind of a big Muslim nation. We don't feel it that way.
That's not what I said, though, right? All right, then. Don't try to self-correct me. I'm quite astute.
I'm not correcting you. I was talking to Amir, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
but I did.
About pocketing all this hate and
Barabella, so what's your take in the Middle East?
My take is one that can be very complicated because I agree that Jimmy Carter, from the perspective, right, was a failure because he backed the wrong regime. But you have to know the history that the CIA propped up since the late 60s, 50s and 60s, the Shah anyway. And so this false allegiance, I feel like it's just that the Iranian people need to find their own sovereignty and use the money that is frozen by the U.S., by China, which I think is almost $100 billion to reset up and repatriate those Iranians that would like to go back and help build an infrastructure. But this requires a level of streamlining and getting a government that is open to fostering business, but also creating a humanitarian safe zone. But again, I am of a mind that by playing in the Western hands, because I'm very transparent, you're going to set yourself up for failure because the CIA is not your friend. whether you think America's helping you or not. They're not.
I think people are kind of resorting to too many boogeyman and something like that. See, the reality is that Iranians are not that naive. No one's saying that, for example, the U.S. help or the Israeli help is because of the freedom for Iranians and they love us so much. No, that's not the case. What is really happening is we have aligned interests, both with the Americans and with the Israelis. And even then, I think that the view of the Israelis and Americans is completely different because Americans are seeing it as a more global strategic event to change the Iranian government. Israelis see the Iranian government as an existential threat to their being. But it doesn't matter. What they think about their own national interests happens to also align with Iranian national interests. And that's what we plead to them, and that's what we're seeing today.
Okay, so I'm confused though that if one regime exists for the total annihilation of your regime, your infrastructure, because of course you have the ethnicity of the Persians, we got that, but you still have an Islamic Shia regime, correct? So that has an Islamic branch. So are you saying just eliminate the Islamic branch and still align with the Israelis with the best of your interests and intentions? That sounds counterintuitive. I'm just coming from it.
What part seems to be the contradiction for you?
I think it's a contradiction when you're ignoring the fact that if you look at a Venn diagram, the overlapping, you've got different populations, and yes, you've got the Persians that may not all be Islamic, because you definitely will have some Jewish Persians that are still living there. You still will have Baha'i and several other communities.
We're not even talking about religious.
But what I'm saying is the country of the nation state
has nothing to do with religion.
No, but what I'm saying is, why align yourself? That's what I'm trying to understand, because the national interest of Israel is not aligned with either.
It is. First.
Okay, please articulate. You speak for all. You speak of all of Iran. So.
Amir, one second, Alex, one second. Amir, we have. There's news that just came in. The aircraft, ship Abraham Lincoln, the American ship that.
It was shot.
Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, Strait of Hormuz just now. You saw it?
Did it sink? Hashmi was here earlier. He told me about it.
Yeah. Okay, if you guys spoke, sorry.
It's Abraham Lincoln ship. It stunk.
I'm checking right now, but I just saw that it got attacked. Let me check. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys.
No, but I'm interested in the Abe Lincoln.
You cannot sink a aircraft carrier. That's just almost impossible. I don't know what you guys are hoping for, but that's not reality of the world.
No, it was just hit with drones.
Yeah, they can send drones there. They shoot them down, and even if one drone goes, those ships are unsinkable.
Yeah, it is impossible to sink. I'm not.
This was at least yesterday when they were allegedly hit by drones. They've already made public statements saying they're investigating. I know you're not. I'm just saying apparently that aircraft carrier has withdrawn and removed itself by at least about 500 miles away. So it's either it was hit, which they're based, or it became too close to the comfort. So either way, it does seem to imply a bit of vulnerability there, which many people have predicted, by the way, that it might be vulnerable to drones. I don't think it was whatsoever. Could have been with the lives lost. They're not going to admit that. So it's definitely interesting.
The firepower of U.S. versus Iran is just not even comparable. It's so uneven. power, and they're kind of systematically dismantling the Iranian government. U.S. and Israelis work together. Most of the Iranian security forces and the anti-riot forces, everything, they're now homeless. They're still camping in the streets of Tehran, or trying to go into the mosque, into the schools, everywhere, because they're trying to find shelter. Today we just lost a kind of a sports complex because 12,000 of them had gone into that sports complex, using that as a temporary shelter. It's happening. So like whether people like it or not, it's just day by day.
So this guy is a pro-Israel Zionist propagandist, comes from Israel, blah blah blah. So just take everything he says with a pinch of salt. You can generally ignore him. He's right that Israel wants to destroy Iran. Absolutely true. And the UN.
Okay, that is your view.
Yeah. Everybody knows this. And what's worse though is that now apparently hit 20 schools. So some of the pro-Israeli types yesterday were trying to have this ridiculous narrative that the Iranians of all people struck their own school. Beyond belief they would think that would be true, based on evidence of one tweet with a random photo of some missile going off course in the sky. They used all that to try and claim that the most obvious truth was not true, which was that the US or Israel hit that girls' school on the first day of their attack. But now they've hit 20 more schools. So how does that sit with these people?
Yeah, Alex.
The Israeli government hit all 20 of these schools as well.
Yeah, Alex, you said that. Yeah, to his point, Alex, you said that Iranians are not naive and they know that Israel is not there to save the Iranian people. So what are they there to do?
As I said, so
and
for Israelis, the goals are different.
Right, they're there to
they're there to
eliminate the threat. Yes. Okay. So
government. Yes.
Okay. So if they're doing that, why are they bombing schools and hospitals and killing innocent people? And yes, they are, bro. Yes, they are. It's up to almost 1,400 deaths.
The Americans and Israelis could have targeted.
This could have thing. I don't want to hear. They used to say that with Gaza. If Israel wanted it, they could have. I'm just saying, don't use could have.
No, I want to use it because it's an important point to make. They could have destroyed Iranian infrastructure. They have refused to do that. They're not actually going for civilian casualties. That's one of the reasons the people in Iran are willing to back it. They have some kind of a comfort. In a way, it's too much of a comfort, but they see the Israelis and the U.S. bombings, to be precise, hitting. What is the biggest fear amongst Iranians is who lives in your building or who lives in the building next door, because it has turned out that many people that they didn't know, or their neighbors, ended up being security forces, people that no one even suspected. And that is now the biggest fear. Like, okay, I'm okay with them, but what happens if one of my neighbors is for example, a security force, and these people are the targets? So that is one of the fears, that we don't actually know who our neighbors are. But meanwhile, no, they're not going after civilian casualties. It's a PR war, and definitely neither Americans nor Israelis want to engage into anything of trying to having civilian casualties. Yes, the school happened and they made a big deal about it, but that was not deliberate.
How did they hit 20 more schools then?
It depends on the schools, as I said.
Schools are not one school. Schools are hospitals are hospitals are.
No, they are going to hospital. But even that, at this point, the security forces are trying to take shelter in any buildings. They're using stadiums, they're using schools and stuff.
Yo, Ralph, insert Zionist tactic 101 here.
Okay, so you guys think that. That's fine. The main point is the main point is for the people in Iran, the people on the ground.
You're a propagandist. Everybody's bored.
Yeah. I'm a propagandist. But the most important part is how the people in Tehran feel, because at the moment they still feel safe.
And how do you know, Ralph? I'm just curious on how do you know what the people on the ground feel? Because my advice to anybody out here in this room is be skeptical of everything you hear. There's going to be one side.
Because the difference is we have contact with Iran and Tehran in particular, where I
Yeah, just because you have contacts, you're going to be biased.
Because I speak to the people on the ground, and this is
we're going to be biased to our family members.
Yeah.
So that doesn't make your information right.
This is the dominant feeling amongst the people. They are feeling safe enough. They're not. You see, last time when we had the 12-day war, also it was exasperated by the fact that the president of U.S. and Israel said, like, leave the city, and everyone left. No one is leaving Tehran this time. And the amount of damage bombings is like 10 times worse. They tell me that. They say, like, it's nothing even compared to the 12-day war. It's much more fierce, much more destructive. But people are holding up for the last moment that President Trump has promised them, that when is the time to come to the streets.
I still disagree with you, because that is your comfort zone, your people that you are talking to that are giving you their best, their version. That doesn't mean your family and your context speaks. Can you let me land? I just let you land. That doesn't mean, so I take your opinion with a grain of salt. You know, you need to hear the other. You need to hear the other side, and where the two merge, that's where the truth is. There's one side, there's side A, there's side B, and the truth is somewhere in the middle.
Unless people in the forum, there's no other side.
There's truth. The truth is somewhere in the middle.
No,
you're giving me your opinion.
The other side would be only valid if people in this forum have direct line of contact with people in Iran on the ground. And I personally have, many Iranians have, we have a circle. We all have our own circles. We all are exchanging information. And our circles are much more wider than anyone in this room even.
But they're your circles. Remember,
No, it's not circles. So look,
catch yourself.
When you have a city under siege, everyone in that city has the news travels across the city. So I personally speak to like 5-10 people. My friends and family, they speak to another 5-10 other.
Out of 90 million. Okay.
No. For starters, I have to admit, I don't have great contacts in other cities. In Tehran, I have a lot of contacts. And the Tehran is the one being bombarded the hardest because by nature it has the most government buildings and most of the security apparatus, most of the government functions is out of Tehran. So they have been bombing Tehran fiercely. So yeah, I have it from the city, which is mostly on the attack. And at the end of the day, when it comes to it, Tehran has to fall for this government to go. So it's not about getting other cities. Tehran has to fall. The capital has to fall. And the people in Tehran are waiting for that moment, because once they can come out the street and capture Tehran, that's the end of it. So if you guys have a better network than my network, please feel free. But don't just come and tell me, oh, I don't know, man. I don't believe your opinion, so don't believe it.
No, I used to be in intelligence. I used to work, and you can look at my job. You can Google me, do my name research. I'm a professor, and I work in tech, and I used to do business, and I work with sanctions. So I'm quite familiar with what's going on. My only concern is that because you're in intelligence, you don't validate all your sources. Your goal in intelligence is to look at both sides and know that there's going to be propaganda spread on both sides. So that's all I'm saying.
We're not looking at
You question your sources.
You're looking at one side, which is the people in the ground in Tehran who are living.
The airport being destroyed. It's not like one side or the other. It's just it either happened or it didn't. And I think the consensus is yes, the airport was hit. Whatever. It's just a reality. Both sides are taking enormous amounts of damage. These are from all mainstream.
We call the situation as an Armageddon. It's literally like an Armageddon. It's a vast amount of destruction beyond anyone's imagination. But yeah, we're all aware of that.
No, it's not beyond anyone's imagination. I've been predicting exactly what's unfolded for years and months.
You're not
sources, including military planners.
But the funny thing is, you're in the zone.
Your narrative is a distortion. It doesn't align with what's actually
You have a beef with Israel. Let's go for it. It's not a Bible.
That's none of your business. All right, cool. Good.
Why did the conversation die? Just because I didn't want to listen to whatever Rolls daily Israeli rant. So let's move back, like Iran, war, all these goodies.
People are exhausted, I guess. They used all the arguments.
So you said we have to hear your pro-Israel propaganda instead of my anti-Israel rants. Okay. Unabated, continual pro-Israeli propaganda. Big respect to put up with that shit.
I think the argument of Alex is that Iran and Hezbollah are so distant, they could as well be friends.
Yeah, we're not part of that Israeli-Arab conflict, which is very real.
So would Israel be happy with a peaceful Iran?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Would Israel be happy with a peaceful Iran?
Oh yeah, that would give a great joy for them. I mean, for 47 years, they have this irrational government who keeps on threatening them, and it turns out that they have amassed a arsenal of at least missiles. They wanted to even build a nuclear bomb on top of it. So yeah, they're going to have a sigh of relief.
Well, we will see a regime change in Iran. It's not that obvious. Right now there are no signs of that happening, but that might happen.
The government of Iran is being dismantled bit by bit. As I said to you, so like all the security forces, they don't even have now barracks. They are now camping on the streets of Tehran, behind buildings, in alleys. They're putting up these camps. this is just ridiculous. Like, they can't, they don't no longer have their own barracks. And one day will come, so either a drone comes and takes them, and then people will come in the streets. I think that considering the experience they had in last month when the government forces massacred 40,000 people, this time they're trying to weaken them as much as possible. Like when the people come, it's not going to be a repeat of a 40,000 massacre.
Yeah, I guess that is what Israel and US hope for, but there are limits to what they can do.
Well, one thing
there will not be boots on the ground. There will be not boots on the ground, and that means that you cannot do everything with the airplanes and bombs. So that means that the war has to end at some point. And then
can you create a room yourself and loop yourselves up with each other? Don't loop yourselves up in a private room. We don't want to hear this shit.
Okay, so you bring up your stuff.
Thank you.
You should pick an out.
You can loop each other up in a private room. Go on.
You're on the sixth day.
Go on. Good boys, go on. Take your leave.
I would welcome also other ideas.
Take your leave. And go and loop each other up.
Please bring your ideas as well in the game.
I don't need to share my ideas with scumbags like you.
Okay, so
take your leave.
Yeah, this is a room about Iran. You can go and
take your leave if you like.
Look at the title of the room.
Yeah, and it can be, well, we don't really care what the title is. You two can leave.
Seriously, who are you?
I'll tell you in a minute.
Please do.
You can tell us when they've left, General.
Hang on a second.
Tell us when they've left, please. Don't delay.
I want to ask Brian, you said you worked with intelligence?
Long time ago, when I was working in Haiti and overseas in other assignments, but I don't work with them now. I'm in tech.
I understand, but when you see this, originally Trump, he didn't say that this was about regime change, and then all of a sudden he's talking about regime change in Iran. What's your take on this?
It's about regime change.
It was about the regime change from the jump, right?
From the jump. See, because the history of it was only until Ayatollah Khomeini and the first at the fall of the Shah, they had a very rich history with the Shah, a period of 30 years at which they were able to communicate with Israel and Iran. So it is logical that when you have a government shift that's based largely on religion and had their hell bent on sponsoring other terrorists in the region to bring down Israel with the goal of hell bent on defeating you, because that is part of a certain prophecy, et cetera, et cetera. The intent is regime change. It's not always about the oil. It was definitely regime change.
And you know the British were deeply involved in the whole history of that, from Mossadegh and before to the Shah, and you know how he was regarded as a tyrant himself. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, of course, but isn't that the game of the CIA and other people? It doesn't matter how, it's about the political purpose and what drives U.S. interests, right?
Exactly. Yes.
National interests. It's about national interests. And
exactly. And well, in this case, though, Israel has much more extremist objectives than the US and the Iraq. We have more conventional imperialism, but they have a more extremist religious passion for questing the Middle East. Would you agree, Congressman?
I would say it's about their self-preservation. So whether or not I call them extremists, it's about protecting as a nation state, as a sovereign state. I don't like the fact that they're, as another sovereign state, attacking another sovereign state. But if there's ground intent to foster regime change, then that you always got to look at intent.
Yeah, Brian, also bear in mind, and this is a part which really doesn't fare well with these people, is Iranians actively campaign for that. We really kind of worked hard to convince the US to get involved.
Alex, Alex, not all Iranians, okay? You
Look,
speak
look,
for yourself.
look.
Just say you're 10 people, 20 people that you know. Stop the cap and don't say, we Iranians or don't say that.
Once again, it's the wish of the majority of Iranians. The campaign could not be done.
You're not speaking the majority of Iranians, bro.
No, that is a sentiment. Now you don't accept it, that's fine.
No. Okay, provide sources, go.
No, but and there's no survey. I'm tired.
Okay, there's no sources.
Yeah.
So
We're not gonna play that game anymore. For Iran, there are no sources of exact statistics for Iran.
So Alex say based on my research or based on that's what you have to say, bro. That's the fair way to say it.
That is not the message I'm saying. The message is the Iranian nation wanted us. The diaspora, in particular, the ones who had more agency, they could actually come to the streets. They could kind of petition. We even took 1.5 million Iranians outside the country come to the streets on a single day as a protest and asking for this to happen. We have been campaigning really hard. Unfortunately, people in Iran have no agency because they have no access. But we have done that. We are proud of it. The nation is supporting it. And we're kind of moving to the countdown and we're all hoping for the best. This game of bringing sources and surveys for out of Iran, they've cut down the internet now for 120 hours or something. These people, this is what they do. This is how they act. So no, we don't have exact surveys from inside Iran. This is, you either believe us or you don't, but at this point, it's a moot point. I mean, I'm not really I can tell you, as people, as one of the Iranians who's in touch with Iran, following closely, discussing that with other people, this is how it is working out. You guys don't want to accept it? Good on you. I mean, I'm not here to convince you. We have a much larger agenda to achieve. And it's pretty perilous agenda because first the government has to go down. We don't actually know who's going to be the next leader. We even kind of trying to figure out what Trump wants. I mean, for example, Amir, who has all this disdain for Pahlavi. No one even knows if Pahlavi is the next one who comes or if Trump agrees with him. So we are all kind of anxious to know. We don't actually know the exact roadmap either. Pahlavi at the moment is the only name which is known to the Iranians. There's no other name to know. No. But let's see what happens and what Trump. But Trump has made it clear. And even if I don't trust Trump because he's kind of been fickle, I'm pretty sure the Israelis do not wish to see this government in power by the time this campaign is finished. This is a one chance in a lifetime. The amount of money.
And when to say before this war, it also became obvious that regime change wasn't the only goal.
Well, for 47 years, no one has actually had a regime change goal in Iran, and no one had the.
Israel has had plans since.
Are you so fucking real? Do we have to listen to this bullshit, this monologue?
Yeah.
No, we don't have to listen to it. Shut your face up.
You're
barking like a bitch without anyone actually contesting your point.
Without even offering a single point of view.
Complete monologue.
Yeah, I know. The room keeps on going to, and you don't actually say anything.
You're breaking up, Rolf. Rolf, you're breaking up.
I think what the Israelis want was never in question. They have always wanted the same thing. It's irrelevant because they always wanted regime change. But I think the real question is...
They've never had the opportunity of it.
The real question is not what they want. The real question is whether they are going to achieve it this time.
No, what I'm saying is that there's a lot of resources.
The campaign goes on, but is looking increasingly less likely.
Okay, that is see, that's a different point for us with the government being dismantled by bit. It's looking more likely than ever. We've never been that close.
That is true. It is close, but it is not guaranteed.
Nothing is guaranteed. That's what that was my statement of saying it's a perilous journey. For some reason, Iranians can feel this when it's happening.
Hold on. Amin is here. Hey, Amin, how you doing today?
Hey, I'm here. Thanks for bringing me up.
What's your take, Amin? What's your position in relation to this whole thing with the municipality and IRGC centers?
I don't know. It's difficult for me to comment on it because my family left Iran just before the 1979 revolution, and I think there's different groups outside of Iran in the diaspora. There are people that have come and gone to Iran that have like a sort of a bit of a tension with the existing regime, and there's people like myself and our family and people that I grew up with that are, if we went back, we would be arrested immediately, and so on and so forth for being from a different, religious minority.
Well, yes.
Yeah. I'm Baha'i family. So, Baha'is, for example, have been persecuted in Iran since the 1850s, 1860s, and being killed. And so, there's different groups of diaspora that have a different concept of what they want to have happen in Iran. And, as things get worse and worse in Iran over the last over the last decades, you have university persecutions, you have different groups, and now the public, the general public in Iran, anybody that stands up or, resists the regime is kind of being punished and imprisoned. And so, I think there is a very big diversity within the diaspora, and then also within Iran. And, my want is always to connect with people in Iran, be they even, fundamentalist Muslims that view me as a heathen and an apostate and I should be killed. I would like to, know where they're coming from and, to figure out if there's any common ground and if there's a possible way for us to live in harmony. I don't expect people to convert to my belief system. I don't expect to have to be forced to convert to their belief system. And I think historically, Iran has been a group of, disparate, cultures, religions, and so on and so forth. And we should try to aim for a unified thing, just as people agree about not killing each other, not stealing from each other, and so on and so forth. This kind of fundamental set of rules that we can all live by. What concerns me in all of these rooms, be it Pahlavi, be it IRGC, be it anything, is that, people are harboring a lot of hatred in their hearts and, wishing on each other. And I think that's really what we need to confront first, is to come to a peace within ourselves if we can. Otherwise, how are we going to live together? And then that's really where that's all I kind of want to point out. And I'll leave it there.
Yeah, at the moment, the emotions are raw. What, as the Iranian expression goes, is a sea of blood between us and the IRGC, just simply because of them committing the biggest massacre in Iranian history just a month ago. And by the way, for the people who don't know, I don't know how many of you people know about the Baha'i religion. These people, the Baha'i faith is, not saying that Iran was kind to all religions or this government was kind, but there were subtle discriminations or even more than subtle discriminations against different religions in the last 47 years. But in the case of Baha'is, it's not just discrimination. They literally persecuted these people. And by persecution means they confiscated their livelihoods. They basically banned them from education. They killed them. These people really, really suffered under this government. They are the worst case scenario. Yeah. They're a black spot in Iranian history, what this government did to these people.
Sure. And it's interesting also because this is a religion that started So it's kind of when you say emotions are raw, I mean for Baha'is this has been happening for a very long time, and so in many ways I'm not as raw because I was born in this madness from a very young age, and I think it's important for us to kind of stay as for those of us that are not in Iran, to stay level-headed if we can. And this is what I appreciate about Amir's room, is that he's kind of trying to keep a calm discussion going on about this. And I think we have to be calm. I realize that many people are very shocked about what's happening, but this is standard practice in Iran, just the way they persecute any group that is, problematic and that stands up to the regime or wants change or wants rights or whatever it is.
No, to be honest, what happened to the Baha'is so far in the so-called political opponents of the government, especially the so-called armed political opponents of the government, they've never done that to anyone. What they did to the Baha'is. Baha'is really, as I said, is a dark spot in Iranian history. What these people did to you guys.
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyway, so Amir, just to answer your question, I mean, I don't know where I stand. I don't want Iran to be disrupted into many smaller states and balkanized, is the term that they use. I do not want to see that happen. I think that's not a positive thing. I think Iran is what it is for a reason historically. It has some geographical features which create the shape of where it is, mountain ranges, bodies of water, so on and so forth. And I think historically we have been a lot of different groups, and I'm hoping that integrity is maintained. I don't want to see it carved up into a lot of different pieces, but at the same time, I don't want to see it maintained as such an authoritarian state either. So, I mean, whether or not I agree Israel or the U.S. is doing, I don't think anybody should be killing anybody. But I'm, a bit maybe naive, growing up that way of being very peaceful in my heart as much as I can be. I do recognize that humans don't necessarily respond to that. So I'll leave it there, and then,
I got a question for Amin. Amin, are you by any chance son of the Dr. Abbas Amanat?
He's my uncle.
Oh, I see. Yeah. He is the only historian that within Iranian society that does not have even a bit of chauvinist culture. He is really fantastic. You should be proud of him.
Yeah, I just saw him the other day actually, and we were talking about what's happening in Iran. He's very concerned.
Yeah,
very concerned about the damage that's going to be done to the country.
Sorry, he was supposed to give a lecture in equality. Last Sunday, he did cancel that lecture. I love him. The guy is fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, Cyrus, I was just curious. When you use the word chauvinist, what do you mean by that exactly?
There is, hold on, there is some kind of, within Iranian society, a bunch of these Persians, they think Iran belongs for them. All of us, I'm coming from Turkish ethnicity, we are about 35-40 million within Iran. I'm from Tabriz. The other guys are Kurd, the other guys are Arab, the other guys are Baluchi. They think they own Iran. Iran belongs to them, and we all are tenant for a temporary, or for example, people like me, Genghis Khan attacked Iran, changed our language. Otherwise, we were a pure Aryan race. I don't believe any of those things, my friend. Those things are all fake news, came to Iranian society. You can ask this guy's uncle, Dr. Amanat, only the last 100 years. They were trying to create some identity, to Iranian people. I don't deny that there is no Kurush Cyrus king. It was existing, but so as other kings in Iran, they were all killers. You understand?
No.
Yes. So if you guys, okay, if you guys would be kind enough, just search in the Google who killed Cyrus King. He took his army. He was trying to attack Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan's queen was in Persian we call at the time I cannot recall.
Seriously, on especially
the queen of she sent her son that sent him the Kurush, Cyrus King, a message that while you're trying to occupy us, while you're trying to we submit no matter what, whatever you want, come and we will give it to you. He killed that messenger. That Tahmuras, her name was Tahmuras. In Persian we call Tahmuras. In English probably a little sound different. Anyhow, the Tahmuras made a huge army. They defeated Cyrus King. The interesting is they cut his head. They took it to the area that they kill, usually pig, all kind of animal, and they put that inside the bath of the blood. And while she was putting there, she said, "You love blood, that's where you belong." So bottom line is, he was like any other, like Genghis Khan, any other king. But unfortunately, they tried to, through Iranian modern history, they tried to make us, oh my God, we were during the king of Cyrus King, we will even had a cell phone. They make up so many stories, and I am sick of that mentality. I am an Iranian, I'm not separatist, I still want to be part of Iran, but Iran that becomes federalist of Iran, the Federalist Republic of Iran. This new movement has started with Pahlavi, it holds to the bazaar, a bunch of idiots. They have no what they want. This is really, I'm concerned about Iranian situation, but he will never become king. He is more than welcome to come and become president, but he will never become a king. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for that. It's pretty interesting. I certainly appreciate, your perspective as being very, very reasonable and moderate and willing to listen to all sides, even though you obviously your family has been persecuted. I always like hearing people who just don't become vengeful and obsessively partisan and that you want unity. And I get the sense that most Iranians think like you, that they ultimately would prefer to have a stable country and get along with their fellow people and resolve the differences. And everybody here recognizes that the Islamic regime is extremely repressive and tyrannical, but I don't think there's a single person who would disagree with that. I'm really curious about your uncle, if he's this well-known historian, super interested in that. If you wouldn't mind giving us his name, I don't want to be a stalker, but I wouldn't mind looking up his name.
It was not my uncle. It was this gentleman, his uncle.
Yes.
If you type in Google Abbas Amanat, this gentleman's last name, you will see a lot of lectures from him. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I was talking to Amin actually. No worries. I just didn't want to pry if.
He's a public figure as well known. I mean, both my uncle Abbas Amanat knows a lot about Iranian history. He teaches. He's a professor of history, Middle Eastern history at Yale University in the U.S. And then, of course, there's also Abbas Milani, who's another very well-known historian who teaches at Princeton.
I mean, I like your perspective, man. You sound like a sane person.
I believe Milani is actually a Stanford.
Unlike some of the
Abbas Milani, friend of mine, I know him inside.
Yeah, I just want to say something to I mean, you sound like a very sane person. Unlike some of the other Pahlavi supporters here,
Yeah.
They make crazy claims.
Supporters on one of those.
Oh
you need to relax, Amir.
Amir, Abbas Milani, he teaches in University of Stanford, right in our area.
We have another one. Wow, when did you convert to Raza Pahlaviism?
Ali, hold on. He used to be a lefty. Now he has been 100% pro-gay.
Cyrus, can you please hang on? Cyrus, I know you want to talk, I know, but can you hang on for a second, please?
I have a solution. I need you guys to listen to me, okay?
Sure.
So, after, all these military attacks, what the plan is, I've been asking what the plan is to, get rid of the IRGC. I finally figured it out. So we're going to be ushering in about 200 to 300 Spirit Airline flights into Tehran. And all the IRGC members, about 500,000 foot soldiers and about 500,000 Basij, are going to get on these Spirit Airline flights. And then we'll be able to go to a variety of destinations, okay? And then the more important thing we got to think about is the 10%.
This is
hold on, 1 second. I'm not done yet. Excuse me. I'm not done talking.
Alex, please allow. This is your Raza Pahlavi supporter speaking. Come on.
He's not even
funny. The 10% of the population.
He supports Raza Pahlavi. Come on.
That supports this regime. The question is, are we going to use Zyklon B chambers and carbon monoxide chambers to exterminate them? Okay, so that's the only question. We got to figure it out. But that's it. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. Is we have a plan.
Guys, I do apologize about Taco. He is immature and little idiot too. Those days are toxic and people are, it's gone, way gone.
I got you. Yeah, he's very toxic. But I really appreciate your perspective. Well, now look, I am trying to. So this is a neutral ground for either Raza Pahlavi, IRGC Central, right? The problem I'm having it's so hard for me to understand this. If somebody brings up any points, either from IRGC, even though they don't support IRGC, but if they do bring up some logical points that IRGC points out, they're like, oh, this is an IRGC point. You're an IRGC supporter. Yeah. Like, where do you go from here? And another question I want to ask you was, under the Shah, the grandfather, the father, was there more casualties of getting more persecuted? Your people, the Baha'is, whereas in today's.
No, so the problem is the history of the Baha'i conflict in Iran and the presence of the Baha'is. There were two groups. The Baha'is started out as Babis initially, and they were somewhat more aggressive, and they actually attempted in sort of 1840s, they attempted to assassinate the king of Iran at the time. And I'm terrible with the facts and the details, so I don't have exactly who it was that they killed, but they tried to kill. And so Babis, as a result, were severely persecuted in the late 1800s, and about 20,000 of them were killed. And so when the prophet of the Baha'i faith came along, Baha'u'llah, he said that you're not allowed to kill anybody. You're not even allowed to kill. You're not even allowed to kill in self-defense.
What year?
If somebody's persecuting you as
what
your
year
religion.
was that, by the way? I'm sorry to cut you off. What year was
1840 something.
That's when he came. That's when the Bob came.
The Bob came is 1840.
About 150 years ago.
And then when did he pass away? Because I know they locked him up.
They executed him by firing squad. And interestingly,
what year was that?
I don't have the dates. It was shortly after. It was not very long after. It was like 1849, 1850, something like that. Something like that. Around the same amount of time. And so the story of the Bab is a very interesting story. And interestingly for the Shia Muslims, the Bab claims to be the Mahdi. He claims to be the hidden, imam. And so a lot of Muslims and a lot of Muslim clerics at the time became Babis and then eventually became Baha'is. And so this very much disrupted the Islamic control in Iran because people were becoming Baha'is and Babis. And so then the persecution really began because they were seeing people converting. And my family background, my Abbas Amna, my uncle, he comes from the Jewish background. Baha'is for several generations. My mother's side comes from a Muslim background, so I have these both sides in my genetics. I'm both from a Jewish background and an Islamic background, but I've been Baha'i for several generations. And so I see and I feel the pain of both of these groups. Anyway, yes. So, but in the more recent history, at the time of Reza Pahlavi Sr., Baha'is were not as persecuted in Iran. And it wasn't until 79 that when Khomeini came in, then Baha'is started to be persecuted very severely again. So that's the answer to your question.
Thank you.
So just to make it for
Alex, can you learn something from Amin? He's a more sane person that I ever came across.
Okay,
Seriously.
fine. I mean, just one sentence.
Can you learn something from him? Can you please?
Baha'is, the Shiite religion.
And Taco and Mazi, but Taco is something.
No, I just want to say one thing.
He supports Reza Pahlavi. I can't deal with it.
I mean, just to public information, the Baha'is to the Shiite religion is something like the Mormons to the Christian, or something along those lines.
More like the Jehovah's Witnesses. It's more like the Jehovah's Witnesses. Looks like more of Unitarian Church versus Orthodox.
It's a new religion. It's completely new.
It's more like the Jehovah's Witnesses. That's what they always compare it to.
One of the most progressive women in Iranian society was Baha'i. Her name was Gulratul Ain. He was the first woman in Iran. He took hijab off. She took hijab off. Islamic. Tahiri Gulratul Ain.
She was a Babi.
Absolutely. I mean, I think she got married to him. Am I right?
No, they never met.
Oh,
they never met. I see. They just corresponded with letters.
I have heard many lectures. In fact, the Abbas Milani's sister, Farzana Milani, gave a wonderful lecture regarding that correctly a few years ago.
But you know, I mean, I will say this. Aside from how the government treated the Baha'is in Iran, the Iranian Muslims never really had that same sentiment toward the Baha'is, because growing up in an Iranian, environment in New York, there wasn't many of us, but we did have our schools, we did have our, Islamic teachings. And anytime, even when I went to Iran, anytime Baha'is came up, the things that I would consistently always hear, they were persecuted and they're good people. Every single, without fail, they're good people. Yes, they were persecuted.
I mean, it just depends on the circles that you travel in. Some Muslims are, Iranians are very progressive about Baha'is and have an understanding of who they are. But there are many that have, taken this propaganda that, the Baha'i faith is, comes from England. It's like a British kind of conspiracy.
Those days are numbers.
Yeah, and then there's also that it's a Zionist thing because the Baha'is are in Israel. So, yeah. But who knows? I mean, the propaganda still exists.
I spent quite a lot of time in Haifa, and with a lot of Palestinians that lived in Haifa and still live there. And they obviously had their problems with the Zionist entity. They had their problems with the Israelis, but they never, not one time, complained about the Baha'is. And it came up. It wasn't like it wasn't. So because the temple's smack dab in the middle of the center of Haifa. Yeah. So it came up. But that's what I'm saying. One thing I will, give you about the Baha'i people, from the Palestinian perspective. Again, this is my experiences. Or from the Palestinian perspective, every Palestinian ever that Baha'is came up to the Iranians in Iran or Muslim, or the Iranians or Muslim that I grew up with, in my upbringing, they never complained about Baha'is. They always stressed that they were good people and peaceful people.
That's kind of insane. Appreciate that.
Let me talk about the history of Islam that coming to the Iran. In the history, the Iran occupied by the Arab nation, that Islam coming as their religion, and they have to follow that religion. That's why the minority at that moment in Islam was Shia. So the Iranian in the story in the Shia to bring it as a majority of Islam in Iran to just fight
This is
Islam.
incorrect.
Do you want me to correct you on Islamic
You
conquest?
get access to everything, So you can just put it there.
Because you're bullshitting, man.
How
You're just bullshitting at this moment.
go in Iran.
Okay, do you know that Iran was Sunni for many, many, many years in the beginning? It wasn't Shia first. It was Sunni first. You know that, right?
It was Sunni and the Safavids trying to make it the majority as a political, system to separate the Iran religion from the Arab religion as Islam, another kind of Islam.
They also had a conflict with Turkish Empire. They want to distinguish themselves from the Turkish Empire. Generally, they are all Sunni. But let me give you one statement regarding my friend, Baha'i friend Amin. In all of the Iranian intellectual environment, which I go more often, I have always defended, talk on behalf of what has happened to Baha'i. I am from Azerbaijan, but when it comes to Azerbaijani national identity, language within Iran, as soon as I try to say that this is wrong, what they do with Turkish people in Iran, those Baha'i that I always try to defend them, they come up, they say, oh no, immediately, you're trying to break the country, this, that, and that was not right.
Sure, and again, I don't want to make this about the Baha'is, frankly. I mean, I think this is about Iran and the future of Iran. I think just trying to find a place for all peoples in Iran is what I would hope to find. And again, Baha'is will have an opinion that is personal to them. I mean, we don't have a cohesive, set of opinions that we all agree on, other than world peace and unity of mankind, unity of religion, and so on, things like that. But it's a very simple set of principles that we kind of agree on. That's just that person's personal opinion. So, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, I'm just, so, I mean, when you, now the IRGC, do you support the attack on Iran by America and Israel? I mean,
I really, I don't know what to say about it, to be honest, John. I mean, in some ways, there is a bit of a hope that things will change and I could, let's say, go back. And from a completely selfish perspective, for myself, then I think to myself, well, maybe I can go back to Iran one day, my home country, which I haven't been there since I was 3 years old. But the destruction of Iran and the killing of Iranians, I don't want that to happen. I also am suspicious of their intentions because the U.S. has meddled in Iran so many times historically. They disrupted the the constitutional revolution. They put in Pahlavi. They disrupted Pahlavi's rule. They supported bringing Khomeini back in. So again, it's very hard to be not suspicious of American intentions in the region, especially after Gulf War, right? With what they've done. So I don't know. And the American government and the way that the dynamics are in American politics with these 4-year terms and whatnot, it's very hard to figure out what they're trying to do. I think people expecting Trump to state, oh, we're not going to do regime change, but now it's about regime change and so on and so forth. I mean, expecting a U.S. president to give you directly answers or direct intentions in a war scenario, I think is a bit of a strange expectation to have what they're up to. We don't know what they really want.
That's true.
And yet at the same time, my want is for Iranians to unify, to figure out a common ground that we can all agree on. Be you Pahlavi, be you Islamic State, Islamic Republic, or if you are Kurdish,
find a common ground.
Find a common ground. Let's unify. Let's find something that we can all work together with. And we don't need to rely on foreign interference. As Baha'is, we are supportive of our Islamic brothers and sisters, our Christian brothers and sisters, and our Jewish brothers and sisters. We believe that all the religions are trying to solve the same problem, trying to understand what existence is and what our role it is and how that we can, honor the spiritual aspects of our existence. So I have no desire to eradicate any group based on religion or ethnicity.
What do you think about Israel doing the attack on Iran?
Again, I don't know. I mean, again, the current government in Israel, what can I say? They are a bit aggressive. I understand Israelis. Yes,
Would you say they're baby killers? Would you say they're baby killers?
No, there's documentation to show that all of these groups, U.S. government, Israeli government, and the Iranian government, and even the British government, we are seeing that they don't seem to care very much about children, and they are willing to let them die. I mean, that's something that this is the problem that I'm trying to say, is that we're looking to governments that have blood on their hands. All of them have blood on their hands.
Yeah, that's true.
And then we're looking to those groups to come and resolve and create peace when all they know is war. Whereas the people that don't have blood on their hands, people like ourselves in this room, who have never killed anybody, I don't know, maybe somebody has in this room, but it's the problem.
I don't know about Alex. I
kill a hamburger, like a meat hamburger.
And I don't know about Black Rabbi either. He thinks everybody's terrorists, including the Gaza.
Exactly. So I'm just saying is that the people that have no blood on their hands, we have no power. And we are the ones that maybe need to get together and really implement democracy. And this is my fundamental question. Are the people in Iran ready for democracy? They've been under different types of extreme rule for 100 years, be it the Islamic Republic or be it the Shah before that, who was quite strict at times. And, there's always been a very strict rule in Iran. So do people understand what democracy is? We're not Europe that had 2,000 years of the Greeks and then the Romans and then a variety of different types of rule and democracy in Europe, and people had Magna Carta. They had all these other things that developed over hundreds of years, that the society and the population understood their role as a citizen and an individual to be able to be part of a democratic society. Iran does not have the same experience. We haven't exercised and flexed those muscles. People don't understand what it means to self-determine your governance. And that's something that I think we need to work on, and we need to develop that muscle rather than deciding who's bad. I think they're all bad. I think all these governments and anybody that has a concentrated form of power, that has access to missiles and guns and planes and everything like that, all those people are problematic in my judgment. They're relying on force and intimidation to be able to control people. We need to look at who are the people that are working peacefully. Right?
Do you agree with that, Alex?
Alex, why are you different than Amin? Why is Amin same person? Why? Learn something. Bro, learn. This is a fine example of a good, true Iranian.
By the way,
and not Mazi. Mazi is wishy-washy. He's just a New Yorker.
What do you mean I'm wishy-washy?
I'm just kidding around. I'm just joking.
I have a question from Amin.
He's against the New Yorker, bro. East Coast versus West Coast.
I've got a question for Amin.
Yes.
Do you have a moment?
Do you know what Befamid means, Love?
Sorry, say that again.
Befamid. Befamid means if you please go ahead.
Oh, okay.
It's a very polite way to say that.
Yeah, and Farsi, yeah.
I learned a new word. Okay, so some of the people in these rooms have a similar viewpoint to you, but they're more frustrated with the inability to solve the problem peacefully, right? Most people agree that the current government is extremely authoritarian and a brutal regime, regardless of their religious affiliation. Even many Muslims really, really do not like the current regime, and they regard it as a certain faction that is too extreme and too harsh. And so many of these people have tried to organize, they've tried to have peace rallies, they've tried to negotiate, they've done everything they feel in their power, and every time they get blocked or persecuted, and it seems the regime has such a strong hold over society, there's no solution they can come to, so they start resorting to saying, well, we have no choice, we've got to have outside help, and we can't be patient anymore. How long are we going to wait? Are we going to wait 50 years, 100 years? How patient do we have to be? So I'm putting that point of view to you. How do you feel from their perspective? How would you discuss this with those type?
Right. So again, I think what the fundamental problem is there's a lot of opacity in terms of what is happening in Iran and what the structures in Iran are. IRGC has embedded itself, this kind of war machine that exists in Iran has embedded itself 47 years into defending the Islamic Revolution. Now, people are saying, okay, we want external help. I think that's optimistic, and we're seeing it right now. We're seeing that, yes, they're bombing Iran, they're bombing as many sites as they can, as surgically as possible, but there are underground bases, there's all sorts of things. And historically, Iran has been a defensible position, right, in the Middle East. So you have a country and you have a region with that's on a plateau, it's on a plateau to a certain degree. So it has this advantage of height, and it is somewhere that can be defended. And it also has agriculture, right? So fundamentally, you can't necessarily put the country under siege in a way to starve them out because they can survive, right? Iranians can survive. The Arab world has a bit more of a difficulty because they have less agricultural resources and they're reliant, they have oil, but they don't necessarily have, large areas of fertile farmland. Unfortunately, Yemen, which at one point was extremely fertile, has become less so in recent years. And so it's a difficult country to invade. I mean, it's similar to Afghanistan. Afghanistan is extremely difficult to invade and historically has been very, very hard to penetrate. I mean, this is the problem with Iran too. Alexander the Great comes in, Genghis Khan comes in, they kind of get converted to being Iranian. Do you know what I mean? Like you come there and that's it. Like you show up and you're kind of like, okay, people are like Iranians have our entire culture of ta'aruf and politeness and all the complexities of the Iranian protocol are designed around defense. We are self-defense built into the culture. You see somebody, you say, thank you very much. You put your feet together, you bow your head, you put your hands on your chest, you bow your head down and expose your neck in a sense of this is the standard position an Iranian will take when they say hello. It's completely like, just if you want to kill me, go ahead. And so we are put in a position, we know how to deal with invaders. We've dealt with invaders for thousands of years.
Yeah, including my people, the British, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So the British came in, and the British actually used this kind of two-faced complexity of Iranian culture against us, in the sense that British knew which lies they were telling. Iranians sometimes lose track of our sort of playing with the truth. And so anyway, but still Iran remains. The British came in, BP came in, took some oil, but it lasts a short period of time, and then it reverts to something else. And I think to a certain degree, the Islamic Revolution and the revolution in Iran, if you look at the body of Iran as a physical body, it's like almost like an allergic reaction to like Western imperialism. And so sometimes I view this, kind of extremist state of Iran as a defense mechanism against becoming westernized severely, because people didn't want to see the country's culture and identity slip away and turn into what it was turning into in the 60s and 70s. So again, I don't know. I mean, I think it's optimistic to think that just with external support from the U.S. government and Israel, that Israel has incredible intelligence in Iran, but again, it seems to not be complete. They did not have a complete picture of what they were dealing with. So again, I think there are very few people actually know what Iran's defensive capabilities are, and again, there is just a fundamental geographic defensible position in that country. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Well, hold on. The question is still, what do people? So here's the conundrum, right? The conundrum is most Iranians now know that the British, the Americans, the Israelis, especially, do not have good intentions with their military intervention. In other words, in an ideal world, we would come in as benign, wonderful people, and we would do the minimum requirement, which is a regime change, and then hand the country over to democratic people, and then you guys decide who you really want to run your country. The problem is, the only reason we're really intervening is for our own interests, right? And especially in this case for Israel's interests, they want to weaken Iran, who is no challenge to them whatsoever. And so many Iranians are stuck between a rock and a hard place because they're aware enough to know that our agenda is against the best interests of Iran in the long run, but they're frustrated with the regime. So they're trapped in this dilemma. So if I had told you a prediction, if I could see in the crystal ball, I could say Iran is going to end up just as devastated as Iraq or Syria, and then you decided, well, okay, I don't want to risk that, for example, then what's my plan going forward? If I want a peaceful internal solution, how long am I prepared to wait? Would I be willing to wait 50 years for things to just calm down and that evil regime to just crumble from within? Because repressive regimes always collapse in the end. They don't last forever. So that would be my question.
Okay, so the answer to my answer to this, it's not something I think Iranians want to hear. And I'll tell you as concisely as I can say, I think Iranians need to look within themselves, not as a group, as individuals. The number of times I've been on Clubhouse and listening to rooms and people saying, oh, these people are terrible, they're killing children, we should eradicate them all. That to me is a type of a strange cognitive dissonance. You're complaining about people that are murderers, and your solution is a cleansing of that group, of killing of that entire group. That to me, again, shows the fact that we're not ready for peace. Because so many people have so much hatred in their hearts. They're bloodthirsty. We have to quell our own bloodthirstiness first, and then move forward with something constructive. This is not how democracy works. Democracy does not work by eradicating groups of people. That doesn't make sense. But that's the solution that the majority of people present. If we can calm ourselves a little bit, there are some horrendous travesties which have occurred. Terrible things constantly. The mature and the sort of forward way of looking at it is to say, okay, yes, these terrible things have happened. Justice must be pursued, but it's not up to me to go out and kill those people or to call for their deaths. I can call for justice, whatever that looks like. We can document what has happened. We can provide the evidence. We can say these are the terrible atrocities which have been committed. But we have to create peace inside our own heart first to move forward. And this is something that I don't think anybody's working on. I do not think people are working on creating a type of peace. It's very difficult for people to not be reactionary to these sort of things. I mean, we see these horrible things happen, and it gets our blood up, and we get very angry. But it's I don't know. It's like that discussion between the monk and the samurai. I don't know where this is. It's one of these sort of Confucius things, and the monk says to the samurai says, "Well, I could kill you," and then the monk says to the samurai, "It's like I can make you kill me." Do you see what I mean? Is in I can create hatred in your heart that causes you to kill me. So the monk, without a weapon, is able to manipulate the samurai into killing. And so this is when the samurai realizes that the monk has almost greater power than he does. So it's important to realize where your intentions are within ourselves. If we can create a peaceful intention with ourselves, an intention of unity, to work together, to solve the problems. Like, let's say tomorrow Iran is up for grabs and we have a democracy. What are we going to do with the country? What are we going to do with the income from oil production? What are we going to do? How are we going to solve the water crisis? How are we going to feed everybody? How are we going to do all these things? How are we going to educate our people? How are we going to solve all these problems? If we're so angry that we're going around murdering each other and killing that group that killed that person and so on and so on, it's just an ongoing cycle of murder. We have to stop that. And, that's my answer to you.
Do you think that, you mentioned that a lot of people on this app, for example, are calling for violence. Do you think there may be an over-representation of the more extreme type of persons and that the more moderates are quiet, they don't make such a fuss? And also, do you think some of them are actual literal agitators?
Maybe. I mean, I think if you're driven to get onto this app and be on it all day, I mean, I'm doing it out of a sense of trying to understand the different positions, because I have such a lack of information. You know, I was born in the UK, went to Iran a few times. Revolution happens, I ended up in Canada on the West Coast, which is about as far away as you could get from the situation. Short of going to like Hawaii or something, or New Zealand. But you know, I don't really know anything about what the reality is in Iran. And actually, the question I had, the reason I raised my hand is, you know, if they say internet is down in Iran, I wanted to know, is there an internal internet in Iran that's still functioning? You know, that was my question for the Iranian people.
Yeah, so I mean, the answer is, first they have what is called the intranet, which is basically if you want to order food or whatever bullshit you want to do. As far as the sort of like really connecting to the real internet, there are two options. There are certain VPNs which are selling at premium price, and there's also Starlink, and that's what basically I get connections from people. Either they're buying those expensive VPNs or they're buying the Starlink.
Right. And I know Starlink is being suppressed in Iran too, because you can detect its presence. You know,
I think that at this point, the government has been so
distracted by other
factors. They cannot really. But the problem with the Starlink actually is that for people who do, for the friends of mine who do have Starlink, the issue is that they use the same kind of they put kind of distortion, I don't know, waves or something. The same method that they use for the sort of like satellites for TV receivers. They're using that on Starlink. And apparently, so the Starlink, that distortion is actually working, which I am personally surprised that I didn't expect that the signal from Starlink would be the same as a signal for a TV, but they're using the same method, and the Starlinks are coming to a grind.
Got it. Okay, well, I mean, again, to answer Rolf's question, who knows? You know, who's on Clubhouse? I think there are some people that are educators. There are some people, but I think generally the majority of people I see in the rooms I go to are just genuinely passionate about the situation in Iran. But the diaspora is generally biased against the regime because we're the diaspora. We're not in Iran. I mean, obviously, we're going to.
I know you've been outside the country too much. If you think that diaspora have a beef with this government, we're the ones with the least beef. They're the ones.
Well, now we are. Because we're not being murdered by them.
Exactly. No, not only that. Even we never kind of lived the nightmare that they live on a daily basis.
Right.
The ones inside Iran, they're 10 times more angry than we are. And yeah, that's.
But they weren't like that 10 years ago. My friends in London that would go back to Iran, come back and forth.
Yeah, we all tolerate.
They put up with it. They tolerated it.
Yeah, we all
weren't as angry.
But you know, 10 years. The 10 years is a lifetime in Iranian history for how this country, in terms of levels of poverty, levels of crimes, everything has changed in the last 10 years. The whole sanction regime came in around 2012, and then they got a bit of a reprieve in the, I don't know, something around the 2018 stuff. So yeah, the 12 years, it's a whole different ballgame. Yeah, and people have become more and more angrier, and the government has become more and more repressive, because then we had the I wouldn't call it, I don't know, what do you call it, the protests, the Master Armenian stuff.
Master Armenian university protests.
Yeah, exactly. So they kept them adding to it.
Let me ask a question from Armin, if you don't mind. Armin, based on your expectation, do you think there is a potential Iran's future government to become a federal government, like Republic Federal of Iran? Do you think we have reached at that level of intelligence or political awareness, or still no, we all are Persian and somebody, Genghis Khan even change my language.
I mean, I don't know to answer that. I have nowhere near enough knowledge or information about how governments work or Iranian society. So, but I can just say vaguely from outside, when I see Iranians, I kind of wonder if we're ready for something that is a democratic government. I really do. I really am concerned that it's not within our current skill set to be able to like do that.
With the diaspora, absolutely not.
Yeah. Because we can't even have a clubhouse room that's civilized. You know, everybody's just screaming at everybody else every 2 minutes. I find it very disturbing.
No, what the fuck is your uncle's perspective regarding this? My question.
Exactly.
What your uncle thinks about diaspora?
I'll ask him when I see him.
Oh no, come on! You know that already.
I don't know. I cannot sort of honestly answer that.
Okay. So.
By the way, I think Iran has lots of civilized people, and it has better chances of becoming a nice country for all the people than most other countries. There's a long tradition of history there, and people believe in it. So, if they so decide, it's totally possible, and more so than in many other countries.
Absolutely, Jugo John. I think the thing is that we have to get the voices of the people. I mean, I think Iranians globally are an incredibly educated, very reasonable, very thoughtful group of people. I mean, it's an ancient culture, and those of us who appreciate our Arab neighbors have always looked at the Arab world as well as a very enlightened group of people. Iranians are full of a very enlightened group of people. And around the globe there are enlightened people, but are those the people that are going to be driving the bus in Iran, or is it going to be a group of bloodthirsty, vengeful people that want their own form of justice? Like we have to get the right people into it. We have to support the right people, and we have to become the right people ourselves.
Yes, we'll hope for the best.
You want to know a fun fact about paying for your education when you go to state school if you happen to want to leave the country? Would you be interested?
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me.
I went to a state school in Iran where it was free. There was no tuition, no nothing. But they made us sign an agreement that I'm supposed to stay in country for the length of my study, whatever it is. 4 years, you have to stay 4 years and work in the country. So your degree would be released. Basically, that's the debt. It's not that work for the government, work in the country. And if you don't do it and you want to leave, then you have to pay for your education. So I did my bachelor's degree and I decided to leave and migrate to the US. So I went I'm going to buy it. I'm going to pay for the education that they received for free. Just take a guess that in US dollars, for one of the best universities in the country, I don't mean to brag about myself, how much they charge me for going to school for 4 years in one of the best engineering schools in the country in US dollars. Come up with a number.
$10,000.
Take a guess. Okay, any other guess?
$40,000.
$140. Wow. Basically, they wanted me to go. $140 for 4 years of education in one of the best engineering schools in the country. 140. If they could do that, if the people who get educated, they know that they have a future and a say, I think that's a big step forward. When I worked there for a short amount of time as fresh out of college from one of the good engineering schools. I was making less than $250 a month. That's why I left.
Okay, John. I mean, I don't know where you are now, but you're outside of Iran. But I mean, if Iran became a peaceful, democratic, open society, how many Iranians globally do you think would come to or help contribute to rebuilding the infrastructure of Iran and the society of Iran? I mean, do you think people would want to pitch in to help out?
I even talk to friends of mine who are like university professors or like directors and CEOs of the companies. I'm not that big, but my friends are. And I talk to them that would you be willing to help like people back there, even with the current government? Like, for example, I can be a TA for one of the courses that they are offering in the schools. And do you believe that? You can't do it. It is the US doesn't let you do that. And I think Iranians wouldn't let you do that either. So you have a problem on both sides.
Yeah, but I'm saying if the government changes and we have
definitely.
New
I would be on the front line.
Everybody would pitch in. Everybody, I mean, who wouldn't out of the Iranians want to help rebuild the country? Everybody would.
The company I work for, not for a top engineer, for a good engineer. An engineer that you let him know what he's supposed to do and he goes and does it. He doesn't do problem solving. Somebody else solves the problem, then we give it to him and say, okay, implement it. They get paid at least $50 an hour, at least, easily. So if you could do that in Iran, not only lots of money would go there, but also lots of knowledge would go there as well. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, that's my... Again, I think it's just important to try to conceive of a positive future in Iran, and then, you know, if we can figure out, okay, well, what do we want to see happen there? Fine, everybody's coming, everybody's contributing, we're building a society, we're taking the money from oil production and funneling it into infrastructure and improving oil production, improving education, and fixing the ecology of Iran, which has been somewhat destroyed by the creation of so many dams. You know, there's a lot of things which need to be rectified in Iran. It needs to heal. And this is why I don't want seeing it being attacked. I don't want to see it be attacked. I think a lot of people would help. I mean, I myself, who no real drive, I live in California. I have a good life. I mean, I'm pretty easy. I walk outside. I'm safe. Nothing is happening. But I would go back to Iran. I would risk my own health and safety to go back to help out. I really would. I want to go back there now. It's totally insane to go back there now. But that's my feeling inside my heart.
Actually, I mean, I'm in the agricultural industry. We do like all the software part of it. I did talk to the lawyers in my company that we have tons of technology behind what we're doing. And lots of it is public domain. I'm not talking about what we have patents on. I'm not talking about confidential stuff. I'm talking about what's public domain as far as technology, farming technology is concerned. I asked them, am I allowed to collaborate with people in Iran and transfer that knowledge and let them know how to do it? So they can be way more fruitful by putting technology behind what they have. And they said, no, you're not allowed to do it. I'm like, what if I'm not getting paid? I don't want any money, nothing. I do it for free. I just want your approval, your permission to do so. And they said no. And you know what's the sad part? Even if they do, the current regime wouldn't let me do that. You see what I'm saying? If I go to Iranians and say, let me help you out. Let me show you how you can put this technology behind your farming so your yield goes up. It's not easy to do, but it is doable. We have done it and we know how to do it. I have 17 years of experience behind it. But you have a problem on both sides. And if the regime falls, that problem can go away, can evaporate, hopefully.
So how do we move forward with a country which can remain independent, keep its sovereignty, not become a sort of a puppet of external regimes, whatever they are, work with our neighbors, and also rebuild our own country. How do we get there? That's a very kind of utopian question. And I think that's what I try to think about if I can.
I think, that's what Rolf asked you a little bit ago, and I wanted to ask you the same thing. How are you going to initiate this, or like how are you going to preach for this concept of love and peace within all the hatred that we see right now, all the division that we see right now? You got people from IRGC, they hate Reza Pahlavi supporters and vice versa, and everyone seems like they want to kill each other. Unfortunately, that's how the civil war in Iraq started, because people start to feel weak and they wanted to be in groups. So Shia people wanted some protection. They start to gather in as Shia. Sunni did the same, Kurd did the same, and they forgot they are Iraqis. They forgot their nationality, and they start fighting for their religious beliefs, and instead of being united and as Iraqis. So I wanted to ask you, what do you think? Like, how are you gonna start this? Because it looks like there's only a few people that think like you. But most what I've been seeing on this app here is people have some hatred toward each other. It's very unfortunate, though.
I don't know the answer to that.
Answer,
Yeah, I don't know the answer, and I think
you don't have a good distribution here.
Yeah, people usually tell me that I'm being far too idealistic, and I agree with them, to be honest. I am very, very idealistic, but I think somebody has to be idealistic in this mess, and so I'm going to continue doing that. I don't have an answer for you. I think it's a matter of communicating my position to people like yourselves in these rooms, and just giving a different perspective from a person who's been under persecution for a very long period of time and has almost, to a certain degree, I've gotten over my anger. Do you know what I mean? After many, many years, decades, I have processed it. I've gone to therapy. I've talked to other Iranians. All of these things, I've gotten over it, and I understand where people are coming from right now, because when I was a younger man, I was very angry, and I did, I wanted to join the military when I was coming out of high school. All of these things, and my parents discouraged me from doing that, and I'm really glad that they did. And so I took a different route to conquer that anger within myself. And for other people, it's going to take time. And I don't know how we can get there. I mean, we can maybe illuminate the path to.
Let me offer a possible example. Firstly, I want to say I applaud your position. I think in a way that if every single person in Iran had your position, then no matter what faith or ideology they have, it would resolve in the end. Because if people have that kind of intent, they can get around differences. They can figure things out in the end. So the simplest version would be that everyone becomes like you. Right. But since that's probably not going to happen, I go back to the idea of seeking help from other countries, but not in a military way. There are many, many other ways you can reach out to help from other countries in peaceful ways. So, for example, I would go back to the problem we had in Northern Ireland. Britain, as you know, was up to its typical colonialism in Ireland, and we somewhat oppressed the Catholic minority in Northern Ireland. The Irish had already had a war with us, a war of independence, and the IRA nearly won the war, but they split off Southern Ireland, now called Ireland, and got their independence. But the Northern Irish basically remained unresolved. And basically there was a conflict between those loyal to the British and those who were on the same team as the Irish Republican Army. So what was happening was the British government basically was insisting on a military victory against the IRA and regarded them as terrorists. And they perpetuated the violence by having such a hardline mentality. And in the end, the British could not resolve it. What happened was when Britain joined the European Union, it was the Europeans that stepped in and told the English, you've got to stop with this war bullshit. And they helped diplomacy. They helped with funneling money into the economy of Northern Ireland, which helped ease the injustice because there's a lot of inequality of the Irish Catholics versus the Protestants who were treated with privilege. And so that turned out to be again was economic and diplomatic and political support from the European Union, and because it helped all sides, it ended up being a win-win situation, which the British did come to terms with.
I think he doesn't know it. Can you mute him, please?
And in the end, it got resolved. And it can be achieved in the end. No, it says fuckface talks over me through that entire
Alex and what? Close your mic.
I don't think he realizes his mic is open.
No, he fucking knows. He fucking knows.
He's talking
to somebody else.
All genuine people. Alex is not a genuine person. He is here to disrupt and to agitate. Ask him about Israel. He will always toe the Israeli line because he's a traitor and he wants Israel to have everything it wants. He claims Israel has no evil intentions to harm, which gives the game away because his bias towards Iran is a clear indicator he is not a neutral party. So ignore everything Alex says. He's an agitator. Trust me.
Ralph, do you think there were any peaceful way to take Saddam Hussein down? And I think you spoke about Iraq yesterday, the Iraqi war. Do you believe Iraqi people were able to have any peaceful way to take Saddam Hussein?
Do you have any moderators out here?
Yeah, there's any mod? Yeah, they didn't mute him. Okay. So Ralph, do you really think Iraqis were able to take Saddam Hussein down by themselves in a peaceful way?
No, this is the point I'm arguing, is that by the international community stepping in through various diplomatic, economic and other means, they can help facilitate a transition. They can help gradually weaken the influence of a tyrannical regime, not through just sanctions, which is what we typically use that harms the public, but through various pressures. There are all kinds of means the international community has. We can pass UN resolutions. We say, we want to help support the education of various people. We help economic programs that assist various groups, not necessarily political activism, but just healthiness and welfare of people. And every situation is different, right? Ireland was in a lucky position where the Europeans were a unique case relatively, historically. I'm just saying that ultimately, historically, all repressive regimes, in the end, none of them last forever. And it's obviously, I'm not expecting people to put up with horrendous conditions. That's their choice. But ultimately, many Iraqis now feel that as horrible as it was under Saddam, Iraq is worse off now after being effectively destroyed and turned into a gas station for America. And they felt that if they'd been given more time, they could have resolved Iraq's problems themselves. So I tend to look at all nations. They should be given the right to self-determination. And the last thing they need is being bombed back into the Stone Age by foreign powers who have no interest in their well-being.
So what are you exactly suggesting? Do you think if the whole world comes up and says, hey, Islamic Republic, we want to help you, we want to help your education, we want to give you free money, blah, 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 it weakens them to the point that they deteriorate and go away? Is that what you're saying?
That is, in principle, that's a very simplistic, simplified version. But in principle, what I'm saying is that the world always progresses. There's always change. And if you look at the way China operates, it operates in a very different way. It develops trading partner relationships. It doesn't intervene with its economic partners and tell them how to run their country or their culture.
I get that. For a second, assume this war never happened.
Yeah, that's my basis.
How would you suggest the whole world can help the people of Iran?
That they would do it through means of like I said, all needs social collaboration, right? There are large organizations called the World, there's the Global South Forum where they meet.
And do you think the regime in Iran would agree to anything that would weaken them? Let me give you a piece of information.
Yeah.
There was an earthquake in Iran, a very devastating one in Kerman. U.S. sent help with planes, with medics, supplies, everything, just to help. They didn't let that plane land.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think the regime would agree to it, even if other countries offered help? Anything that weakens them, there's no chance of weakening them, they wouldn't agree to it.
I agree. The current regime is completely hardline and does not want to soften. But if you look historically, all hardline regimes over generations gradually change. History always changes. They have sons and daughters. The next generation has different attitudes. And even if you look at Zionism in America, for example,
North Korea,
the new generation are not hardline Zionists anymore. The new generation are
North Korea is still going
against Israel. So socially, people adapt.
How much longer should we wait?
Okay. Also, people's religious norms develop and evolve over time. So as you've seen already, even in Iran, there's a softening of attitudes when it comes to certain practices.
When that softening happens?
The hijab, for example, even though it's technically illegal, as a society, they decide, they go back and forth how hard line they want to enforce that hypothetical law. So as countries soften over time, things change. You see that in Saudi Arabia. You see that in Kuwait. There were countries
you're getting it wrong.
From driving. Now they're legal to drive. So gradually, as generations change, they soften their attitudes. You're also missing the reason why regimes become repressive is because they're surrounded by enemies that want to bring them down. If they're no longer surrounded by enemies, they are not driven to be as repressive anymore. They relax. They calm down.
47 years.
Are not obsessively violent. This is how cultures transform over time.
I understand. 47 years, we haven't seen any sign of softening.
But I've seen a sign of softening. That's where we disagree. I'm from the outside, and I see Iran as a more moderate country now than it was.
For the hijab, there is a difference.
Well off. It's a wealthy place. It's a beautiful city. Tehran is a more modern city than most British cities. As you become more relaxed and healthy and content, things calm down. Now, there are also outside forces who want to agitate. But then you don't know the regime in Iran. And if people are educated, they see signs of external interference and they block them. So Israeli was to infiltrate. They get caught out. They're inflamed. When people are naive, they're easily against each other. But through news and social media, they become aware and they are less prone to being subject to divide and conquer. They can get around these things and say, we see through the lines now. Maybe we shouldn't be enemies anymore. We can be friends because we know who our common enemy is. When they wake up realizing their common enemy is Israel, they're more likely to unite and seek a peaceful solution. That's how things work.
No, that's not how things work in Iran. I have been listening to you.
Where people are just completely irrational. They don't follow normal human nature.
Hold on,
I can't be resolved, but everybody else in the world it can.
Is it a monologue?
Iran's special. Okay, I get it. Well, then go ahead, have your war because we're ready to blow the shit out of you. We're going to destroy your nation, and you'll get what you want. So relax, okay? Your wait is over. We are destroying your country. We're going to flatten it.
The one who's not relaxed is you, who doesn't let me talk.
What you want, you can relax. Amin's the one who's stressed out because he wants peace. You want violence, you're going to get it. And you're going to get it in spades. We've already destroyed 20 schools, okay? We've only just got started. Trust me. We've destroyed your airport. We're destroying your ships one by one. The plan is to sink your navy. You're going to end up like Syria without a navy. We're going to run amok with terrorists factions like the Kurds, just like Syria. We're going to fund terror groups like ISIS to run rampant,
Can I answer?
Commit horrific atrocities in your country. All of that's coming thanks to us, the British, the Americans, and the Israelis.
Can I answer now?
That's what we're going to do.
Let me, I have an answer for this gentleman. Yes, you guys have
No, I've been waiting to answer it. Please don't jump in. Don't jump in. I've been waiting.
Hold on, guys. Yes, you guys have a technology.
Hold on. We cannot just jump in like that.
Would you guys please let me ask?
Kay was waiting. No, Kay was waiting.
Hold on. I won't talk.
I would wait until Kay talks.
Okay. First of all, I have never advocated for violence. Before the war, I was against it. Now I'm against it, and I want it to end as soon as possible. That's number one. Don't put labels on me. Second, there is a difference between softening and conceding. We have not seen any sign of softening from this regime for 47 years, and they are not going to soften anytime in the next 100 years. I'm done. Now we can talk.
Okay. Yes, with all those technology you guys have created, all of you guys are from Iran, and I am a minority within Iran, and there is a big fascism, chauvinism goes on in Iran, which I'm not happy. However, in this war, I do support my country, despite whoever is there, Islamic, Marxist, whatever. I don't want US attack Iran. So as Israel, and you say that we have done this, we have done, you guys come back to us. When 9/11 happened, a lot of us was saying, oh my God, Arabic guys are not smart to do this shit. What the hell has happened? Bill Clinton came up saying, oh my God, what we have done to the world to deserve this catastrophic event, right? I am telling you, Mr. Raff, I don't know if you put my glass. Mr. Raff, human mind is very complicated. You will see within a few years, 10 years, 5 years, one Arabic guy, one Iranian guy, one Turkish guy from Middle East, they would create the hugest amount of catastrophic event. Then I'm going to ask you how you feel. That's my answer for you.
Well, you're saying that human mind is highly inventive, and you're saying between these different factions, different religions, they're going to create a huge catastrophe. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, human mind is very complicated, and they all can come up. They fed up with the Western violence. Somebody will come up 10 times will be worse than Osama bin Laden. I'm telling you.
And what will the outcome be then in your prediction?
The outcome would be then another Bill Clinton will come out and say, oh my God, what we have done to the world to deserve this shit. That's all.
Okay, so you're saying it's blowback. That's what they called 9/11, the CIA. So they called that blowback, meaning it was what the West deserved for all of our interference in various countries and so on.
That is exactly what I say. Exactly. You got it right.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the West should be smarter, and they should understand how much revenge they are building up against them. There's so much animosity around the world against what the Western powers are doing to them. They deserve reprisals. There should be vengeance against the Western powers. Britain deserves it. America deserves it. Israel deserves it. The French deserve it. All the horrible atrocities we've committed across Africa, the Middle East, Asia, the famine we caused in India. Absolutely, we deserve what's called blowback.
No, so far I thought the way you were talking that you guys don't buy the watch. Remember, we hate you. We can't do this. I thought you are pro for that violence. Looks like you are not. So we are friends. Thank you.
Yeah, I think sometimes the devil's advocate, Cyrus, when I get frustrated with Reza Pahlavi supporters who want the Americans to bomb their country, I get frustrated and angry because they're welcoming their destruction. So I remind them what our governments are planning for their country, which is a disaster. So I'm warning them when I'm telling them the truth that the US, Israel, and UK plans to bomb the shit out of Iran. This is something I'm very, very angry about. I don't want it to happen. I'm just telling them the truth, that that's what the intention is. Unfortunately, you get me. You get where I'm coming from.
Yep, sir.
So
thank you, sir.
Yeah, I have a slightly different take on it. Just a subtle difference. I think it's important for people to be held to account, right? But blowback is sometimes it's disproportionate, or it's not a very clean way of holding people to account. A lot of the people that have caused those terrible things to happen, famines in India, even the stuff that happened in Iran, a lot of those people have passed. I mean, those people are dead. We can't visit the sins of the fathers on the children. And one of the things that I always remind myself is that sometimes the best revenge is to live well. And I think we have to focus on that first, as the priority is to build ourselves up, put ourselves in a good position, and so on and so forth. If we prioritize vengeance, then we define our actions by the actions of our aggressors. I'm not saying that those things should be let go, but I do think we should try to focus on the sort of constructive side of a future and envisioning a future rather than envisioning the deaths of our enemies. So anyway, that's just a subtle difference, but I just want to put that out there.
Well, we're actually in complete
secular boots on the ground territory.
Sorry, we're in complete agreement. I mean, when I say what I say about we deserve it, I only mean morally it is justified. We do deserve it morally, but obviously I hope that doesn't transpire because, I'm like you. I believe in peace and harmony between all peoples. No matter what we've done in the past, we have to move forward into a future that resolves these problems because, again, any form of blowback will lead to the cycle of violence repeating. Even if the blowback was justified against the West will harbor revenge all over again. So the cycle never ends. So I'm with you. I mean, we have to break this cycle of violence and retaliation. This is a very, Jesus-like mentality. Somebody has got to finally put down their arms and stop the reprisals for that cycle to end. So I'm in full agreement with what you just said, just to be clear.
I think it's important at this point to distinguish the United States from the West. It's almost like they're not they're certainly not, their objectives do not align with that of Western Europe or the Commonwealth at this particular time. So it's interesting to bundle together Europe and the United States as this sort of big thing of the West. I think this, if anything, this continued blockade of Hormuz would have pretty serious consequences for Europe, not so much for the United States. I wonder if that could actually draw Europe and the United States into conflict. It's possible.
Well, and China and Japan and other regions that rely on the supply chain from that area. So I think Japan's some huge percentage of their energy comes through Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, I agree with you, Yannick, about your point that the United States is less and less aligned with Europe right now. When I say the Western powers, I primarily meant the Anglosphere, which has its own agenda, and the European continent is gradually drifting apart from our agenda, the Anglo-American agenda, and you just highlighted a perfect example of that. In fact, I think it's even worse. I think the Americans want to ultimately undermine and wreck Europe. They've moved on. They no longer see them as a useful ally. They're much more concerned with Israel dominating the Middle East for their own ends, their alliance with India and resolving China and dealing with Russia as a superpower. They literally, I think, see Europe as just old news, old hat, and if anything, partly their enemies because there's such a Zionist presence in the American regime that they harbor their old hatred for Europeans as well, ironically, even though they're all Europeans.
It almost seems that the attack. It almost seems that the attack on Iran has been a 5D chess move of the United States against Europe. It does seem that way.
I think there's an element of that, but it's not the primary factor, right? I think the much bigger factors are allowing Israel to have complete dominance. Second, the Western version of the Belt and Road Initiative, which I always forget the name of it, INC or something, and opening up a flank, the southern flank of Russia to help the next stage, which would be to balkanize Russia. So I think they are much bigger factors. The fact that they're fucking over Europe in the process is just extra bonus for them, I think.
I have a question for fascists. Do you support the attack on Iran, fascists?
No, I don't support the attack on Iran at all. In fact, I'm actually hoping for the downfall of the West with this attack. And I'm actually hoping for, if I'm being perfectly honest, for a continued blockade on Hormuz so that process successfully unfolds. And I'm also holding out for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to use their missiles wisely in order to seal that objective.
Okay, so we heard all this kind of creative ideas about how US is going to go down, but at least for someone who's involved.
I think if we're talking 5D chess on the world stage, Europe has to go down, will be threatened with being taken down, and this will cause a problem between Europe and the United States. Bear in mind, the United States have aggressively proposed moves on European assets, whether that's Greenland or Canada. I mean, when I say Europe, I do mean the West is really much now Europe and the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth nations, there are 56 member states around the world, and then of course you've got the European Union. And it would be amiss to not align the two. Europe and the Commonwealth are very closely aligned. They all emerge from European nobility Panama. So, I mean, look at the case. French frigates are now being sent to
sorry to interject, and if I may ask you, do you think that America is like the puppet of Israel? This is why it's happening? Protect Israel?
No, I don't. And I don't think that this is a distraction from the Epstein files or anything like that. I think that on the global stage, the United States has to compete with the Sino-Russian alliance, and they also have to compete with the other superpowers at the moment emerging. Even consider the South America.
The U.S. foreign policy depends on Israeli foreign policy, and Israeli foreign policy, because Netanyahu has been trying to. Sure.
I'll get to that. It's just that I think that there's a more complex game here that's taking place. I think whatever Israel needed, it was convenient for the United States to make this attack because it is inadvertently an attack on Europe. I think they could play the narrative where, okay, we were helping out our Israeli Jewish friends, but let's face it, at the end of the day, the United States didn't really have a great deal to benefit from this conflict in the region itself, other than to cause problems for Europe. Let's think about it like this, right? Trump comes out 2 days ago.
But the U.S. didn't do it. It's Israel that did it.
I know. Just it's a convoluted, and it is. Look, we have to bear in mind, right? The narrative isn't linear anymore. The geopolitical narrative isn't linear anymore. We're literally looking at a game of 5-dimensional chess, and 5-dimensional chess really does seem crazy because when people are trying to observe a linear progression of geopolitical outcomes, anybody talking
5D is going to sound insane. Okay, it sounds like a crazy proposition, but I think you have to, think about this, like the Venezuelan oil, which was secured a month ago. So when Trump took out Maduro, he was obviously securing Venezuelan oil in the event that the Middle East oil supply became a problem. So we can almost estimate from this point of view that the American plan is based on the idea that Middle Eastern oil will be cut off. Okay, so if Middle Eastern oil is going to be cut off, what does that mean? Well, it means that Europe is probably going to be having a problem. Well, what else does that mean? Well, Europe and the United States have been posturing over Greenland recently. Europe and the United States have been posturing over Canada recently. Canada is a Commonwealth nation. I mean, it's probably pretty clear to me that the United States, in the context of climate change and in the next 50 years and what's going to happen on the planet, it's pretty important to start shoring up.
Okay, so can I kind of come in since
in the afternoon, because they're going to be the happening zones. I'll keep it at that. But I just think there's a 5D chess game happening here, and I think there's a lot to this. I think it's when we consider the West, I think what we're actually observing isn't even it's not a war necessarily on Islam. It's not even about helping Israel. It's not even about the Epstein files or distractions from that. There's a big 5D chess game between the world powers. This is why we've seen silence from China and we've seen silence from Russia. I'll leave it at that because I don't want to talk for a long time. But
no, I do want to ask you this. Why? I mean, thank you for your for the share, but the bigger picture, did you want to touch on the foreign policy of, how American foreign policy depends on Israeli foreign policy? And Netanyahu was literally here to convince Trump to do the attack on Iran. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so we can't back that out of it. You know what I'm saying?
I think the foreign policy for the United States at the moment, it is just clutching at straws at whatever they can to cause problems in the region. You look now at the latest move, which is to move secular Kurdish from Iraq into Iran. What's their objective? Their objective isn't regime change. Don't tell me these Kurds are going into Iran for the purpose of regime change. The only interest these Kurds have is to go there and kill Muslims. That's their only thing. This, to me, should be a war crime.
It's to topple the regime because it happens from within. They've done it before as well. I mean, look at Bashar al-Assad. They were funded by Turkish.
Sure. The individual motivation of these troops is to kill Muslims. They want to go there. They're in their minds, they're like, well, religion is the worst thing in the world. Islam's a bad thing. We want to go there and kill as many Muslims as we can. Which is we got in the green light.
It's not about. There's a lot of Kurdish that are Muslim as well, by the way.
Well, this is where I agree with. That's true, but the ones that have been sent, they're secular Kurds.
This is where
Muslim Kurds might think
anything about the region. Enough of this.
No, right. Yannick is describing the plan, which is destruction and the killing of many Muslims as possible. The regime change is being done alongside it, so both are true. Both things are true. There will be a regime change, but it'll be a chaotic regime change, intentionally to avoid stability. The main goal is mass death and destruction and to balkanize the country. So Yannick is right about all this. He's only quoting what the known plans are.
Yeah, but it's not about, I don't think it's about killing Muslims. I think you guys have it wrong, man.
It is.
Why recruit Kurdish? Why recruit Kurdish?
There's a lot of Kurdish that are Muslim, by the way. Even the secular one, they claim to be Muslim, by the way, some of them.
Yeah, that's right. It's sectarian violence that we love pitting Shia versus Sunni. That's how we kill Muslims. That's what Israel does. They are trying to reduce the population of Muslims in the world, and the method is by creating internecine wars between different Muslim factions. That's what Kissinger said about Iraq and Iran. I hope they kill each other. The Israeli government has said again and again.
Can we get other voices in here, Roll? Hang on a second, please, Roll. Hang on. Alex wants to go first. Hang on, Meg, and then you can go after Alex. Go on, Alex.
Yeah, we have all these people talking about Iran. They have no bloody clue. They have no bloody clue who the Kurds are. And they're all on this anti-imperialism, anti-US rant and all this shit. And I'm kind of getting sick of it because simply not because I have any personal against people in this forum, but this whole leftist movement has definitely personally affected Iranians because these leftists are on their own bloody narrative and agenda forever. They want to take US down, they want to take Israel down, they want to take all this shit down. The reality is a whole
This is the paradoxical thing about the Kurdish soldiers who are being sent from Iraq into Iran at the moment. They're actually progressive, left-wing, secular people. I mean,
that's what
it's just one of those classic.
That's what you.
Well, it's just what.
That's what you.
It's just. Well, just let me finish. It's just one of those classic examples of your enemy and my enemy. We share the same enemy. Go ahead.
What kind of stupid argument is that? Anyhow, the reality is a whole different world we have. I mean, I understand these Europeans want to consider some relevant, and they all think that the whole world is so that the world is orbiting around them. That's not the reality. The U.S. has passed that. Yeah, this is true. U.S. is ignoring the Europeans. There's no doubts about that. And that's because the Europeans have lost their influence in the world. As far as if anyone goes and looks at the official security doctrine of U.S., they do not. Their main competition in the world is China, not the Europeans.
Yes, I'm parroting exactly what I just said. Thanks for confirming what I already fucking said. So carry on blathering your stupid
Yeah, Ralph, you're the genius. But I actually work in the markets. You're just an idiot. Look, when it comes to the in the world that we live today, is the economic world. What you have
Alex, if you can land as soon as possible, I'm gonna give it to Meg because she's been waiting.
Okay, so I spoke for like less than 30 seconds. You cut me off. Go for it.
No, go ahead. Finish what you're gonna say.
Because you interrupt an argument. It really annoys people and loses my chain of thought.
There's no argument. You're just speaking.
No, I am actually making an argument against.
You talk all day long, every day on this app without ceasing, and you're claiming you don't get to speak. You talk incessantly, and you never move the needle. You don't bring any new information that changes our understanding. You just waffle and waffle and waffle.
He's just yapping. Okay, Alex, you want to land really quick? I'm going to give it to Meg.
I'm not going to do a quick one. Forget it.
Okay, all right. Meg, go on.
I mean, just for the record, you don't let Iranians speak. You let you're on a narrative. You have these people like Ralph and fascists who are on a different planet. They keep on going on their own agenda, and we don't let anyone opposition to speak.
It's not about agenda. It's involves the Middle East. Oh my God.
You just did that practically too.
Okay.
That sentiment is not right. I have been speaking all the time in this room, and I am 100% Iranian.
We have Amin was speaking the whole time as well. He's Iranian. Who else?
No, they did not.
Kay. I spoke to Kay as well. Hold on.
Narrative.
Hold on. So I'm gonna give it to. Hold on. If you're gonna waste time complaining, you can take it as true. Okay. Can you do me a favor?
For 20 seconds.
I'll send you a corporate email address, and then you can complain to the corporate. Okay. Thank you. Go on, Meg.
What did you say?
I'll send you.
What's your last word?
I'll send you a corporate email address. Okay, and then you can send a complaining letter.
What to me?
I mean, the people send out letters about Zionists. They're tired of me. The Iranians are tired of me. They all send letters to.
What does that mean? I'm talking.
And then the corporate's gonna decide if I'm in the wrong or right. Right? Come on.
I think it's a joke. That really doesn't fix anything, though, really, does it? I mean, the thing is, so you're talking about the Kurds, and this is the part. It's what you're missing is so the ones that are coming in are actually it's not a certain thing, but it's not something that Iranians are with whole arms welcoming. It's not something the U.S. is whole arms welcoming, because there are some factions of Kurds that actually are looking to be separatists, and that's something that both Iranians, that's something that everyone has, except for the separatists, hope does not happen. There's a general consensus: do not separate Iran into any pieces. Iran stays whole; its borders stay whole. It does have a significant Kurdish population, which goes across Iraq, which goes against Syria, which goes across Turkey. So there are Kurds.
I'm sorry, I have a question for you. I'm sorry, I have a question.
Let her finish. Let her finish, please.
I do apologize.
Let the lady finish. Go on, Meg.
And so some of them are separatists, and that's not what anyone wants to do. The freeing Iran from its regime now is a goal, but having it fractured and splintered, no, that's not going to happen. So I don't think that you're talking about a Kurdish militia coming into Iran. I don't think that that's going to be welcomed, but there needs to be some sort of train someone or other who needs to help the Iranian people, because it is up to the Iranian people to overthrow. And it's not up to Kurdish outsiders. It is up to Kurdish Iranians. It really has to be a Kurdish Iranian, the Iran of any, my background, cultural background, anything that's, any of the kind of small groups in Iran that have stayed there, Iran stayed solid, any of those, they're the ones that need to rise up. The trick is, how can they be armed so that they have more of a chance? And the answer is not, I think, Kurds from another country, because they can be those separatists. So if they are not the separatists, well then that is one thing. However, I think there's a pretty good chance that they could be. And so in that case, I would not encourage that. However, it's still, what to do is still something that people are trying to figure out. I don't think people thought that that Iran would respond this way, and so people are trying to still figure things out. But no, Iran's not going to separate, and I don't think it's a good idea to send in outsiders, because it really needs to be the Iranians for Iran. However, that is a problem because they're unarmed, and even though there are large amounts, it still is a power dynamic that's not equal. So this is all I had to say. So Cyrus, what was the question?
Yes, question is great. Do you believe that within Iranian society, basically we have a strong cultural poverty? I am from northwest of Iran. I am from Turkish part of Iran. I'm from Tabriz. All through the Iranian society history, in fact, last 100 years only, all those jokes, all the street, stadium of 100,000 people, they call Turkey, to شنیدم، یونجه برات خریدم، کر خره من. Do you think it's the job poverty? Do you think that poor Kurdish people in the other side, they have been trying to find just within Iranian society little bit independence? Do you think they are separatists? Do you think the people from Balochistan, all the money has last 100 years when Tehran, the benefit of oil, Tehran, Shiraz, Isfahan, Mashhad, Yazd, Kerman. Tehran, Shiraz, Isfahan, Mashhad, Yazd, Kerman. Do you think that these people living in a very racist culture, that nobody is as good as Iranian? Do you think that's...
No, and that's certainly not what I was saying. It's not a question of nobody's as people.
Then people, they have a right to be separatists, right? If the black man in America, he doesn't feel he's an American, he doesn't feel his culture, his identity is not recognized, then probably he has every right to fight back.
and that is a feeling that I know people have, and that is something that we had a civil rights movement in the 60s that got equal rights. It's still not perfect. Their treatment is still not necessarily equal. However, it did not divide the U.S. They didn't cut off a state and make it for Black people only. Just like there needs to be, I understand that Kurds, that there is a big population of Kurds, but is the answer really to cut off a part of Iran? I mean, then if you do it for the Kurds, you do it for the Balochi. I mean, we're not here to carve.
We are the most among the minority. We are the majority. We are about 35, 40 million people, and we have very, very important role. The developing of civil society, first Iranian constitution, Mashruti-yat, all of it. Okay?
And you guys, Iran has coexisted with all of its minorities as Iranians.
As long, exactly as you say, as long as we all are Iranian, the propaganda, we all Iranian, but let me get all you right, victimized by Persian, beautiful Persian language, you can be victimized because of that. Do you have any understanding of where am I coming from? Show me one Iranian intellectual, except this Abbas Amanat, this gentleman's uncle, and a few others intellectuals. They teach highly there. I have a lot of respect. First time I saw him in the room, I said, hey, are you related to Abbas Amanat? What I'm trying to say, show me any intellectual, mainstream intellectual within Iranian society to come and say, hey guys, these things we are doing wrong about the minority. No, all these answers, we all are Iranian. Your language has been changed. Genghis Khan came Iran, changed your language. Yet, my Turkish language, I don't understand Genghis Khan, Moghulestan Turkish language. We are a unique people with unique dances, with unique poetry. We would like to be within Iran, independent within Iran. Do you have a problem with that? Then why don't you promote federalism? Why don't you promote federalism?
Anybody gets his point? A sphere of influence, so you would still be in Iran to have more of like a Kurdish province. Is that what you're talking about?
Be Kurdish, Baluchi, or this applies for all minorities. Last 100 years has dominated with the Persian hegemony. I want that Persian hegemony to be destroyed. That is all. All these jokes, all this disrespect comes from this Persian hegemony. You guys think you guys are kind of get tafte, joda, bafte, yes, baqiyye khalqai nafte. That is not true. You don't know that's not true.
That you're talking about, does this come from...
Does anybody get his point?
Does this come from the Iranian people?